Whoa, whoa, whoa. If I can make a living from walking in the woods, you can bet I'll be sitting pretty good high on a hill, looking at a field down where. If I can make a nickel off of turning in bass, never worry about the price of gas. I'll be wheeling and dealing and sitting there reeling them in. Hunting, fishing, loving every day. That's the proud out of country boy praise. Thank God he made me this way. Hunting and fishing and loving every day. Early in the morning, late in the evening, I'm getting red dirt rich and Flint River paid. But fishing, loving every day. I'd get a little farm pond buzz, sound of gravel when I'm backing up, pulling a string on a 9.92 stroke Mercury. I love it when my baby wants to roll with me, throws her boots on, climbs in a tree, tucking her hair in my hat and she's ready to go. And we get to hunting, fishing, loving every day. That's the brand out of country boy craze. Thank God he made it this way. Hunting and fishing and loving every day. Early in the morning, late in the evening, I'm getting red dirt rich and Flint River paid. Hunting and fishing and loving every day, yeah. So while y'all are up there, breathing in that old dirty air, I'll be down here, knee deep in the muck of leaf. Of hunting and fishing, loving every day. I want to see them tall tines sway. Y'all close them eyes, let's go there in our mind.
Let's do it.
Hunting and fishing and loving every
Let's
day.
do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's freaking do it. You can take the boy out of Texas, but you can't take the Texas out of the boy, if you know what I mean. That's right.
Black coffee in the morning, jar of whiskey in the evening. I get red dirt.
I might be back from Texas, Alabama. But let me tell you something, folks. Texas very much still lives alive inside of my soul. That's right. It's Hank Pecker, everybody. I'm live and alive. Coming to you from California.
Won't you come along with me?
California obliged. Under the sovereignty of gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. God dang libtards everywhere, to the left of me and to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Look at that. Look at that beautiful family. Look at that beautiful white family. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MVs, I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks. It's Monday. It's Monday News Day, and we're back. I'm so back. I'm back in ways that I never thought I would be back in. You know what I mean? We are so back, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. It's the opposite of Jover. You know what I mean? Where's the cardigan from? Cardigan is Nivier, I think. Am I saying it right? I keep forgetting the brand. It's Yasuo's brand. We're back. Vibes are good. I'm a little tired. I do have a big headache. So there is that. That's definitely going on right now because I didn't get enough sleep. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, in the world of Hassan Ivy Piker, ladies and gentlemen. And this weekend was a big one. That's right. On Thursday, early in the morning, in the evening, I decided I would fly out. To Texas because I'll be honest. I'm sick and tired of Will and Sear's relationship. Like seeing it every day, it just kills me. Okay, it kills me. I'm jealous. That's right. I'm jealous. And I was like, I'm sick and tired of it. I need to break them up, or at least I need to turn this into a throuple. You know what I mean? It's like we got to turn this around. We got to turn this boat around. And that's what I did. Like a true racist Texas conservative, you're a Californian cosplaying as a country boy. That's true. I went down there You missed your chance when what was all dolled up. You had the Riz going. I went down there. 37K likes already. The girls loved your Gerald cosplay. Wait, what? What the hell is this? This is oh my god. We are so back. We are back in ways that I did not foresee we would be back in. Look at this. This got 37K likes. What the hell? What's up, everybody? Today we're talking about the International Court of Justice decision. This is how he had to show up to Brittany's podcast. I'm gnawing at the bars of my enclosure. Yeah. Can you make an opening and title? Try that in a small stream. I think it'd be gold. That's funny. You looked cunt. Thank you. You stream with Emery, Will, and Sear was one of the funniest shit I've ever seen. Also, the Alvea stream was amazing. Great content it's on. Thank you. So honestly, guys, y'all ate, but Will was Will was insane. Okay, we'll talk about Will in a second. We'll talk about it in a second. Oh, I saw this. Got his side chicks mixed up. Yeah, we got fuck. I'm a little all over the place right now, partially because like as much as I have had a phenomenal time in Texas, it kind of messed up my hours a little bit, and in the opposite direction, right? Like, because Texas is ahead, so it's supposed to actually fix my hours if I were to, like, you know, wake up earlier or something. But instead, I've been going to bed much later in Texas, and then waking up much later, and I'm doing that, or waking up early. Actually, I just like have been sleeping worse. There's a 2-hour time difference. It's not a big deal, as you guys know. Like, I'm actually pretty crazy with my with how I tank jet lag. It's not jet lag. I don't know what it is. It's not jet lag. Okay, the reason for the craze. The lettening has begun and the Stanley girlies are not okay. Oh my god, I know. We're gonna talk about that too. There's so much to talk about. The cardigan goes hard again. Thank you. Lots of newcomers came here during offline saying they found you through Emmy and Maya. They said you were really funny. You're right. Collab is the key against misinfos of your haters. Exactly. After like months and months and months of like slammed genocide coverage round the clock every single moment, it was actually pretty good to just like take a breather and go and hang out with some friends in the wild and play with animals and stuff. Like, it was just it was a lot of fun, and we'll be going through some of the clips. Obviously, we'll be going through some of the clips. I mean, there was just so much. I love animals so much. Oh my god, my mom saw like clips of me with all the animals and was like, wow, we did you such a disservice by not like letting you be around more animals when you were growing up. And it's true. I fucking love animals. Okay, lots of news happened. Yes, I know lots of news happened. We'll talk about all of it. Ben Shapiro came out with a rap song in my absence. Okay, Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion are beefing. Okay, as you guys know, I'm a hot girl. So a lot of that happened. There was a Texas border crisis, which of course Democrats behaved in a predictable fashion and all that stuff. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into all of it in a second. We're going to get into all of it and more. Don't worry. I also have Anthony Fantano, internet's busiest music nerd, coming on the broadcast in a little bit. He's going to be on the broadcast. We're going to be talking about Ben Shabibo. We're going to be talking about Nicki Minaj. We're going to be talking about all of that. But yeah, and more. Let me blast off real quick, recapping some parts of the Austin stream, Austin experience, talking about Ben Shapiro's rap debut, plus Nicki versus Megan Thee Stallion, Megan Thee Stallion beef, Texas border mania, escalations in the Middle East, and more, cutting UNRWA funding. Get in now. Let's not put her name or we have to fight the Barbs again. Bro, the Barbs are literally, they're hanging on by a thread, okay? The Barbs are grasping on for dear life. They are demonstrating once again that they have zero fucking chill. And anytime they do stuff like this, I feel like it just eats away at the rest of the people that listen to Nicki Minaj. I mean, we'll talk about all that. We'll talk about all that. Okay. It's just that like you can't get away with behaving like this for this long. You know what I mean? You can't do that. Yeah, the entire internet has finally had it. They're like, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, sure, that means that none of us are allowed inside of a Sephora, okay? But like, it's fine. You cannot be. Listen, I've long maintained the position that. Did you see people pulling your Starship ticket in 2012? Yeah, I don't really care. Fucking, that was like 2012 Twitter. You can't. You are not allowed to use anything from 2012 Twitter against like 2023 people. Okay, it's me like trying to be funny. It's like I'm so stupid. I'm like an idiot and just trying to be funny. It's 12 years old, man. The tweet is 12 years old. Unless it's Ben Shapiro. Well, no. This is. God, I have a headache. Oh, I haven't reacted to the Ben Shapiro rap yet. Hold on. We're going to do that together. I literally have saved myself. I have preserved myself. I have basically kept myself in a vat, okay, away from the Ben Shapiro rap. I've seen bits and pieces of it because it's like impossible to avoid on the timeline because, you know, it just captured my moots by storm. My entire Twitter timeline is just like Ben Shabibo rapping, how bad it is. I obviously saw the ridiculous photos or the ridiculous images that came out of it. Don't watch it. It goes too hard. Yeah, Ben, your dick too fat. Your flow too good. Your rhymes too fire. They'll kill you, Ben. Don't do it, is what people said to Ben Shapiro. Oh, it's the first video, Themasius. Normally, I would say thank you for the playlist, Themasius. Right now, I'm going to say fuck you for the video, Themasius. God damn it for the playlist. What the fuck, dude? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, look away. Look away. Look away. That's got 6.8 million views in 3 days. I'm losing it, dude. Oh, my God. I'm going through an existential crisis right now. Everything is just, like, coming down. Anyway, will you be talking about the ICJ decision? Yes, I'm going to be talking about all of that. I saw this. Maybe you should try getting on the Palestine side. No, dude. No. You want to know why I shouldn't try getting on the Palestine side? Because look at these names. Like, with the exception of, like, Bassem Youssef, okay? I mean, I guess they have Muhammad Hijab, Bassem Youssef. Those guys, like, they're not scholars or anything. But, like, you can't put me next to Norman Finkelstein and Ilan Pape, okay? Like, those are actual people that are scholars. On the other side is just charlatans. You know what I mean? It's so funny that they're like, hey, guys, the only people that will defend Israel, at least like the people that will defend Palestine, like you have scholars, right? On the other side, who will defend Israel? That's right. White supremacist piece of shit from England, okay? Not even going to get there. Not even going to get here, okay? Ben Shapiro's new best friend, Destiny, who, like, my normie friends have hit me up to be like, dude, isn't this guy like a Twitch streamer or something? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, Ben Shapiro waxed them is what my normie, like, not even remotely related to politics friends were reaching out to me about, even though they weren't even fucking debating. Obviously, everyone's favorite defender of pedophilia, like, quite literally. That's not even a joke. Alan Dershowitz was probably one of the most famous pedophile defenders, one of the most prolific defenders of pedophilia. Ben Shapiro, again, another fascist charlatan. I don't know who Yaron Brook is, but I think this lady has like a show. Who the fuck is Yaron Brook? Maybe he's a scholar. I don't know. Is he like a pro-Israel scholar? They found one? Nope. Just an Israeli-American entrepreneur, writer, and public intellectual. Like, that doesn't mean anything. That's ridiculous. And then Noah Tishby is the chick that does like the fucking videos with like Deborah Messing and stuff. It's like having Michael Rappaport be the debater on the Israel side. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. You couldn't find one scholar, dog. What's happening? Lex, what's happening? Lex was not in Austin while I was there, so we couldn't cook up a podcast, but we'll do it. We'll do one eventually. I don't know who Joseph Cohen is either, but don't take this the wrong way, but Hassan Abi is closer to a Tucker Carlson level of talking head. What do you mean? Tucker Carlson was one of the most famous. The top reply of Jesse Lee Peterson actually somehow cooking your own. Dude, I don't want to click on that. That guy's a Nazi. And No, I'm not even talking about Jesse Lee Peterson, who also is. Sam Cedar debated Yaron Brook. He's the guy with the voice. If you heard him, you know exactly who I mean. Oh, interesting. Just for showing academic parkour of Ilan Pape, he never stopped right about it. What? It's just funny to have like, it's funny to have like actual subject matter experts. You have actual subject matter experts, and then on the other side you have podcasters. Okay. And it's just like, what are we doing? You really think this is evenly matched, or do you think that this will be good? Anyway, it'll be content though. So, yeah, we'll talk about Taylor Swift and Swift Mania. That's like in full swing. I guess where should we start? Where should we start? That's why you should be in there to even out the field. Yeah, I don't want to play the role of the dumbass charlatan to even out the field. We can do a short recap and then have Anthony Fantano on. Oh, talk about Kaya. So as far as Kaya goes, she is. I come back and she's like, her nipples are enlarged, and I'm like, that's weird, right? And not only are they enlarged, but they also have like some pussy like substance on it. Yeah, I know. It's a little TMI. Sorry, it's a little gross. I know. And as you guys probably remember, Kaya was in heat like a couple months ago, right? But if she had gotten knocked up during heat in her first period, she would have already had the puppies by now. You know what I mean? Like the timing doesn't work for her to be actually pregnant. So, anyway, I'm like freaking out a little bit. I take her to the vet, and the vet's like, I think your dog is pregnant. I'm like, that's physically impossible. You know what I mean? It's like, has she been around intact males? I'm like, yes, she has, but not during her heat cycle, because I kept her home during heat, right? And he's like, well, you know, this looks like your dog is lactating. I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay, whatever. $1,000 for the x-rays to see if she's pregnant or not. Plus, like, she had an ear infection, like a little minor ear infection. So, you know, like, like daughter, like father, you know, all the stuff. They get swabs from her ears. They get like a piece of the lactate thing. Okay. And basically, yeah, x-rays were like 320 plus like the drugs that they had to give her, I guess. They just cooked me. Okay. They cooked me. $1,000 is what I had to fucking spend on her this morning. Okay. I love her though. It's okay. So yeah, I got skamosed. Anyway, regardless, so yeah, Pedicare for all. Let's get Medicare for all, and then we get Pedicare for all. I had to leave her there. Doctor comes out. Doctor's like, yeah, your dog's not pregnant. Good news. It's not actually like that, you know, it's not like too bad, but she is lactating because she thinks she's pregnant. Like her body thinks she's pregnant. Sometimes, apparently, during the heat cycle, at the last stage, when there's like a lining on top of the ovary that is supposed to shed. Okay, it's like a sheath, and sometimes it doesn't. So the dog thinks, or the body thinks, that the dog is pregnant when she's not actually pregnant. It's called a pseudo pregnancy. Okay, yes, women and their bodies. What the hell? I don't know how the fuck you guys do it. It's like so she's basically like lactating as though she's pregnant. Doctor said that like she would exhibit like nesting behavior potentially as well, but you just have to sit there and tank it. Like she's basically going to go through it. It's not common. I don't know why you said it's pretty common. He said it's very rare. Okay. Did she get a pseudo abortion? Technically she did, I guess, because we found out that she's only pseudo pregnant. So that also comes with a pseudo abortion. Why isn't she spayed? Because I want to backyard breed her. No, because she's literally not even a year old yet, and she's a large dog. And I've described the situation 1,000 gorillion times. She is 1 year old. She's not even a year old yet. And in big dogs, professionals, vets, okay, not random Twitch chatters, actual vets suggest holding off on spaying your larger dogs until they're like around 2, so that they can evenly develop their muscles and ensure that there aren't further complications down the line. Appeal to authority fallacy. I thought I got away from all that. Yeah, I'm appealing to the authority of my vet instead of listening to random Twitch chatters. I know. That's not how appeal to authority fallacy works, by the way. If you want to know how that works, it would be like if I was asking someone about, I don't know, how climate change works, and then I went to a guy who is a vet, and I was like, well, this guy's a doctor, not a doctor of whatever the climate science would be. Why can't I open this fuck and not like an actual appropriate? Basically, Brett Weinstein. Yes, exactly. Most of like the podcasters that are like, I'm a doctor, that run around like that are doing appeal to authority. But because people are very stupid, they don't understand it and they go along with it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm waiting on Kai to get to like 2 years of age before I spay her. And no, you're not supposed to milk her, for the chatters who are saying this is how you milk her. No, because that will only increase the likelihood that she will continue lactating. So the goal is to just like hope it goes away. No, first of all, why are you guys throwing up huhs and saying like ban them? It's if she actually is lactating, like in normal circumstances, you are technically supposed to relieve because like it's like a pressure valve. It's not actually wrong. It's not like a completely incorrect suggestion, which is what I was worried about in general. I was genuinely worried that I would have to do that because that shit is like, I'm not fucking equipped for that. You know what I mean? But turns out, luckily, I don't have to do that. And what we have to do is the exact opposite. Like, make sure that she doesn't lick her nipples. Like, make sure that she doesn't like trigger the hormones further by touching her own nipples at all. Yeah, she might even need a cone eventually. So fucking weirdos, man. Can someone talk about a dog and not have you guys be weird about it? No. We have a small dog, and even for him, the vet recommended waiting at least a year old to neuter. Anyway, so was that why she was being a menace to Moran and Ray? No, I think she's just a menace when there's other dogs around. She just loves to play. And because she's massive, like she has never-ending energy, untapped energy. She loves to play, and she keeps playing and playing and playing. And then like these other dogs are like, okay, well, I'm done playing because I'm tired now. I'm much older than you. And she's like, no, fuck that. Like, we keep playing, actually. Fuck it, we ball. And she just keeps continuing that cycle. And then the other dogs are like, dude, stop. But yeah, the thing is, like, Mika also loves playing too. So apparently they just get like really loud is what Ray was saying. Most people don't notice false pregnancies, but it's relatively common and not dangerous. The doctors can clear it up. Sometimes breast cancer can be a late consequence. Funny enough, getting a dog pregnant can minimize the risk. We set up a channel for you in Discord like you asked. Oh, you guys did a Stream Clips channel? Fuck yeah. So it was like a 7-year-old human playing with 30-year-old adults? Yes. But of course, because the dog sizes are different, it's like if the 7-year-old human was like 10 times the size of the 30-year-old adult, and the 30-year-old adult is like also down to play, but like after obviously 40 minutes of like nonstop roughhousing, the 30-year-old adult is like, okay, I'm done. But then the 7-year-old that's like 10 times larger is turning around and just like still using the 30-year-old adult like a fucking using the 30-year-old like a chew toy. So yeah. So will the vet need to remove the lining from her ovaries, or do you think they will shed after this? Hopefully. We'll see. Get a Malinois. They're super active, plus more puppy streams. That's so funny because that's her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is a Belgian Malinois, and they fucking play nonstop. Yeah. Her boyfriend is my trainer's Belgian Malinois, who is also like only a year and a half or like 2 years old. What is this clip? At Ella MA, she, her. Pseudo pregnant is how I felt watching your stream on Friday and Saturday. All right, speaking of my streams on Friday and Saturday, let's get into it. There's some fun stuff that happened. First and foremost, the first day I streamed a little bit, then I shot something, like I was doing some stuff, and then afterwards, I went to I went to Misgive stream. I think it was a Misgive stream. They bought a gym. Okay, they bought a gym. It's called Iron Forge. It's really cool. It's like Miz and Canute and like a bunch of other people with OTK. They bought a real big box gym. Okay, straight up. It's actually a real gym. It's not a meme gym. It is I'm giving it my Hassan Hassanabi Piker certification that it is 100% a real gym. It's not a meme gym at all. What do I mean by this? It's like it is like obviously there are a lot of people that go there to film, or a lot of people that go there to like, you know, link up with influencers and whatnot. But the gym itself, the skeletons of it are a very real gym. It's like they got all the powerlifting stuff. They have you know, they have all of the equipment. They have all the fixins. They have all the workings of a real gym. And I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it. It was like it reminded me of like New Jersey gyms a little bit. They have an MMA area too. So basically, I did that. And let me tell you, okay, I bet it costs an arm and a leg to work out there, like some super social class elite type shit, huh? I don't know how expensive the membership is, but $45 a month, yeah, okay, that's ridiculous that you guys think. If you think $45 a month for a gym membership is like elite type shit, I don't know what to tell you, okay? That's yeah, come on, guys. Can we be for real for a fucking moment? Like, that's like 10 years ago when I was like still frequenting the cheap gyms of Los Angeles, it was still like $20 to like $30, you know what I mean? In Los Angeles, like LA Fitness. That's, y'all are nutty if you think 45 is like too expensive. Anyway, whatever. I'm done hyping up the gym. Working out with Canute and Wake was intense. It's like having two different voices in the back of your mind, right? Like you have the one voice that's like gently leading you through this process and is like very careful and doesn't want you to injure yourself. And then you have fucking the Tonka truck Canute, okay? The Norwegian silverback ape who's like, yes, you can push it. You have at least 10 more in you. You can do it. And it's like, but they're both so incredibly strong. So I can't, like, I had to put on, you know what I mean? I had to put on for my city. They're very, very, very strong. And I'm not very strong, right? So we did, we did some fun stuff. When you had to convince 3 people and yourself that 100 is enough and you don't need to do 120. Yeah. I don't think I'm that strong. I'm not a very strong guy. Like, decent. I'm for how many years I've been lifting, like not very strong. Anyway, whatever. Why did they even make 125-pound dumbbells? There are 200-pound dumbbells. I didn't even realize that they did that. But anyway, so I really pushed it to the limit. I really pushed it to the limit out there. And I'm going to tell you something. Canute's leg workout was so incredible. My ass hurts so much, but a good pain, not a bad pain. There's a difference between good pain and bad pain. Good pain is when when you got a really good workout in. Bad pain is when you injured yourself. No injuries, mostly because we did machines in general. But holy moly, my legs are out of control right now. They're on fire.
Yeah.
No, it's with the pulleys and everything. It's not a real. Ugh. It's not real. Ugh. It's heavy. Ugh. Ugh. No, it's bad form. Shoes, let's see.
That's picking up a car.
That was all 45-pound plates, but it's like, it's not real. It's not like an actual, that weight is not real, right? Because it's like, it's on a machine. Anyway, Canute stood up for you.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Just so you guys know. Shaved looks 15 years younger, I know. Rhyme, thank you for 20 gifted subs today as well.
By the way, one of my favorite things is like people realizing that my Canute, my Canute impersonation is like actually dead on.
I appreciate it a lot. Rhyme there has been so much support when I've been down here that I am speechless.
Thank God that small head, chicken legs Libby Hassan is gone now. We can enjoy the stream. Don't at me chat.
Listen, I disagree in Hassan's politics, but I can still think that he's a good guy. And you know what? He didn't talk politics even once. Maybe made some jokes, okay?
Damn, I thought he was going to defend me not having chicken legs, dog. What the heck? I thought he was going to be like, he does not have chicken legs, is actually quite strong or something.
Isn't that that is just how it is?
Bro, I do not have chicken legs. Come on, guys. That's crazy. Like people that say, dude, if you think I have chicken legs, what do you have? You are legless then. I can't believe people are saying copium. This is not even an area of insecurity of mine. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, sure, I have chicken legs. Yeah. It's so funny to be like, you have chicken legs. My legs are the size of your torsos, chatters. I mean, there's that one video, the Gat video. That fan art is gonna go so hard. I don't know what the fan art is. Yeah, dude, people say you have chicken legs. Look at this, bro. That's crazy to say I have chicken legs. I have pretty decently strong legs. Let's be real. My biggest issue is that I have strong legs. It's just that I'm too tall. So the mechanics of a lift of this magnitude is difficult. Anyway, but yeah, that was the first day. Well, that's not from the first day, but yeah, first day with the Iron Forge. Second day, what did I do? Oh, I went to Alveus. How can I forget? It was incredible. Oh my god, I squashed beefs with animals like rats and stuff. I linked up with my favorite animal of all time, Winnie the Moo. One of my favorite streams of all time. It's one of the all-time greatest streams. This stream is peak. You're right. This is the coolest stream I've done in a while.
Thanks, buddy.
It's sick. Don't tell Maya though.
I can't.
When she comes back, I'm gonna be like, "Oh,
have
this
an
has been
earpiece.
awful.
What an
I hate
idiot.
it. I hate this experience so far." I'm not a big reptile guy.
Hassan, what do you think so far?
It's whatever.
Having a good time?
Yeah, it's cool. I guess it's fun.
Great.
It's like kind of boring.
Okay. Next up.
What is this? This is Maya.
But they're looking for food. Give me the bug back. You're pissing me off.
Can we? I'm being very brave. Okay, can we just acknowledge that I'm being?
You want a cookie?
Yes, I would like.
It's just a little bug. Oh my
I'm really
God.
mean to Hassan.
Isn't it cute?
But I'm really nice to Barbara.
Yeah,
I think I'm a little too mean to Hassan.
it's true.
But I've always
She
been
is.
too mean to Hassan. I feel bad.
It's true. It's true. She's so mean to me. Real Georgie voice. What is this? British Georgie?
Sorry,
Oh,
John.
Fucking go to sleep, yeah. Fucking hell, these humans. They're bullying me, feeding me the worm, and making me fucking wake up. I want to be burrowed. I'm
Suck
trying to
it up.
fucking go.
dude. Oh, here.
This is an Australian lizard.
Yeah, good day, mate.
Oh God, here we
How
go.
you doing? Fucking hell. Let me get on a fucking... It's a walkabout. He's going on a walkabout. So sick. Yeah, little fucking walkabout, mate.
You can put him on
G'day.
you want to put him on the table and feed him some snacks?
Yeah, I want to feed him. You want to get fed, mate? Fucking hell.
Dude, the thing is, like, I will watch the YouTube video, the Alveus collab, because it's on my second channel. It's out. But what I was gonna say is, after the Alveus collab, what did I do? Oh my god, my brain is so broken. After the Alveus collab, I went over. Oh, that's when after the Alveus collab, I went over to Miz's stream and worked out with him, and I did chest with Canute and with Wake, and it was really good. And then the next day, which was Saturday, because this was Friday. Next day on Saturday, the day started with me basically waking up, going over to Sears. Oh, what did Maya say? Oh, Maya said something nice. That's crazy. That feels weird.
I thought. Also, I forgot. It's been a long time since I've been on stream with Hassan. I really like streaming with Hassan. Sometimes I have people here for collabs that are very easy to bounce off of, just very easy to stream with. And sometimes it's a little harder. Hassan is one of those that's just like really easy to stream with. They're way nicer than I thought.
You know what's funny about this? Because it's like, because I don't watch a lot of Twitch, I don't usually know what like people's fascination is with like other content creators. So like, I sometimes have a tendency to forget that like Twitch streamers are, especially like very successful ones, are obviously successful for some reason. And that is because like they can't shut the fuck up. They love yapping, and they're very good at just like constantly making content. It's something that I almost take for granted with like Austin and everyone else that I have in my orbit, that like I forget until I actually end up talking to someone or having someone on stream that isn't like that good at doing improv or just like bouncing off of one another. But yeah, it was great. It was so much fun. I was kind of surprised in the beginning how you didn't know the Alveus animals and stuff. Forget you don't watch Twitch. Yeah, I don't watch any Twitch. The gift of Gulb is strong in this one. Yeah. Not every streamer is as much as a yapper. Some actually play games. Yeah, that's true. Well, regardless, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, even though I got slandered here.
You start
and
talking
I
about
got, this is disastrous.
today, I was like, oh, he thinks that he could fight a bear. A lot of men are stupid, right? A lot
True.
of men think that they can fight bears, think that they can take a bear. Turns out Hassan is even dumber. And
That's
it's not
messed
that he
up.
thinks he can fight a bear. It's that he thinks he can befriend a wild
It's
one.
messed up. It's because it's true. Because I
He
can.
thinks he could vibe with a bear, which is just really incredible that he thinks that. And I'm going to leave it at incredible. And he started
Yeah, incredibly likely to happen. I'm just saying. She doesn't understand how chill and low key you are. Exactly. She doesn't know how chill and low key I am, but also she doesn't know how chill and low key bears are too. I'm just saying, she doesn't get it. She doesn't get it. This one's not for the girlies, okay? Except for Kaya, who is a girly bear. Anyway, listen. It's fine. You know, live in fear. It's okay. Like, live your whole life thinking that it's not gonna happen, but it's gonna happen. All right. So, did she not see how chill you were with Winnie? I mean, that's a cow, to be fair. Not as ferocious. But anyway, yeah, Alveus was dope. I had such a phenomenal time. I had a great time at Iron Forge in general. Wonderful time with Seer and Will. We worked out. Seer gave me crack cocaine, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the fuck Seer gave me in powder form, but it made me want to rip my face off. Like, claw my eyeballs out of my fucking dome. It was awesome. And in that moment, I was thinking, like, man, imagine feeling like this all the time. It made me feel like I was like 14 again or something. It was sick. Yeah, it was like powdered meth or something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was fire. After that, I went and we did the collabo with Emaru. Okay, don't even know what the fucking pre-workout was. We did a collabo with Emaru, as you guys saw, where I dressed up as Gerald of Rivia. Now, Emaru is incredible. Okay, the fact that she was able to whip that shit together in literally like 2 to 3 days on such short notice and then have it look so good. It blew my mind. How much did you end up raising for Alveus? I believe it was like around 25 grand on the mainstream. And then we raided into Alveus. And then there was another like 3 grand, I think, that they raised there or something. I don't know, but it was like 25K, 26K, I don't know. But it was awesome. So please tell me you made a TikTok or took an Instagram pic in the cosplay. I did not. I forgot. Unfortunately. I unfortunately forgot.
My boy Hassan, you want to follow stream for dude streaming?
I'm a new streamer, up and coming. I'm just, you know.
Diamond Blue, baby, New York City. Never was there a girl so pretty. Do you think we'll be in love forever? Do you think we'll be in love? Diamond Blue, baby.
Nice. Emerald took Polaroids. Yeah. What is this? Austin, Texas streams. Hassan changed me.
My boy Hassan.
Hit it with a like. Kapanabi. Yeah, the neat thing is I didn't realize I was juicing it too much.
Haas did not take. Haas is the type of person to usually take a little salsa off something like this. He really delivered.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think I was juicing it that hard. I actually didn't think that I was like it connected really well, I think. It connected really well, and I think he's like faking it a little bit too, but I genuinely, like, you can see in my face, I didn't even realize like it was gonna be like that. Bro, look at your back. What do you mean? They made that into an emote on Miz's channel called a hustle. I've never done that before. I've never actually like need someone before in my entire life. But you don't need much force with knees and elbows. He didn't flex his abs though. That shit sucks. Yeah, I think that's what happened. But yeah, I got scared afterwards. Like I got worried. I didn't realize it was like that. I didn't realize it like fucked him up. The knee from a tie clinch uses the perfect chain of muscles to put a ton of force into it. It's a really strong move. Yeah. But this is awesome. This is from the collab stream.
Now I know your liberal courts are going to make me dress like a pretty cat girl, so I wasn't going to let you beat me to it. I did it on my own.
Good thing.
When Biden gets back into office, we're going to all have to be femboys anyway. So I'm going to dress like one before he gets elected, and I'm going to suck my friends.
Right.
You can't make us do anything, Biden.
We suck each other's.
That's right. I don't want to look this cute. I don't want to look this kuai but this is an act of rebellion.
It's so funny. This got banned from r/funny for politics law. Oh, really? I will say this much. I am like, dude, Will looks so pretty. It's crazy to me how pretty he looked here. It's nuts. This was like, I'm telling you guys, this was his favorite moment. 100%. Knowing him, this is, I think, the best he's ever looked in cosplay, or like the best he's ever looked as a woman. I know he loved it. I know he loved it. Okay. You look so pretty. It's weird. Why do you look so pretty? Why are you so into it? Stop being so into it.
Because he knows he's pretty.
Jesus Christ.
Like, what the fuck? Oh my lord.
Wait, is this He was literally saying he loved it last night. Yeah. He said he wants to do way more drag now. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. You can see the glimmer in his eye. Okay. I'm telling you, he loved this shit. Did she do his makeup or did Will do it on his own? No, she did the makeup. No, Emeru's incredible. She's goated. She is, she's out of control. You sounded like Vin Diesel. When did this become Beautiful World? You mean you loved it? No, of course I loved it. It was great. It was awesome. Wanting a queen to fall like Will Nev. He ate the fuck up and had dessert. Yeah. Wilhelmina Neff. Yeah, it's true. All right. We got him here. Okay. Fantano in the building. You know what else is in the building, chat? The motherfucking top of the hour ad break. Okay. That's right. I haven't forgotten. We're still back. We're still juicing. We're still gassed. All gas. Okay. We're not breaking for a moment. All right. We're here. We're ready. We're queer. We're rising up. We're going to be talking about a lot of two of my favorite things. Okay. Politics and music. As you guys know, internet's busy as music nerd. But I'm a bit of a music nerd who's busy myself. So yeah, on that note, hold on. Start the virtual camera. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. You can avoid the ads, by the way, by subscribing, chat. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Perry's 115. Thank you for the 5-2. Give the subs. Anthony Fantano. Hello.
Hey, what up? Hey, what up?
Oh, you were doing a different camera. Okay. I'm going to pop you out real quick. You can see me as well. You are looking handsome as ever. God damn. Look at this beautiful son of a bitch. Holy shit. Been a long time. Mr. Fantano, busiest music nerd. Internet's busiest music nerd in the building. Well, not really. Not in the flesh, but what are you wearing right now? What is this? Show us what you got going on right now.
This is for you. I figured you would. You're not into this. You're not into
Ice
the
Spice,
Nicki Minaj Ice Spice
Barbie
shirt.
world.
Yeah, you're not.
Well,
not feeling that shirt.
This is. I am a barb for all intents and purposes.
We know that you are.
Yeah, I don't want to get yelled at. I don't want to get doxxed again. Okay, please don't show up at my house and try to kill me, barbs. Okay, I know I'm not allowed to be within 500 yards of a Sephora. Okay, that's just my past conflict with the barbs. But today we will be talking about the barbs, but we're gonna be talking about a lot of other stuff as well.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Nicki Minaj because she's a big fan of the guy who this segment's about, right? She's number one fan.
That's right. So I
think she purchased the song on iTunes.
Oh my God.
I
saved myself.
She helped get it to number one. It's number one now, right?
She definitely did help in that process. So, all right, I guess we should start off there. So Anthony Fantano, for those of you who don't know, is probably the greatest, most goated music critic, music nerd online and also offline. Okay, for those of you who don't know, he's not just a handsome guy. I didn't just bring him on because he's so handsome. All right. You have been thirst trapping a lot, by the way. Have you? I mean, not you in particular, but like People keep posting
Those
your
aren't
legs.
new. Those aren't new. Those are old. People, for some reason, they're new to some people, and they're just like posting them like crazy on Twitter.
It's
Just
so
like,
funny because they like posted it. I think they posted it originally as an own, but then it was like, but you look good.
yeah, I look good in it. And you know,
Yeah.
I feel like I was saying I feel like I need to take new pictures because those are old. I feel like I've gained some muscle since then. I could outdo myself. They're freaking out. They're feasting on old thirst traps. I feel like I need to put out some new ones.
All right. Well, next time you pull up to LA, we'll go work out again together like we did last time, and we can post up together. We can post sexy photos side by side. But I digress. Let's get back to the main story at hand here. Your favorite rapper is Tom McDonald. You've said this so many times over. Everybody knows this. You're always talking about how, you know, Tom did it again. He is the GOAT. How can
Greatest
he top
white
himself?
rapper of all, better white rapper than Eminem.
Yeah, 100%. Not even a question. Like he would have caused Benzino to you know off himself if he did a diss track. You know what I mean? Like Eminem can't compare.
You know, he's just telling it like it is, and he's saying stuff other people are afraid to say.
Yes. That's what I always want out of a rapper is to tell it like it is about these woke libtards ruining society. If that's what you're looking for, if that's what you're in the market for, everybody, White Tupac, also known as Tom McDonald, is the man for you. Okay? I'm shocked that you know, Yasin Bey didn't have a take on him. He was too busy dissing Drake. Well, not even dissing him, but just like correctly calling Drake shopping music. Because I think he was too afraid. He was too afraid of Tom's power. Anyway, so enough riffing off of Tom. So Tom made a song called Fact, and I have yet to listen to it. Okay? I've yet to listen to it. I've saved myself for you, Anthony Fantano.
You've showed an immense amount of restraint.
Well, it was all over my timeline. I've seen like bits and pieces of it. So let's just get started on this first. This came out of nowhere.
You've seen the clip. You've seen the clip of Ben in the hoodie.
I've only seen like this, what is on my screen currently, which I'm going to share with you real quick. Let me do this so that you can see what I'm seeing. Okay.
Do you see what I see? Oh my
Okay.
God.
There it is. And you'll be able to hear it as well.
I've already seen this. It shocked me, but still, the way they look in those hoodies, that they obviously like, they must have picked those up at Michael's and then just iron screen printed on.
Yeah, exactly. It's just weird because, like, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm 32 years old, right? Ben is like, I think 37 or something. And I feel like...
Is he 37?
I don't know how old. He is like around that, I think.
Am I older than Ben Shapiro?
Let me see. Oh, he's 40?
I'm gonna be devastated. I'm a little younger, just a little.
Ben
Just by a
Shapiro age. But he's 40. He's actually 40. So here's the thing, though. But regardless of your age, like if you did something like this, like the way you carry yourself is different. You know what I mean? Like I feel like the way I carry myself, despite being 32, like is different than the way Ben Shapiro carries himself. Like he's like talking to Ted Cruz about like serious things, right? Like he's a part of the Daily Wire franchise. Like he is a goober, a nerd, right? Like, but not in like a like, oh, you're interested in something type of way, but like like in the old school way. Like he's kind of a loser, but like also carries himself very seriously. So when he does something like this, I'm like, what the fuck? Like it just feels very out of place. Does that make sense?
And he knows it. He knows it. He knows how sort of like not cool and not hip hop he is, which is why he's really kind of like reveling in this moment. He knows how out of place he is here.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
and that's sort of the joke, because at the end of the day, like he's kind of just mocking. You know, he doesn't take hip hop seriously. He doesn't take the genre of music seriously. He's here to, you know, sort of look down on everybody, look down his nose at people.
Yeah, which is of course kind of ironic, but I guess he knows his crowd. This got 6.8 million views. First, let's start there. 3 days ago, it's number 2 trending on music on YouTube. Okay,
right.
And there's a lot going on in the music space currently, and it got 6.8 million views in 3 days. And Ben, of course, famously tweeted out a while back that like rap isn't music, and if you disagree, like if you like rap, you're stupid, something along those lines. Of course, here's the
I did a video about that whole thing.
Let me pull it up. Here it is. Fact. Rap isn't music. And if you think it is, you're stupid. It's like, oh, thanks, man. Fact. Rap isn't music. What a perfect demonstration of Ben Shapiro's entire shtick, by the way. Like, calling that a fact is so funny. One, it's false. Two, it's not even a fucking fact. Like, even if you were to try to, like, present it as something, it's, like, completely subjective. Anyway, but he's so self-assured. So, without further ado, I think let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's dive in here. All right, I'm gonna try to not pause this.
They call me offensive, controversial. It's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, alright. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right.
Yeah, can he say that? Can he say that? Fantano, can he say that?
Yeah,
is
man.
Is that allowed?
He's gonna get canceled. I'm worried about the guy.
Yeah, no, he can't be, but he can't be because he's the greatest independent artist in the world, I think.
Right, you can't stop his progression.
Yeah. Wait, let me let it out.
Oh shit.
Oh my God. Did he just say where are the American flags? You're Canadian. Tom McDonald, you're Canadian. Tom, stop LARPing. You're Canadian. You should be asking, where are the Canadian flags?
It's stolen valor.
I hate that.
As somebody who was born in America, it's stolen valor.
Yeah.
He's cosplaying as somebody who is an true blue, red-blooded patriot, and honestly, it's offensive to me.
Yeah, at most he's an immigrant. Okay, let's just put it that way. All right.
He is.
If we're having a conversation about facts, okay, here are some facts. Okay, we gotta secure the Canadian border. That's it. I'm saying it. We gotta secure the Canadian border. Everybody's looking at the southern border. No one is looking at the northern border. Okay, that's where the Tom McDonalds of the world are coming into America and cosplaying as Americans.
Tom McDonald is coming in. Jordan Peterson is coming in. We need to hit the reset button on this. Reverse it.
Steve Crowder.
Right.
Yeah. Ted Cruz. So many. Too many to count. We really need to do a purge, I think. We need to send him back. All right, let's keep going.
Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with.
Oh, you got to rewind this part. This part's great. This part I do know this part because I've read the bars before.
It's they claim that I'm racist. Yeah, all right. Wait, where is it?
No, I'm talking about the bar where he's talking about how we used to hang American flags.
Yeah. Where the American flags?
We don't do that.
Yeah, remember when people used to hang those? They've been taken down. They've all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. That's bars, man.
There's no more American flags anymore anywhere across the country. It's just rainbow flags. Yeah.
You're progressive, but you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down.
Where the American flags at? Bars.
He's like, yeah, it's all BLM and rainbows now. It's really fucked up. Maybe in Canada, I don't know. Woke ass Canada.
I really want to know where this guy is at, because the thing is, like, I don't see the America when I go outside that he's describing.
I live in West Hollywood. I don't see the rainbow flags or the BLM flags. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. Yeah, it's so good.
This ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs. We ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns. Ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs.
All right, time. What's funny about this is, like, of course, him and also Ben Shapiro as well. They always have to sort of, like, throw in these bars where it's like, yeah, we're not like other hip hop. We're not going to tell you to do drugs and wear expensive clothes and care about money. Like, meanwhile,
he's got Louis Vuitton shades on.
Well, he flexes how successful he is. He's always showing up with, outside of that corny ass, like, ironed hoodie, he's always got some shitty designer on or something. And then on top of that, he's, like, got multiple Second Amendment bars in his song. So how are you not pushing guns on? How are your songs not about guns?
Oh no, it's totally oblivious, because it's like, yeah, someone in the Genius annotation says this line makes no sense because Tom states 2 seconds before this, you ain't pro-gun. No one to protect it, insinuating that he himself is pro-gun. And what's funny about this, you're absolutely right. It's yet another instance where it's like, no, you don't understand. We're white, okay?
Right.
We're not black while holding a gun. That would be fucked up. That's thug shit. So, he's just it's always like, I don't have any politics. I'm just racist.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
No, there has to be this insinuation that other rap music is degenerate in some way, even though he's very much guilty of pushing all the things that he sees as degenerate when people who aren't white are doing it.
Yeah. God, my favorite type of rap is always talking about how you're a lyrical, mystical, spiritual guy who doesn't rap about the regular stuff that people rap at in music, like hoes. It's just
and also, so far, keep in mind, like, not a single moment where he's attempting to state a fact, and not even by virtue of like, oh, fact, and then he just blatantly lies after. Like, nothing that he said so far is even trying to be like, oh, you want to hear some facts? Here's some facts, guys.
This is very fact free. You're absolutely correct. This is just like so holeless. Okay. It's so nerdy. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like every time I look at conservative music, the genre can be universally defined as, like, many people will say like, oh, conservatives can't make good art. They can, whatever. There's debates on it. Who cares? I think there's one universal principle with like conservative art in general, is that it is the most holeless ass music on the fucking planet. Okay? There is not a Deborah in sight that you're like, okay, like these guys got it. These guys locked it down a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know why they just like don't hire people. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is,
honestly, I'm gonna counterpoint. Look, there's a breed of women out there who, if you go on the sound on TikTok for this song, like they're probably repping the track, and they've got an America Bear Wolf shirt on, they're posing in front of an American flag, they're breaking a Bud Light bottle,
Yeah, they got the worst haircut you've ever seen. I'm seeing how platinum their highlights are right now, just by like the yellow highlights that are coming out underneath the Trump cap. And they got what my friend Sear calls the Paul Mall. Like they sometimes will have like a mole right there. Or my favorite, Stormy Daniels, has this like a little hole there where they put, like, as though it's a beauty mark, they put like a little piercing right there. Like that's the archetype, in my opinion, of like a prime Barbara in the wild. I'll show you in a second. Literally their fan.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Ben Shapiro has better bars than Eminem has his whole career.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm convinced. Dude, by the way, this guy's coming for your fucking job, brother.
Well, I was
That's
just gonna say,
28,000 likes.
I'm actually gonna start deleting my shit. I can't compete with this.
Yeah, this guy just came in and cleaned house, dude. Step aside, internet's busiest music nerd. Let me tell you, I'm internet's busiest music jock. Okay? Yeah, he's got you. His
I'm
name
done
is
for it.
Alex Jones Rules. That's awesome. Okay, let's get back to the song. Oh yeah, he doesn't.
The way that hits, the way that hook hits. I love how Ben can't even.
What did you say?
Ben can't even. I was gonna say Ben can't even for a split second stand there and look comfortable.
Yeah,
Like
no,
he's got to have his hands like this, like he's a fucking, like he's a fucking child evil genius, like he's fucking Dexter's Lab, fully like devising a plan.
I don't think Ben Shapiro's ever worn a hoodie before this moment. Like, he just looks like the type of kid who like definitely wore like a suit to school and had a roller backpack and just got consistently bullied by the other nerds. You know what I mean? Like, that's the vibes that he's putting out. He's just never worn a hoodie. He thinks it's ghetto. It's like thugs wear hoodies. I will never wear a hoodie. That's the type of energy he's got. Dude, there's nothing cooler than a rapper being like, they defunded the police. Now there's nothing to protect the streets.
Right.
Oh, that's awesome. I have something that I want to show you after this.
Well, and also, like, protect you from what? Protect you from Tom McDonald or people
Yeah.
who think like Tom McDonald? Is it a threat?
Well, this actually kind of dovetails into another genre of conservative rap music that my friend Sierra put me on. His name is Jesse Howard. Have you ever heard of New Breed?
I don't think so, no.
NU Breed and Jesse Howard. Oh, God. I got something phenomenal to show you afterwards. It's basically like the conservative fantasy is that, like, you know how, like, some boys or men will fantasize about like thwarting a school shooter or something. You know what I mean? Being in a self-defense style situation.
Sure, you know, a Jason Aldean, try that
Yeah.
in a small town type scenario.
Yeah, a lot of white conservatives who are like suburb fascists, okay, small business fascists that live in the fucking suburbs and gated communities have this fantasy about people breaking in and entering into their house as they like blow them away with their shotgun or with an AR-15.
Right.
You know? And that's what this is. It's like, oh, they defunded the police, so the police are not around to protect us from the death squads that are possibly going to come and kill us. Don't know why they have it. Don't know why they think about it, but it's a permanent fear that is instilled upon them. That you know they're coming after the HVAC business owner living in a fucking Texas suburb. But let's continue.
What would Ben do?
You ask yourself what Ben do?
Yeah, he
That's
wants to know what Ben would do. He's like, you know, when Tom McDonald is just kind of like living his life, and you know, he sees, you know, a trans person kind of just living their life and being regular, and I don't know, using a bathroom that doesn't align with their biological gender. He's like, what would Ben do in this situation?
Yeah,
What would
that's
Ben
right.
Shapiro? How would Ben Shapiro handle this?
Ben Shapiro would probably ball up in a roll up in a corner as a little ball and cry in his hoodie. But I hope I offend you. I ask myself, what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real. Facts don't care how you feel, man. And this is, I love the genius annotation. This line, along with the title of the song, is a reference to Ben Shapiro's most famous catchphrase: facts don't care about your feelings. Oh my God, I want to die.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the
Ooh,
facts.
here we
My money
go.
like Liz, so my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wap. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap. Look at the graphs.
Dog is a yarmulke, homie, no cap.
Yeah.
I think AAVE should now be illegal for white people. I've become a Twitter radlib. I now agree with the sentiment that if you do AAVE as a white guy, like this genre of white guy, especially if you're like a conservative 40-year-old white man and you try to do AAVE, you're going to jail. Sorry.
You know, look, I understand why, you know, you or other people might be sort of like, you know, you might wince when you hear people advocating for that kind of thing, because you know, it seems maybe like it's going a step too far. It seems like it's kind of unnecessary. It's unfair. But like, think about the fact that it would prevent this. That's kind of a greater good situation.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, time. I have to observe this. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the respective stances and shapes of Ben
He's
Shapiro
white
and Tom
knuckling,
here.
dude. Look
Okay.
at him.
Wait, hold on. Okay, Tom. You know, Tom also, for anybody who doesn't know, used to be like an ex-professional wrestler heel. You know, like D tier, like local tier professional wrestler. So he's kind of standing there, you know, just like normal dude stance.
Okay, that's kind of
I
cool.
mean, yeah,
That's like the coolest thing I've
and
learned about Tom McDonald.
He's just kind of standing there looking regular. Meanwhile, Ben Shapiro seemingly has like no groin area. It's just his legs poking out from the bottom of the hoodie, like he's, you know, a 2005 scene girl with like, you know, the swoopy hair coming out.
He's also definitely on a soapbox, and you can tell because he's like 5'4".
Yeah,
like
he's not as tall
5'4".
as Tom. He's not as tall as Tom. So you're right. There's definitely something going on there in terms of like making them seem the same height. And yeah, he is really punching his fists into that hoodie, which the sleeves are also scrolled up, you know, scrunched
I think it's
up
a size
on.
too big. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, he's definitely swimming in his dad's hoodie there.
I
Like,
love
Dad,
it. It's the
Dad, can I borrow
boyfriend
your
fit.
hoodie for this? Can I borrow your hoodie for this?
Yeah,
for this
he looks
shoot?
like he's wearing his boyfriend's hoodie. You know what I mean? He's just cool as fuck. It's awesome. Listen, that's the staple Ariana Grande boyfriend hoodie fit. You know what I mean? He's about to go make soup with the arms like all the way out like
Right.
this. He's like, yeah, facts don't care about your feelings.
He just has the fingers just poking
Yeah,
out of
just
the top
fingers
of the
poking out of it.
sleeve.
He's cute as hell, bro. He's cute as hell, and I'm sick and tired
He's
of acting like he's not cute as hell.
He's adorable in it. He's
Yeah.
adorable in that hoodie.
Yeah, he is. I don't think that they shot this in the same room, by the way. If I look at the lighting, like,
yeah,
and I look at the focus, like the camera is focused different, the lighting is different. I assume that they just like green screened him in here, which makes
it's
this
definitely
whole
green
thing
screened.
much funnier.
Yeah.
You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You going to prison. I'm on television.
You're blowing your money on
dogs,
strippers
no
and
one knows.
cars.
Yeah, you're spending your money on strippers and cars. Which, by the way, like Donald Trump does like half of this shit that they're talking about, like, which is always so funny. They like ride for him so hard. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat is kind of funny. I will say that. That's like.
Also, it's like it's really a lack of focus on who their intended target is here. Is it, kind of like mamby-pamby liberals who they sort of disagree with ideology, or, who they disagree with ideologically, or, is it other rappers who they view as degenerate? Because those are not the same thing. It's like your average Twitter radlib is not blowing all of their
I'm
money
sorry.
on
This is who the
strippers and
target
sports
demographic
cars.
is. Do you want me to show you again? Who do you think the target demographic is?
I mean, in terms of who they're attacking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's all over the place. There's no like narrative through line here at all, including like what you just mentioned, which is the notion that they are like anti-flexing and then simultaneously talking about how much money they have. My pockets are fat. Right. It's just, oh God. Anyway, this is giving like it's got a distinct VeggieTales energy to it. If it wasn't so like over the top fascist, but like in a cutesy way, I don't know how else to describe it. Like it's the classic, like, oh, maybe in a different world, we could just like try and get people to think that it's cool to not go to prison, right? Like in their minds, maybe there was a brief moment where they thought like they could present a different alternative universe where like people keep flashing guns and talking about drug dealing and making it seem so cool. Maybe we can do the same thing, but in the other direction, right? But then it's so hateful because conservative ideology is so hateful. The reactionary ideology is so hateful that it falls flat and it goes in like to multiple different directions at the same time. So it's a rudderless ship, I guess.
Yeah, and it's all just based on sort of like a fear of a thing that you made up, essentially. A world where there's no more American flags and it's just rainbow flags and BLM flags in every direction.
By the way, homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wop. That doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you mean?
No sense whatsoever.
Like a wet ass pussy is good. Like, what is that's not a bad thing. Like,
I mean, as previously stated on Twitter, he seems to be very against WAP.
Yeah,
I think he seems to think it's a problem.
He's like leaning into the idea that like pussies are not meant to be wet. I think
it's something that his wife just told him so that he doesn't feel like, insecure about the fact that he doesn't elicit that. She's like, honey, it's supposed to be that way.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. He's like, my wife told me, my doctor wife told me that you're not supposed to be, pussies are not meant to be wet anyway.
She told me it's dry because that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's
medically... maybe he was being Italiophobic. You ever think about that? Maybe he wasn't even saying WAP. He was saying like WAP in the like the anti-Italian slur.
Yeah, that's somebody could have misheard that on Genius. That's actually that's a valid point.
Yeah, just
I don't stand for that shit.
Yeah, and that's really fucked up. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. This is some clever wordplay on Shapiro's part. He says his yarmulke is not merely a hat, but a significant religious symbol in Judaism. This point is nuanced by the use of the vernacular phrase "no cap" to indicate that he is indeed professing the truth.
Not to give. Yeah, I don't even want to give Ben credit on that. And look, not to portray Tom McDonald here as like a god tier lyricist, but like
That's kind of a good line.
I'm pretty sure Tom Ghost wrote this for him. No way Ben wrote this shit.
I don't think even Tom Ghost wrote it. I think someone else, like they got someone else to write this part because it is
who else would they get to write it?
This is not a bad line. It's just like when delivered by Ben, it's just awful. You know who I would expect it from? Who's that? Like the Orthodox Jewish rapper that I saw that he was like, I think I saw it on like Shade Room or something. Like he was. There's like a new not Matisyahu chatters and no, not Lil Dicky either.
It could be. I don't know if this is the same guy you're talking about. I don't think it is, but there's also that BLP Kosher guy.
BLP Kosher. Yeah.
No, that's most definitely a BLP Kosher line. And
that's what I mean.
And honestly, the dude has so many songs and has spit so many bars. He probably has done that line. That's probably not even an original line.
That's what I'm talking about. Like I feel like it's something that I would hear from him and go like, "Oh, that's funny." Whereas like when it comes from Ben Shapiro with his delivery is so bad. It's just so unimaginably bad. All right, let's get back to it.
Knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents.
I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. and my comment section is filled with woke Karens.
Woke Karens.
It's so bad. First of all, his comment section is not woke Karens. His comment section is literally all like dudes that are sitting in their fucking F-150, just angry as hell, like 3 steps away from dying to heart disease, just getting angry with their skin tight Oakleys on, screaming about the exact same shit that Ben is screaming about on a daily basis. Anyway, but yeah. Another incredible bar. I make racks off compound interest. This is literally like the meme about backpack rappers, I feel like. Like, I feel like he is leaning into it.
He's appropriating backpack rap valor.
Yeah. Y'all live with your parents.
While also blowing all of your money on strippers and cars.
Yeah.
Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, he didn't even put juice in that. Come on, dude. You put your hand up like, at least like he looks like he's being puppeteered by someone. Like he looks like a marionette, or like you do look at the way he puts his hand up.
Let's get a Billboard #1.
No, he's doing it like he's making a point on a podium during, like a speaking gig at a college, and he's like, actually, the fact of the matter is,
I just don't know how someone can be so rizless. Like, it's just like he has reached new levels of this. Like he's doing compound interest on the opposite anti-riz side. Okay. Yeah, I love the call to action in the song though. That's how you know the song is good. When you have to like get your audience activated to go and download the song so you can be on the iTunes charts, which is of course very easily manipulated by right-wing people all the time.
It also just comes across as dated because the vast majority of people are not downloading music anymore. It's not what they're doing.
Yeah, they're streaming it. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's like you could say my people stream this, but Tom McDonald's fan base is one of the only fan bases dumb enough to like en masse buy the song, buy the music every single time it comes out.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? It's oh my god. This entire thing is, now we're gonna get into the Nicki side in a second, but this entire thing is so funny because like the iTunes charts are specifically designed for people who are still buying ringtones. Okay, that's it. That's the only, like, who do you know in your life, chat? Think about it. Do you know a single person in your life that has ever been like, oh man, this album is so sick. I can't wait to go to iTunes and purchase it and download it. Like, I don't know a single person. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, he also calls out Nicki a little bit, which I guess, it will reveal itself in a second.
#1.
This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you, I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you, I ask myself what would Ben do. Let's just keep it real, facts, don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
I don't know if it's like nostalgia or not, but I miss like old school conservatism that would look at a guy like this with face tattoos and be like, I'm not hiring you. Like, get out of my establishment.
Right, exactly.
Like
it's just funny when I see people like him or people like, the Forgiato guy.
Yeah.
Repping is hard for the ideology that they are, because it wasn't that long ago where, friends of mine from maybe even a variety of different ideological backgrounds or walks of life would just be completely written off because, oh, you have a tattoo? Why is it? What's that on your neck? Why do you have a tattoo here? Why do you have a tattoo there? Da 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 da. Basically like completely unfucking employable because whatever it is about you is completely undercut by the fact that there's ink under some parts of your skin.
Yeah, one thing that I also must mention here is that these guys like basically are infinitely less edgy than like the most tame rapper out there. You know what I mean? Because like their entire shtick is that like, oh, I'm offending you. Am I offensive? While they're rapping about like, please give more money to the police officers, sir. Like, please fund your local police benevolence foundation. You might get a nifty little sticker that will come in handy next time you get pulled over for speeding. Like, that's not like, there's nothing edgy about what you are saying, right? Like,
Well,
you
also
can't
just like edginess as a marketing thing, edginess as an aesthetic, like is no longer relevant in any current day scene of music. It's just not. I mean,
yeah, this
you
is
know,
like Marilyn Manson, like early 2000s era, where they're like, "Ooh, look how weird this guy looks. Look how creepy he looks."
And when it was relevant as a mode of artistic expression in the mainstream and whatever genre it was being employed in, like it mostly was offending conservatives.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're talking about the way that Madonna or Prince like paraded themselves on stage sexually, or you're talking about, you know, the gender bent ways that guys in hair metal used to present themselves, or like you just said, like in hair metal. But these days, like young audiences aren't really fazed or shocked by much of anything, and neither are their parents, many of whom are Gen Xers and grew up with that era of music and now just sort of like, you know, don't really see anything all that weird or outlandish about it. And the only sort of group of people now that are kind of like desperately clinging on to shock value as like, you know, an artistic currency are people like Tom McDonald and people who are conservatives who are kind of, you know, just like anything else, boxing themselves into a fantasy where like every single thing that comes out of their mouths is like causing women with blue hair and piercings in their face to scream their brains out and cry and have a temper tantrum.
Here's a testament to exactly what you said, that like edginess is no longer like in vogue or marketable in that same vein. Lil Nas X. Lil Nas X, in my opinion, tries to do this very same thing, but like there was a universality. It wasn't just like directed by conservatives to like get mad at someone like very clearly, you know, invoking the imagery of Jesus Christ or like sucking off Satan or whatever, right? Like that kind of stuff, I feel like used to get mainstream attention from everyone, like from both sides of the political spectrum. You would see it in like local news, like are kids going to Satan? Like are kids joining satanic cults? Things of that nature, right? And Lil Nas X did that, right? And the only people that got mad about it were like conservatives for a brief moment, and we moved on immediately. Same with him like coming back and being like, oh, I love Jesus. And now I'm actually throwing it back for Jesus. Like it doesn't have that same like mainstream appeal, or it doesn't have that like mainstream movement. But it's especially funny when you got these guys who are the guys who get mad at that sort of shit, being like, am I offending you? Look at me. I'm living a sober lifestyle. Is that offensive to you? Look at me having a wife and children. I bet that's offensive to you. It's like, no, it's not, brother. Like, that's just normal. That's the norm, you know? Anyway,
no, it's true. You know, they want to believe that like that you just leading a normal life is an affront to quote unquote liberals who, for whatever reason, can't handle them just like kind of doing what they want to do. Like nobody's trying to keep you from just having a wife and kids. Nobody really cares.
Yeah,
like you know, like if that's really how you want to live your life, like it's not under threat, quote unquote. Like nobody's stopping you from doing it.
No, you don't understand. The nanny state is making it illegal to have a wife and kids. Like you don't get it. You know what they're upset about is that they see other people embracing other options and alternative paths in life, and that sort of makes them feel like their world is under threat, because the only thing that maintains it is that everybody just sort of accepts it as what they should just kind of do and just not question it. Yeah, exactly.
You
mad.
I'ma be the man. You sad. You just try to get it.
Has he always had this many face tattoos? I feel like they've gotten like
worse,
hideously cluttered and worse all over the side of his fucking head.
Yeah. I do love, like I said, I do love the idea of like someone promoting traditional values while looking like this, though. It's like,
right.
He literally, I mean, he looks like he's, white Takashi 69 or something, and he's just like, yeah, you mad? You mad, libtards? That's right. I would never get an abortion. Like, I live in a nice little suburb. Yeah, I bet that fucking triggers you so much. You get so mad about that.
You mad, you mad, you mad. You blame everybody else for every problem that you can. You sad, you sad, you sad. I will never say I'm sorry, I ain't taking nothing back.
No, say sorry.
Apologize! No! Apologize now! Say sorry now!
Riot in the streets, you defunded the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself, what would Ben do?
What would Ben do?
Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
And put in my chat said, he looks like they combined both members of Die Antwoord. True. Exactly.
Also, what would Ben do as opposed to what would Jesus do? That sounds a little blasphemous.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking as well. Video by Nova Rockefeller. Absolute fire, absolute banger. What rating did you give this? Did you give this a rating?
Oh yeah, I mean, I give it a 10 out of 10. It's
Okay,
better than Kendrick's Pimp a Butterfly. It's better than anything Jay-Z ever put out. Honestly, I'm just excited for this guy to turn up on multiple tracks on the upcoming Kanye album. I mean, that's where this is all inevitably headed.
Oh God. Oh my Lord.
This guy's gonna be on Vultures volumes 1, 2, and 3. Multiple features.
He's producing. He's co-producing it. Finally, some real talent. So moving on from this beautiful work of art, okay, this symphony that was put together. Now that we dissected some of the lyrics and the deep meaning behind it, let's talk about what happened afterwards. So Ben Shapiro, let me see. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. I'm trying to find my tweet on it. Ben Shapiro basically looked at the iTunes charts like the fucking boomer that he is, right? And turned around and said, "Hey, Megan, at the Eastallion, we're coming for thee." Okay, he did a little pun there too. God, he's so
coming for thee.
Yeah, we're coming for thee. And then underneath it, because at the time things were heating up between Megan Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj, I assume like Fem Shapiro at the Daily Wire like clued him in on this to tweet about this. You know what I'm talking about? What is there?
I know exactly.
Brett Cooper probably was like, "Hey Ben, you would pop off if you actually, fucking, said this, right?"
And then Ben said, they're beefing, are they?
Yes. So that is precisely what he did. He added Nicki Minaj said, "Also, at Nicki Minaj is correct about your flow." Yeah, and normally in other circumstances you would expect Nicki Minaj, who is like a media demon herself, who completely is aware of all this shit, to like not, I guess, eat the bait. But all it took in this weak moment for her was someone adding her and shitting on Megan Thee Stallion.
Hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah,
for Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, 24 hours later. Yeah, 24 hours later.
Shapiro.
There it is. I just listened to it at Ben Shapiro. Not bad. Congrats on number 1, but it definitely sounds like Roman's Revenge when the beat first came in. ... I don't know.
Yeah, it's they're copying you, Nicki. Tom McDonald was like, "Oh, we really need this to sound like this Nicki Minaj track." I feel like that would be the vibe.
Yeah. So this leads me into our other subject that that I briefly wanted to talk about here, but Nicki Minaj versus Megan Thee Stallion. Have you talked about this yet on your show or on your YouTube?
We got a video coming out about it today.
Okay. Well, don't give all of your takes in here in one try. We'll promo it.
I'll say this. It's coming out youtube.com/Fantano. Should be dropping at some point today. I feel like right now Nicki's in. The tables have turned. There used to be a time back in the day when Nicki was beefing heavily when there weren't a whole lot of options as far as like, female rapper ops. She was mostly just kind of going at Lil Kim, and they were going back and forth and sort of like were at each other's throats constantly. And at that point, as they were beefing, Lil Kim was obviously on the downturn and on the way out, and Nicki looked like this, bright, shiny new toy, looked exciting, looked young, looked creative, looked bold, looked cool in comparison with Kim. And I feel like now that she's like completely shook and insufferably insecure in reaction to just some of the stuff Megan is doing, now she looks like the Lil Kim of the situation. Megan looks like, the new voice, the new wave, who's slowly replacing her. And it's not even just about Megan, because there's loads of different rappers out there now that you can listen to if you're looking for a strong female voice who's empowered and so on and so forth. But Nicki is kind of just throwing stones from a glass house and looking like she doesn't really know how to handle the shifting paradigm at the moment with more competition. She just doesn't really know how to not be petty and not be jealous.
Yeah. Beyond that, I feel like, look, she's obviously carved out a place for herself as like a legendary artist in this space, and being dominant for so many years. But this is like real desperate. I feel like adding Ben Shapiro and being like, and even saying like not bad to Ben Shapiro's lyrics. She's joking for sure, but like, it comes across so sweaty and so
it's not even just about Ben, because if you look at her entire Twitter feed, she is responding to positively or retweeting or platforming in some way, shape, or form every single piece of over the top positive delusional feedback that she's been getting about this beef and this song that she's just come out with. And it's clear through the Ben Shapiro endorsement that she doesn't really care about where this praise is coming from, as long as it's praise. As long as it's praise, it's like, oh, look who says my song is good. Look who says I'm right about Megan Thee Stallion. It's like, okay, well, clearly this guy is just saying that to, Ben's not to be too flattering, but Ben's a smart guy. He knows how you get to, get in the good graces of a guy like Trump, a total narcissist. You fucking slob on his knob, you give him compliments, you talk about how he's great, and you paint him in a light where he's right. And Nicki doesn't operate that much differently. She loves the praise. She loves people who stan. She loves people who talk about her uncritically and don't have not one single negative thing to say. And now, of course, as a result of that, she's like, fuck this other rapper who's a professional, and is actually my competition and is doing a lot of great music in my field. She's trash. She's one flow. But Ben Shapiro, I heard that song of yours. Not too bad, Ben. Pretty impressed. Maybe you can be on my next album.
I think it's wild because if we were to move away from the Ben Shapiro aspect of this and like go into Megan a little bit, like there is no way that all of these black female rappers that came out weren't Nicki Minaj fans in their
they all were
in their adolescence, like when they were growing up, right? So like it's so weird to have this person that you look up to that like defined the space that you're now in, collaborate with you, and then turn on you and just become like this demon.
Yeah, Megan welcomed Nicki with open arms when it came to them collaborating. And honestly, as somebody who's been watching Nicki's progression for a long time, and a lot of people who have been huge fans of hers, but maybe didn't so much like the fact that she historically has been so hostile to new female rappers who have been coming up underneath her. The Megan thing was kind of exciting because it was like, okay, wait, maybe the tide might turn, and Maggie and maybe Nicki will start like playing with the girls a bit nicer now, and everything will be like cool, and she'll like embrace this new wave. Because as long as you just kind of jump in the water and swim, with all of these artists who fucking love you to death and copy you to death, there's going to be room for you. There's going to be a home for you. Like, people are going to keep praising you and celebrating your legacy. But instead, she has kind of made herself the opposition to a lot of these newer artists, or has written them off in some way, shape, or form. And I feel like it's kind of slowly becoming the death of her, because she doesn't want to look at this as like, you know, kind of a collective thing where everybody can succeed. She wants to be the queen. She wants to be number one. She wants to be forever the best. She wants to be on the throne and nobody else can sit there.
Yeah.
And anybody else who's kind of like, you know, coming up or doubling or tripling their numbers over time is a threat to that. And she needs to kind of snuff them out. So it's just sort of unfortunate that you can't, you know, get over that obsession with being in that spot to just kind of make room for other people.
Yeah. And all of this started like this latest episode of the saga started, I believe, I guess it was like even before Hiss came out. Hiss is Megan Thee Stallion's latest song, right? Where she makes statements about not like completely directly shooting at Nicki Minaj.
It's a subliminal.
Yeah, it's a really solid bar. These hoes don't be mad at Megan. These hoes mad at Megan's law, federal law in the United States that requires law enforcement to make information available to the public regarding registered sex offenders. Is like a direct shot, well, not a direct shot, but a subtle shot towards Nicki Minaj, because Nicki Minaj, for those of you who don't know, is married to Kenneth Perry, a registered sex offender who pled guilty at age 16 to attempted rape. In July 2022, he was sentenced to a year of house arrest for failing to register at his new address after moving with Minaj to California. There's a bunch of other charges as well. Nicki Minaj's brother, I think, also, if I'm not mistaken, has one of Nicki Minaj's brothers also is in prison for raping an 11-year-old, his stepdaughter,
for sexual abuse. And
yeah,
you know, the with her husband, you know, the Cardi B beef is not really sort of settled because he ended up under house arrest again for threatening, you know, her husband, Offset.
Yeah.
On camera. You know, they were just sort of making open, violent threats to him and his buddies. And, you know, he just sort of ended up under house arrest again. So it's like, you know, clearly there's still a there because Nicki would very much like to kind of like alter the narrative around why her and Megan don't get along. Because, I mean, I think anybody with two brain cells to rub together can, you know, noticeably see that her attitude toward Megan sort of soured after she did that song with Cardi B, WAP, and, you know, it got so big and it got so huge and it made them, you know, even more kind of like the new faces of this current wave of women in rap. And, you know, but of course, that would look too obviously petty from Nicki's end. And she has to sort of make it seem as if like there was some kind of like behind the scenes betrayal that made her hate Megan. And that's why, you know, she's like going against her at this point. It's not over Cardi B. It's not over jealousy. It's not over pettiness. It's because Megan's just a bad person and she slept with a lot of men.
Yeah, that was like a lot of like the anti. First of all, I will say this much, you know, I am a little bit of a hot girl. Okay. I said this before. It's like such a lame way to admit this, but like at Coachella, I saw Megan Thee Stallion perform live. And I'm not exactly a big fan of music, nor am I a big fan of live music at all.
Yeah, you famously hate music in person.
I don't listen to music at all, usually. But I will say this much. When I saw Megan Thee Stallion perform live, I was captivated by her onstage presence, by her charisma. Like I got it in a way, if that makes sense, where I was like, damn, okay, I understand what the fuck's going on here. Like she's very powerful. She is definitely a stallion is what I'll say. So outside of that, I have obviously like duked it out with DJ Academics. I debated him on the trial of Tory Lanez, where a lot of the anti Megan rhetoric basically revolved around just simply slut shaming. Like it was devoid of the facts of the matter, and more so was just like, well, you know, she's slept around with a lot of people, which makes it additionally, I mean, it's like a very misogynistic line that I understand when like PUA guys do it, but it's like additionally odd when you're Nicki Minaj and you're doing it, because like that's kind of an attack that has been launched against you by even the likes of Ben Shapiro, that you're promoting promiscuity, that you're like a bad person, that you yourself are like she's been slut shamed. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of projection throughout the new song from Nicki against Meg. There's the bar where she's talking about her humping on a minor, which nobody sort of seems to know what that's about. But Nicki has been on video twerking on a 13-year-old. There's also the fact that she's kind of going at Megan for allegedly lying about her liposuction. Meanwhile, like, few women in rap have undergone as many physical, alterations, have gone under the, plastic surgery knife as many times as Nicki, which is fine if you want to do that, but how are you going to shame other women for doing the same? There's just a lot of like trying to attack Megan over things that Nicki provably does or has engaged in. But, to your point, the bulk of it sort of seems to be like, well, you've fucked a lot of guys, which, like, when you think about it in the abstract, is that as shameful as just continuing to fuck one guy who's a rapist? As long as you are having a bunch of relations with people consensually, is that as big of a deal as,
Yeah, it's very odd. It's like the counter to like Megan's Law as a line is to turn around and be like, well, I'm gonna slut shame you, even though I have been on the receiving end of slut shaming my entire career as Nicki Minaj.
And body shame you too, because I don't know, you're tall
and that's
like,
your
feet are big and stuff.
Yeah, she said like you have big feet, and so one of the things that actually really popped off in this process was does anyone have that TikToker? Do I have it lined up over here somewhere? Where there was a TikToker who was like a former barb, I guess, who had to like delete his entire.
Oh yeah, is that Bela Town or Bela? I know who you're talking about. I saw that video.
Yeah.
Now this creator was recently doxxed by Nicki Minaj fans after making this video.
Okay, guys, give me the OG video instead of this like 2-minute one. But yeah, this person was like a former barb, I guess, and it was like, was doing a big call out against.
And he is actually like at one point was a massive Nicki Minaj fan, genuinely. I've done a lot of videos on TikTok where I sort of like will react to people's music takes and favorite lists and so on and so forth. And he's regularly come out with a song list like, these are my top songs of all time, and it'll be like completely insane in terms of like the variety of music covered on these lists. But like, he's a big pop fan and most definitely a big Nicki fan.
Yeah, here it is.
To date, the self-proclaimed queen of rape has spent the past 24 hours deflecting from the fact that her husband is a convicted sexual predator who is not allowed near public parks or elementary schools by making fun of Megan Thee Stallion for getting shot, as well as referring to her as Bigfoot. It's always amusing to me how Nicki Minaj immediately jumps to making fun of other people's appearances, as if she didn't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in 2008 getting illegal Craigslist butt injections from some guy in his basement. And not just that, she lied about it for 10 years and only confessed after her ass cheeks were visibly deflating in public and everybody could already tell. And listen, I'm not at all reveling in the fact that she's a terrible person. I was a very big Nicki Minaj fan growing up. Ask anybody who went to middle school with me. I loved her so much I would defend her to anybody who would listen. I saw her doing that, I'm gonna put her in a and I was like, finally some real music. However, around 2018, when she started intentionally surrounding herself with sex offenders, I kind of fell off the wagon. She was announcing her associations with them faster than she was dropping new music. And it's always especially humorous to me when I see Nicki Minaj as well as her fans attempt to defend her by saying, you only attack the men she associates with for being sexual predators because you don't have anything on her. I beg to differ, Barbs. Because not only are we talking about a woman who once gave a lap dance to a 13-year-old boy, we're talking about a woman who once made a song with a then 16-year-old Little Twist, in which she says these lyrics. In conclusion, yeah, she's going to hell. Let's hope all that silicone doesn't release too many toxic fumes while she's burning.
So, the Barbs have been like basically doing like a full-blown operation trying to run everyone that has said anything about Nicki Minaj offline as aggressively as possible since all of this stuff sparked up again. Where, I mean, they have no chill. Like they will dox you. Like I've duked it out with the Barbs before. And it is, I mean, I feel like it's like just held together by pure delusion at this point of just like not wanting to take a deep breath and like look at the situation and maybe hope what's best for Nicki Minaj, which would probably be to take a chill pill, take a step back, really reevaluate what's going on, and I don't know, just tap out a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've had the barbs go at me recently as well because I reviewed Nicki's new album Pink Friday, which for even somebody who's just been a casual fan of Nicki Minaj, like it's pretty obvious, pretty clear that album does not even begin to hold a fucking candle to the original Pink Friday, and doesn't really celebrate the weird futuristic pop and rap fusions that made that album such a unique and interesting force at the time that it came out. And there were some of them kind of going at me online with like some shared clips of my review, where I noted the fact that like it's funny that Nicki hates a lot of these newer up and coming female rappers, but simultaneously on this new record of hers, like she brings on and embraces some of the sounds that they recently have helped kind of make trendy. So in a way, it's almost as if like in order to kind of stay relevant or stay on top of things, she can't really live without them because she sort of needs the the youthful and relevant sounds, the hip sounds that they're generating, but simultaneously doesn't want to embrace them, doesn't want to bring them on her records, doesn't want to help them come up and get some spotlight as well.
Yeah. There's also the other side, obviously, of like the full-blown offensive that Nicki Minaj has also definitely highlighted. She went on a like spree of like doxing Megan Thee Stallion's producer. I believe the barbs doxed like Megan Thee Stallion's deceased mother's like headstone, like talking about defacing it and whatnot. And like obviously there is definitely a degree of like, well, a degree of culpability in these sorts of situations, but sometimes people do go above and beyond and you can't really control your fan bases and whatnot. But like leaning into it as openly and aggressively as Nicki Minaj has been rather interesting. And I do think that as someone who's like always in the crosshairs and someone who is prone to emotional outbursts himself, I kind of understand what it's like when you feel like everyone's coming after you, but you just can't really lean into that. You can't really lean into that because you're just, you're in a death spiral at that point.
Yeah, for anybody who hasn't really been paying attention, like the reason Nicki Minaj has this kind of fan base is because she embraces it. Because as you said, even if it's not like in the most overt ways, like the types of people who will do these things or make these statements, she doesn't tell them to calm down. She retweets their tweets. She likes their tweets. She loves to hop on live and speak exactly to them. Like, meanwhile, any artist of her size could have an equally psychotic, violent, or, reactionary fan base willing to do anything and anything, everything and anything to protect you, quote unquote, so to speak. But, the thing is that people like Eminem, people like even Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B, as crazy as she can get online with how she interacts with her fan base, don't drive their fans to act that way. Don't call upon their fans like their little death squad to retaliate against anyone who goes against them. The reason the barbs act that way is because they're encouraged to act that way, because Nicki positively reacts to them when they're acting that way.
Yeah, it's like, the thing is, if like Taylor Swift was doing this, right, like leaning into this as aggressively in all the worst aspects as aggressively as Nicki Minaj
she most definitely, and she could.
And she could, and like to a certain degree, there's like a lot of like the QAnon style like breadcrumbs that like Taylor Swift loves like putting in her music and like in her album reveals and stuff. It's like a fun little game. Which, by the way, I'm not like equating it to QAnon at all. Oh my God, I don't want the Swifties to come after me either. Holy shit, I would die. But like it's nowhere near to the same degree as like leaning into the parasocial nature of this relationship and weaponizing it. My point is, if Taylor Swift wanted to do this, she could literally start a genocide. Like at that magnitude, at that
Taylor
level,
she could do a Heaven's Gate cult.
Yeah, no, literally, like she could end or start conflicts is what I'm saying, like global conflicts. And
it would actually be Tim Pool level civil war.
yeah, like what Tim Pool fantasized about, but like in real life, this is now happening. So I mean, it's kind of dangerous and kind of scary when you think about it. Like the amount of like doxing that is that's happening so willy nilly and you know, so frivolously, I guess, and death threats and all of that stuff. So I don't know where this will go inevitably, but I've always been a firm believer that at the end of the day, if your output is consistent and good, then fans won't care. Like they will still rally around you. And I guess the major problem here for Nicki Minaj is that her output has also diminished. I listen to, like I said, I'm not like a big music head at all, right? But I listened to parts of the diss track that she seemingly haphazardly released with a shit ton of AI art, like, you know, portraying Megan Thee Stallion as a monkey, like a hairy ape, or I guess a Bigfoot, not a monkey, but a Bigfoot, and all this stuff, you know, talking about how big her feet are. And I don't know, I feel like the song is not that good overall.
Yeah, it's I mean, again, I'll say more about it in the video, but yeah, it's pretty disappointing. I mean, you know, you were saying that you don't really know what direction all this is going in. I
sorry,
mean,
can I correct something? Sorry, someone said that
go on.
screenshot was fake. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, the Bigfoot screenshot was fake. Not the actual feet stamp, but the Bigfoot drinking Henny with a straw or something. That was fake. Even though she does keep calling her Bigfoot, chat.
She does. So yeah, I mean, theoretically, I think Nicki has made it clear at least where she would like for this to go, because on the diss track, she makes a few pretty concrete threats as to like what she's going to do. You know, says like if there isn't like an apology in 24 hours, that she's going to be releasing more tracks and putting more stuff out, saying that if Megan so much as breathes wrong, or does anything in reference to her past this point or inflames this further, she's going to be dropping all the receipts that she could possibly drop, that she's been collecting info on her for, you know, X amount of time. And so I think Nicki's really looking to kind of like escalate this. I guess it's just kind of a matter of whether or not she really does have more information and songs, much better songs, I would hope, locked and loaded, or if she's just kind of bluffing.
Yeah. There's like the whisper part. I don't know. Like musically, I can't.
Yeah, the whisper part was weird as fuck. Was demented. Was legitimately demented.
Minaj alludes to an incident of apparent sexual assault inflicted upon a minor, delivered with a sad bit of irony as Minaj's track comes in direct response to a bar from Megan Thee Stallion's diss track, Hiss, which takes aim at Minaj's husband, a registered sex offender. Further, Minaj's brother, Jelani Mirage, was charged in 2020 with predatory sexual assault on a minor after raping his 11-year-old stepdaughter. As for Minaj herself, circulated clips filmed at one of her concerts show her giving an underage fan a lap dance on stage, a 13-year-old boy. Coupled with this instance are lyrics from a now deleted from the internet collaboration with then 16-year-old rapper Little Twist, Old Enough remix, where she raps, "You like Hooters? Look at these Hooters. I want to ride you on the back of your scooter. I'll get you real smart without a tutor." Odd that like she, you know, pointed in that direction at all, considering how much more openings she has specifically in that field.
Again, it's Glass House, and it's really confusing because the thing is, like, the internet doesn't miss, man. Like, you know, when it comes to beef, when it comes to getting petty, when it comes to tearing people down, especially when they're like, you know, on so high of a pedestal, you know, dirt comes out about you real fucking fast. I mean, you already know. So the thing is, like, this bar just has so many people scratching their heads because they have no fucking earthly idea, neither do I, as to what Nicki could possibly be referencing in terms of like, what is this time or this example that you know of where Megan Thee Stallion was involved with, humping on, sleeping with whatever, somebody who was 17, 16, 15 while she was a legal adult? When did this happen? Who was it? You seem to have like this, you know, if you actually look deeper into the song, she already has this sort of like, you know, working list of every guy in rap who she knows or wants to allege that she's had sex with at some point. but who is this unnamed minor person that she's sleeping with that you know about, that somehow every other person on the internet, even with hours and hours to sort of like, you know, look it up and post it somewhere or annotate it on social media or on Genius somewhere, nobody's been able to scrounge up. You know, what is this inside baseball that you have that nobody else seems to?
She's going full-blown conservative, and conservatives love projection. That's what I think. That's my suspicion here, which is
Well,
like...
and also, like, I feel like, given that, like, if you've been watching Nicki on Twitter or on Instagram prior to the release of this track, nearly nothing she says here is new information, because she's either been tweeting it out already, or it's just stuff that people already generally know about Megan Thee Stallion. So little to none of it really comes as a shock. So, you know, because she's shown so little restraint in response to this, you know, one fucking bar on the song, it leads me to believe that if she did actually have that kind of information, she would have tweeted it out instantly, or it would have actually made it into the song, as opposed to just like kind of throwing out a weird random allegation. I don't think Nicki has the restraint to save more damning info for another 2 or 3 songs. I feel like if she wanted to destroy Megan and eliminate her as competition, she probably would have done it before this whole beef thing even bubbled up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But like I said, overall, it has to be good. The product has to be good at the end of the day. If it's not, then, you know, this is going to be kind of a scary spiral where it goes out with a bang until it all just collapses in and of itself. And the people that remain on her side, in spite of like you know, all of her actions here, which come across relatively unhinged, I feel like are just going to become even worse and worse. Hopefully nothing truly horrible happens. You know, but it is wild how we have, like, in some ways normalized like doxing, swatting, all this kind of behavior online. Like, we just kind of know, like, oh yeah, no, if you say something about Nicki Minaj, like, the barbs are going to come after you. They're going to fucking dox you. They have no chill. They're going to try to DDoS you. You know, they're going to try to do everything they can to like make your life a living hell. And ultimately, no matter what, all of that, one, will very likely turn normal people away from your content. So it has like the worst aspect. It has like the exact opposite. Like, you don't want that kind of association with your music. But then beyond that, I feel like, I mean, I guess that's it. It's just like you don't want your content to be associated with like your fandom being absolutely crazy.
No, it's true. I mean, this will be the last thing that I say before I head out. But as far as like Megan past this point, I feel like it could go either way. I think that she has the option at this point of like just saying absolutely positively nothing and seeing benefit of even that, because it's Nicki who's spiraling at this moment. It's Nicki who's making a fool of herself. It's Nicki who's showing herself, you know, as desperate, because the thing is, like, you know, good quality hip hop beef, I think, like, requires you to respond in kind, you know. And the thing is, like, you can argue about whether or not Nicki's been successful in her efforts, but, like, you know, regardless of how much you agree or disagree with anything she's doing, it's definitely fucking overkill, you know, over a single bar, which you could argue, or a couple of bars that you could argue was just done in kind to the fact that Nicki had random shots for Megan on her new album. Megan just responded with a few shots on her new song. That's fair game. That's fine. But Nicki wants to act like it was Megan who fired first, and it's tweets, it's IG lives, it's a whole song, and also allegations that there are more songs to come. Nicki is just completely going out of control and just, you know, melting down over just like a few lines. So I feel like it's only driving more attention toward Megan, only driving more attention to the song she's reacting to, you know, in general. And I feel like
and she's aware of it. She's like talking about how like she's doing promo for her as well.
She is. Megan doesn't need to do anything, again, to see the benefit of this. But I feel like it could also be interesting if she sort of, past this point, calls Nicki's bluff and says, okay, you know, whatever information you think you have, whatever better, more devastating songs you feel like you have, do it. Pull the trigger. Let her rip.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not like low effort beef, you know what I mean? Or it's not even even if it's like high effort beef, like there's a stink associated with it. I don't know. Like the revelation that Drake had a child is
Right.
what I think about a lot in the back and forth, right? Like that was huge, but even then I feel like didn't get as gnarly. Or maybe it is the misogyny in me speaking that when I see women duking it out, I have a different reaction to it. I'm sure that could possibly play a role in this because I'm like
Well,
analyzing it, but
I think Drake's a lot more sort of like afraid of kind of coming off in the way that Nicki is currently. And that's why when things heated up with the Adidon song, he like, called in a few favors and had the whole beef called off and had it all ended and created a situation where the ref came in and it's like, okay, come on guys, we can't do this. This isn't cool. I mean, Drake is afraid of taking an L. Drake's afraid of having an angry, upset, emotional reaction in the sort of way that Nicki is displaying right now.
which
I mean,
is
you can talk about
you've had personal experiences with that, as a matter of fact, in what I
Sure.
consider to be one of the funniest things, one of the most graceful things you've ever done, ironically, was to make it seem like Drake was just simply talking to you about something so normal that he personally revealed was actually making him look so much worse. But I do think that in the Pusha T circumstance, like him taking that L and eating it, it didn't actually change the direction of his career all that much. If I'm not like, you know what
No,
I mean?
it
Like
didn't.
he kept the throne of being like pop.
It didn't,
like being a
because
pop
the thing is
star.
like Drake's success and Drake's career isn't really dependent on him appealing to traditional hip hop norms in terms of like being the most cunning, the most lyrical, the most willing to destroy your competition. He has a pop appeal, and that's it. As long as he makes music that appeals to a pop audience, but has enough of a hip hop aesthetic to it that you could qualify it as rap music, it works. But yeah, I mean, if Megan did respond, I feel like she wouldn't even need to go any further to, I don't know what, dig up dirt on Nicki to kind of make it, actually sting. Like she really just needs to respond to the fact that Nicki is completely spiraling out of control and losing her mind over this whole situation. It really only needs to be that if she does actually end up doing it.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I
We'll see
wish
what happens.
everyone involved in this the very best. I
very
always
best.
say this, and I mean it. I wish all the stands the very best. I wish
I
all
hope everybody.
What's up?
I was gonna say, I hope everybody gets some therapy. Hope everybody sees a vast improvement in their mental health over the next year.
It does feel like the ball's in Megan's court, and like even like a minor reference to Nicki's age or something could just like completely cause her to erupt even further. Like there are so many openings here. Like you don't even have to go super hard. I feel like
No,
she's doing it to herself at this point, and it comes
She
from
doesn't.
the real. What's up?
No, she doesn't. I feel like Nicki's essentially with this whole meltdown been just like pouring gasoline all over herself over the past couple of days. And I feel like if Megan really wanted to, she could just throw a match on her and it would be like over.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I don't know. It's sad. I in a weird way, despite my own personal feelings, I do see a little bit of myself in the way that Nicki's behaving in some very weird, odd way. Like I get where she's like, I know the motivation behind her behavior. It's just like when you feel like you've been a dominant force in this space, and then you feel like, she feels like people are coming after her. Like she no longer has it. You know what I mean? She no longer has the same relevance, and she's just like lashing out because she feels like the entire world is against her, and she's surrounded by people that are, or she's personally surrounded herself with people that are going to only say yes to her. And I'm not saying that I'm in a similar circumstance, obviously, because I'm mostly surrounded by people who say no to me all the time. But it does, like, I know that it is just the main motivation here is insecurity. And insecurity paired with this level of narcissism, I think, insecurity paired with this level of narcissism is a dangerous combination, especially when you have an entire, not insignificant sizable audience that will ride for you and ride into battle and do like basically cyber terrorism.
Yeah, no, it's true. And you know, conversely, that would be the potential downside of Megan responding again, because the Barbs are merciless. And, you know, through the Tory stuff, Megan already knows how much of a negative impact mentally and, you know, maybe even career-wise, having your brand being associated with a conflict with somebody can be, you know, because as good as her current songs are, her future songs may or may not be, like for years from now, she's still going to continue to be remembered for the Tory stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if on top of that, she also ended up being remembered as, you know, somebody or the person who, you know, ended Nicki Minaj, got Nicki Minaj's goat, so on and so forth, you know, that could just end up being another thing for people to kind of focus on other than her music. You know, so, which you know, again, could also have a negative impact as well long term.
Yeah. All right. Well, Anthony Fantano, Internet Busy Music Nerd, thank you so much for coming on. You are a phenomenal voice in the space. I don't care if you rated someone's favorite album like a light 6 or something.
Thank you.
Mostly because I don't listen to music. That's why I can get away with saying all this stuff. Because
You know,
I have no like emotional attachment to like a singular artist or a song like that. So
that's why we get along so well. You know,
Yeah.
you're one of the few content creators who will endorse me because you're completely music neutral.
yeah, no, 100%. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, brother.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. Guys, watch Anthony's latest video that's going to come out on all of this stuff, including the drama and the music in and of itself, obviously. So that is what I am asking you to do. Yeah, Melon is the man. Now I'm going to play this TikToker's analysis of the situation, the T, and the analysis of the situation, and then we're going to move on. Can we not shit on the McDonald Shapiro song so much? I agree, it's not my best work, but the Daily Wire money paid pretty well. What can I say? Get your bag. Not listening to music as a hobby makes you so white-coated? What do you mean? White people love music. What the fuck are you talking about? It makes me weird for sure, and I recognize it, but I ain't got time for it. Macklemore criticizes cultural appropriation buying big-ass house. He's a white rapper. Here's his $2.1 million pad. Wow. That's so funny. Fantano was the worst, man. He's just a white man profiting off of black culture all day. Fantano's so whack. Yeah, you're absolutely wrong on this. 1,000,000%, and here's why. First and foremost, every single, and by that I mean every single white person in the space, in the music space, is in some way or shape or form definitely touching black culture, criticizing black culture, profiting off of black culture. Black culture is culture, okay? That's just the truth. So the expectation, for me at least, is that someone who is in any way, shape, or form associated with the music industry to at least come at it from a perspective of understanding and respect. Okay, there's a reason why a lot of your other favorite black music critics also respect Anthony Fantano, because I think that he definitely comes from a place of understanding. He does his very best. And the same for me. Like I recognize my weaknesses and I recognize my privileged blind spots in this sort of thing, in this sort of situation. And also, of course, Fantano goes after all the genres, not just rap or anything like that, not hip hop, rap, R&B, but everything. So, you know, I'd never heard of him before your stream, and I never hear about him outside of your stream. That's funny. Anyway. There's a difference between engaging with black culture and the minstrelsy of Tom McDonald and Little Pump and others. Absolutely. Yes. No, 100%. The biggest consumer of black culture are not black people, but white people. Yes, 100%. There are just more white people than there are black people, of course. Anyway, you might disagree with his reviews or whatever. I can't speak on that. But if you were going to be like, oh, he's like a vulture, I don't agree with that at all. I don't think he's like a vulture. I think he has a lot of respect and appreciation for the art. Like it's funny to point to Fantano. It's funny to point to Fantano in the same way, because it's like there are so many culture vultures in the rap space that are white. Like it is such a target rich environment that trying to fucking point that finger of blame at him when you have like a bunch of like white people who do it openly and are celebrated regularly for it and have like really out of pocket takes that demonstrate their blind spot or even just straight up respect for black people as a people is pretty funny. You know what I mean? Like anyway, I won't get into it further. We dove into black people's business, but here, this is the last thing I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
To tell me that you couldn't go
And then we're gonna move on to some other
You mean
news.
to tell me that you couldn't go get in the booth and use your God-given talent like she did to get at her and you make a song yourself? You had to go below the belt and bring up this girl deceased mother just because you know you losing. That's what people do when they know that they not in the first place. They have to go below the belt so that they can get an emotional reaction because they couldn't get a reaction anywhere else. That's what hurt people do. That's what bothered people do. And you just showed the world in that moment you're bothered. But since we want to talk about mothers, I have a few conversations that I think you and your husband should have with your parents. Let's get into it. You should go have a conversation with your mother and ask her what happened to me when I was a child that I ended up growing up and being a successful rap artist and still ended up falling in love with a man that liked little girls. And then you should pull your mother-in-law in and ask her, how do you feel that in your son's pastime, he liked messing with little girls who can't make decisions for themselves because they're not old enough to know that he's too old to be with them. So he manipulates their mindsets and still take them down. And now he can't be around a park. He can't be around a school. He can't do anything, not even for his own son. And then y'all should bring both mothers together and have a conversation about who's going to go to the PTA meetings when you're on tour paying for y'all lifestyle. Who's going to go to the school to pick up the kids because he can't, because God forbid that he gets attracted to one of the little girls walking by the car, because you don't know how deep that mindset goes. You just know that you married into it and decided to support it. And for all you Nicki fans that's commenting on my post and sending me messages, baby, I don't care that y'all stand for Nicki. Please understand, I don't care because anybody that can stand can fall the hell down. So write your comments, say what you want to say, but I stand on everything that I said, and I mean it. And I ain't taking it back for nothing. You can like that bully if you want to, but I don't support nobody who bully other women just because she can't stand the fact that she don't get to stand alone in a category that wasn't made for just her. There was women that paved the way for her. There was women that opened the door for her. So instead of her being so mad at how she was in the game and she did this, that, and the third, it all comes with the territory, boo. Don't nobody owe you flowers. Don't nobody owe you nothing. Everybody have to have a hustle. Everybody have a story of how they made it into the game. Don't nobody owe you nothing except, excuse me, move out the way if you standing in front of me and they need to pass on by.
God damn. Yeah. She ate, she served, she slayed, all of it, mama. Okay. So you forgot about white people's business. You didn't talk about Taylor Swift and Fantano. I know. We will talk about white people's business right now. I didn't want a Turkish man and an Italian man to get in the white people's business as well. So, have you done the Stream Awards voting yet? No, I'm going to do it today. Anthony Fantano is the Italian man. Nicki's a marketing genius, whether you like it or not. She purposely made a terrible song because she knew people would stay up and tune in. She's just playing around and having some fun. How can you not love this woman? Oh my God. This is, I don't know what to say to that. That's just sad. I don't understand this. How is this different than Eminem's kamikaze situation? Is it just that she executed, poorly executed her response? Rap beefs happen all the time. There is a little bit more to it than, like, rap beefs are supposed to be a little bit more reserved and a little bit more manufactured, right? And at the end of it, like, it's usually good for most parties that are involved in it. This goes a little bit beyond that when it's like one bar that is loosely associated that you take ownership over as the recipient of said bar and then go balls to the wall. Like, it becomes too real. Does that make sense? Like, it became real. It became too real and not great. Like, and no longer, I guess, fun. Let's talk. If that makes sense. Like, if it's like WWE or whatever, or if like both parties are invested in it, I don't know. Rating for the Ben Shapiro rap, 10/10. Someone said Nicki's giving Coke bad PR. We have to change the narrative. This is clearly the work of amphetamines. Yes, Megan Thee Stallion is a weeb, I know, and a gamer. Anyone who hates on the youth and artistic industry fucking sucks. Yeah, I think it just comes from a place of insecurity. Like, You feel like you're losing sight of your
Let's talk about X.
you feel like you're losing your relevancy, your grip on culture, and it frustrates you and it scares you. So you engage in this like you just basically engage in this kind of like spiral, this self-destructive behavior. It's not good. So yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk a lot about white women as well in a little bit. Please be patient with Eminem. He's still processing the Lions' laws. Oh, I gotta say something about the Lions. So I know a little bit about football because like Will tells me all about it. Okay. And like the Detroit Lions is like the underdog in the playoffs, right? And you know, a lot of people are cheering him on. And I'm at the airport, at the Austin International Airport, okay, last night. I'm trying to cram a hamburger down my gullet as fast as possible before getting on my flight. And what's going on is the Lions game is actually on the TV. And normally I don't really care about that sort of thing at all, but like I'm a little bit invested, partially because of like the whole Taylor Swift versus Stavi Baby angle that's going on the other side, or was going on the other side, which I'll get to in a second. You know, the Baltimore Ravens. And basically, while I'm shoving the burgle off my gullet, okay, yeah, Dundalk Ronnie, I see that the Lions, and I know very little about them, but I see that the Lions are like, they have like a 17-point lead or something, right? And I was like, wow, that's cool. Like, oh, Will told me that they're like, you know, that they're the underdogs here, and he really wants them to win. So then I get on the fucking flight, okay? And then when I land, people are talking about how God hates the Lions, okay? That they are an affront to God, that they are the, you know, it's just unimaginable. I'm like, what? What happened? I got off the plane and they lost. How the fuck is that possible? Like, they were cooking. How many years can you be the underdogs until you admit you're just dogs? Okay. And now you got the 49ers versus the Chiefs, right? For those of you who don't know, the Chiefs are now the manufactured Mickey Mouse team in the league. Let's be real. Obviously, partially because of the whole entire new demographic that is captivated by football, with the very public relationship of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Okay. Detroit sports teams have collectively had the worst decade between all teams in history out of any city. Everyone who hates on any Detroit team is just racist. Yeah. And on the other side, you, of course, had Baltimore Ravens. Baltimore Ravens is a bit of an underdog in this story, and you know, is being propped up by the sheer might of friend of the show, Stavi Baby, also known as Stavros Halkias, also known as Ronnie from Dundalk. Okay, his character that you might have recognized from the Fear and podcast that he, that he appeared on. Ronnie the Raven is a Dundalk guy. I texted him already. Hold on, I did. I'll tell you about that in a second. I read that Taylor Swift has brought in over $300 million in revenue for the NFL this year. Crazy shit. So knowing what I know about the way sports works, I'm going to say it. It's fucking scripted. There was no way that Baltimore was winning that. Okay? The Ravens were not an underdog. Okay, just let me build this narrative. Let me build a narrative that the Ravens were the underdog. Okay? Stop. It's scripted. The NFL is scripted. Okay? It's scripted. I'm sorry. Ain't no fucking way is the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce relationship not making it to the fucking Super Bowl. Okay? And they're not going to lose either. This is America's story. Now, a lot of you are incredibly invested in the comings and goings of what happens online, so you probably don't go outside too much. And I, as a person who did go outside a lot, especially in the past couple of days, will tell you this much. The normies can only talk about one thing and one thing only: Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's romance. I went on TikTok after last night's Ravens defeat, immediately texted Stavi. I said to him these words. I'll read it out to you. I said, Can't believe America's real team lost to a fucking psyop, so more people will watch a Geico commercial. Okay? I won't tell you what he responded with, but he seems very upset. Okay? Now, they love the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift shit, and I'm on board with it. It's great. I think it's wonderful. The normies, this is all they care about. Okay? Conflict in the Middle East? Who gives a fuck? When is there not conflict in the Middle East? Okay? Border wars happening? Is there going to be a civil war? Who cares? Who cares? Civil war, schmivel war. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift is on the cover of every magazine, People magazine, all the fucking newspapers. Everyone is talking about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Okay? Talk to your normie friends. Ask them, what is the one thing on your mind lately? And they will say, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift's relationship, isn't it wonderful? This is the first time Taylor Swift has been so happy in public and so public about a relationship. Okay? America is united against hating it. Yeah, no, everybody loves it. They think it's awesome. Fuck Travis KKKLC. Okay, bro, come on. Travis Kelce is the most, like, he was built in a fucking laboratory, okay, to be like the perfect middle America rugged himbo lib. Okay, my man had a Pfizer collab. It doesn't get more like out there. It doesn't get more of a this guy is the perfect brand type situation. Okay, like think about it this way: the Gronk, Robert Gronkowski, one of my favorite characters in the NFL. Okay, he still had a lot of controversy, despite the fact that he was a himbo. Like, he still had a lot of controversial elements to his character, to his story. He ain't getting a fucking Pfizer collab, is what I'm saying. Okay? It's just not happening. Like, it was not, like, that would have not been the equivalent. Travis Kelce, in many respects, is like Tim Tebow, but liberal. So he's perfect. Like, he is the brand guy, it seems. And it has been elevated. Like, it's Lib Tebow. He is the perfect white boy with a kind heart. Okay? So I get why. What the fuck is this? This is a account that blocked me. Travis Kelce is such a good football player because he combines the best genetic attributes of his white parents, blue-collar work ethic, route running, and the Wuhanese mRNA in the COVID vaccine, cleverness, inscrutability, misdirection. What? Okay. Now, there's obviously the other side of this. Yes, this chatter is correct. It's all fun and games until Taylor Swift makes a breakup song about Kelce, at which point I think America's collapse will happen. I personally think that this is like the one, what's the opposite of it's always darkest before the dawn? Like, this is like the one last big huzzah that we are going to have before the inevitable collapse of empire. Everyone is captivated. Okay, everyone is captivated. The calm before the storm, but like, it's not calm. I'm saying, like, this is like the wonderful opportunity, the eye of the storm, I guess. Yeah, sure, the eye of the storm, where like for a brief moment we think maybe things are fine, maybe we are gonna be all right. Okay, maybe we're gonna be all right. I don't want to know what happens if they break up, and I honestly hope that doesn't happen. Okay, because whew, I don't know what will accelerate the collapse of empire further. Okay? Anyway, so Taylor Swift has generated a whopping $330 million with the NFL with Travis Kelce romance. Money talks and Taylor Swift is certainly not the problem for the NFL. The pop megastar has been a financial boom for the NFL and for the Kansas City Chiefs in the wake of her romance with the star tight end Travis Kelce, according to a new report. Front Office Sports recently reported that Swift has created a brand value of $331 million for the Chiefs and the NFL, citing data from Apex Marketing Group. This data accounted for print, digital, radio, television highlights, and social media monitoring. Swift, since she attended her first Chiefs game on September 24th through January 22nd, one day after her divisional round appearance in Buffalo, and calculated a financial amount for each occurrence based on reach and impact, according to the report. The burning of jerseys alone would collapse our ecosystem. I don't know what will happen. All I will tell you is this: to understand like how much normie appeal this has and how popular this is, ESPN posted a TikTok of them right after like the Chiefs win. Okay, where Travis Kelce turns back at the camera and is like, oh, the cameras are around, but I don't care. And then caresses her, grabs her by the small of her back, and lands a big fat smooch right on her mouth. Okay? That TikTok in like 2 hours had 850,000 likes. The NFL posted it and got 900,000 likes, 6.5 million views in 23 hours.
This little lie, this little lie.
This is exactly what happened with China. Their most famous pop star, Teresa Tang, used to date Yao Ming, and her breakup song broke the internet and led to the inevitable and very predictable collapse of China. I can't believe how accurate your prediction of America's future is. Yeah. Yeah. Could she win the presidency? Oh, not even a question, dog. Are you out of your mind? There are people talking about how Travis Kelce is going to, win the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. And then Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are going to get married very publicly. And then they're going to have a child. And then the next America baby boom is going to happen. I saw that tweet and I think it's real. I think that's what's going on. It will revitalize. This one is just for the Americans, by the way, because I don't think people outside of the United States of America give a shit about about football. Like, a lot of people think that they do. If you ask Americans, they think like everybody cares about the NFL. I don't think everybody cares about the NFL. Let's be real. But everybody does care about Taylor Swift. A lot of people do. And I think that this is just for America. This one is just for the boys. Well, not the boys, for the girls. I think that this is going to be a thing that genuinely changes the trajectory of the United States of America. A lot of people not in America were rooting for the Ravens because of Lamar Jackson edits. Oh, here it is. The Chiefs win the Super Bowl. Kelce passes the trophy to Taylor before promptly getting down on one knee and proposing. 2 months pass as she announced her pregnancy. Marriages and birth rates skyrocket. The CCP collapses. Amazon moves headquarters to Kansas City. The S&P hits 9,000. What happens if the 49ers win? I think if the 49ers win, it's not all that devastating. Like, I don't think the Swifties care about football that much. No, I don't think, like, no. You guys are wrong. I don't think, like, I just think that they'll stop caring about it because Taylor Swift is no longer going to be attending football games anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I feel as though they care more about, not football necessarily, but the relationship and like Travis Kelce winning, but they don't have like an investment in the team, right? But yes, I digress. Going back to the main story at hand, yes, the NFL is scripted. Yes, it was written ahead of time that, of course, Travis Kelce's Chiefs was going to win. There's no other way to go about it. They were going to go to the Super Bowl, whether you like it or not. There is nothing you can say or do about it that could have changed this, okay? It was written. The owner of the Chiefs is threatening to leave Kansas City if voters don't approve a sales tax that pays for their stadium. Oh, they'll pay for that sales tax, baby. They'll do it. Now, let me tell you about Mania a little bit. You're wrong, but I agree. What? Let's talk about one other thing that happened to Taylor Swift that kind of is a testament to like how huge her power is, okay? Something that you guys know about that we've talked about already, AI, but specifically AI porn.
X now, formerly known as Twitter, the social media site. It has blocked users for searching for Taylor Swift currently. This is the message which comes up when a search for the American singer and songwriter is entered onto X. It comes after fake, explicit images of Taylor Swift spread across the site earlier this week. X is saying the action is temporary. It's believed that some of the images, we're not showing them here, of course, were generated by artificial intelligence. One had reportedly been viewed more than 47 million times before it was taken down. Let's discuss this with Erin Wu, who is reports on Twitter, TikTok and Snapchat for an American outlet, The Information. Good to have you on the programme. So what do you make of this move on the part of X to block searches?
This is truly the most Streisand-ass shit. I don't get it. No. There is a difference between Streisand affecting something, like Taylor Swift AI porn, and being Taylor Swift and actually nipping it in the bud. I think that it wasn't Streisand affecting it. I think that now you might actually mobilize against AI porn, which is like, a long time coming to begin with.
Currently of Taylor Swift.
What we're seeing is just a really blunt instrument from Elon Musk's X after cuts to the trust and safety team made it essentially impossible or difficult to use any kind of more like fine-grained tooling to try to shut down these images. Elon Musk has really slashed the trust and safety team, and more specifically, teams that would have done more proactive trust and safety work. And so that's really hampered the company's ability to respond to something like this.
Do you think they responded too late? I mean, 47 million views of one particular image.
I think that they didn't respond perhaps as quickly as they could have before. Had this happened back in October of 2022, before Elon cut so much of...
I think it's totally unfair to X. Well, come on, dog. Brother, are you crazy? That shit went mega viral, and there was no moderation surrounding it. And the reason why there's no moderation surrounding it is because Elon gutted the moderation team. Because it's top of the hour. Oh, come on. It's my least favorite. That's my least favorite type of debate. You cooked me. I'll take it. I'll eat it, but it's a big garbage. It's a big garbo. Chat will give you high marks regardless because it's like a chatter that did it, but it could have been better. Could have been better. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or you can get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Twitch streamers just had this issue and they didn't have a fraction of the power Taylor Swift had, and they only resolved it in a week with major mental damage. Yeah.
The team, but I think it's hard to say whether or not this is like quote unquote too late.
And in terms of Elon Musk's mantra that X is all about freedom of speech, freedom of expression,
sure.
How does this sit with that?
Sure. I mean, despite the mantra of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, there are still kinds of speech and expression that expand, and this would represent an example of that. So this is not so much about Elon Musk changing X's policies so much as Elon Musk changing X's ability to enforce those policies. And so what we're seeing is this kind of really like broad brush enforcement attempt.
Has Taylor Swift said anything about this?
I believe that I am actually not sure. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, don't worry, Erin.
Yeah.
Don't worry. But I just wondered if she's if she's reacted or made a statement or comment or anything of that nature. It'd be interesting to know what she thinks about it.
Sure. I don't believe that she's made a statement.
And in terms of, what it says about artificial intelligence.
Bro, they shut down Instagram too, by the way. They're not even talking about this, but I'm pretty sure they straight up shut down on all fronts.
Intelligence, fake images, fake videos of famous people. I mean, it happened to me. There was a fake video of me out there on Facebook that I was alerted to in a BBC studio saying something I'd never said that was generated by artificial intelligence. I mean, it's another example of this, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's so scary. And I mean, I think what we're seeing with something like this, like when it's Taylor Swift, like one of the most famous singer-songwriters in the world, like it becomes this huge like media story, and it becomes something that companies scramble to fix. And I think we could see changes out of this where companies look at this example and it becomes like an impetus to do better. But it's also this problem of deepfakes and non-consensual AI images of real people. Like this is something that impacts people like you. Like it's something that impacts like teenagers and young women especially, and just regular people, where there's not going to be some kind of huge impact or outcry. Impact is not the right word. There's not going to be some huge outcry like this. And so it's a really high profile example of a really real world impact of AI harm that's already starting to have real world impacts on people.
I mean, this year in the US, of course, you've got an election coming up, and X is used a lot by political commentators. Yes. There'll be concern about this happening during the run up to the election, surely.
This is why this kind of reaction by Twitter getting caught out of poor moderation is so concerning. By the way, after weirdos flooded Twitter with fake Taylor Swift news, Elon shut down all searches of her. Why? He fired most of the trust and safety team to save money, and now can't pull the fakes fast enough. Imagine if he imposes search bans during the final days of an election. Yeah. Needless to say, this also having the side effect of someone censoring news and discussion about his failure to stop the news, but I only learned this on a different platform. But yeah, I just think that it is, it is definitely devastating. Elon is just bouldering towards destroying his own website after purchasing it. What else is there to say, you know? Elon Musk now announcing he's going to hire 100 content moderators in wake of the Taylor Swift AI fiasco. Nice. Look at that. Classic. President Biden's campaign aides are drafting wish lists of potential surrogates, including elected officials, social media influencers, and the endorsement of their wildest dreams, Taylor Swift. The Biden camp actually openly talked about Taylor Swift's AI saga as well. But here is another thing that I was going to talk about. Like, she is such a powerhouse, right? On December. Here it is. Yes, Taylor Swift can easily make the Super Bowl 58. Why is this a concern? Because she's supposed to be in Tokyo. She has a concert in Tokyo on Saturday, February 10th at 6 p.m. local time. Tokyo to Las Vegas is 12 hours. Tokyo, 16 hours plus 16 plus hours to Las Vegas. Swift leaves Tokyo at noon on Sunday 11. Arrives in Las Vegas at 8 a.m. Sunday 2/11. Super Bowl kickoff is at 3:28 p.m. And then her next concert is she's back on the other side of the world. Okay, so she has to make she has like a full 24 hours to make the flight due to the scheduling conflict, I guess. Her private jet landed in Kansas City. Who the fuck cares? No, guys, I don't think you understand. America, okay? When you say who the fuck cares about this, I don't think you understand. Like, this is not even a joke. Like, this is exactly what I heard on NPR this morning. Do you understand? NPR is talking about how Taylor Swift is going to potentially make it back to the Super Bowl on time.
Now that we know that the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl, can Taylor be there to support Travis Kelce? Now, she is headed to Tokyo for her Eras Tour. February 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, she has a concert. The Super Bowl is February 11th. Is there enough time to travel to Las Vegas to make it to the Super Bowl? Her last concert is February 10th at 6 p.m. Tokyo time. This will end, I would assume, around 11 p.m.
Maybe closer to midnight.
The concert ends at 11 p.m., which is...
She might be able to fly private because McCarran does not have time slots available according to this. Oh, you mean she might not be able to fly private because McCarran does not have time slots available according to this article? Brother, if you think that McCarran is not going to fucking open up space for Taylor Swift specifically, I don't know what to tell you. She will fly, okay? You're out of your mind if you think that that's not going to happen. She's Taylor Swift. Who the fuck would they... Like, there is not a person on the planet right now in this very space that we exist in that is more important to a multi-billion-dollar operation than Taylor Swift getting into Las Vegas. Okay? You're out of your dang mind if you think that they would not fucking ship her in. This is how we develop teleportation. The Nina's there. She has like 12 hours. Once she touches down, she could fly into LA, sleep 7 hours, take a town car to Vegas and make it. Wait, what? She ain't flying into fucking Los Angeles, dog. You're out of your mind. She's flying directly into Vegas. Are you a leftist or not? Stop talking about Taylor's as child of Adam. What does this have to do with anything? Anyway, to the people saying, why do we care about some white woman? There's a genocide happening. What the fuck? This is not just some white woman. This is the next chairman, okay, of the American liberal movement. Taylor Swift is going to revitalize liberalism in the United States of America as a standalone ideological superpower, okay? This is literally America's version of a princess right now. We might not care about it, but the world does. Is Hollywood levels of perfection? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They're going to have to parachute her in right at the start of the fourth. She will get to the field right as Kelce grabs the game-winning touchdown and proposes to Swift. No. Dude, the difference between Taylor Swift attending and Taylor Swift not attending the Super Bowl is like literally millions of dollars of revenue. Hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue, potentially. So it's not even a question that it will happen. Okay? That's the way I think about it.
It's 6 a.m. Las Vegas time, or Mountain Time. That's a 17-hour difference.
The next day?
No.
Like it's
No, if Here we go. This is the confusion. February 10th at 11 p.m. in Tokyo is 6 a.m. in Vegas.
On the 11th?
No, Tokyo's ahead
So that
of Vegas. No. All of this is February 10th. Got it?
Got it. So it's 11 p.m. in Tokyo, 6 a.m. in Vegas.
Yes.
On the
11 p.m. hasn't happened yet. Let's assume that Taylor gets on a flight from Tokyo to Las Vegas. That would take approximately 13 hours. That's being generous. She could probably do it quicker. Not she, but a pilot. Okay. So if she leaves Tokyo and flies to Vegas for the Super Bowl to see her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, and she left at midnight.
There's no way.
Actually, I said the 10th. It's actually midnight the 11th. So she leaves an hour after her concert on the 11th. Ignore the fact that this is the 10th. She leaves at midnight the 11th and travels for 13 hours.
Maybe at midnight.
Is that a song?
Yeah.
Is that a Taylor song? Okay, so she would then land in Vegas at 8 p.m. on the 10th because there's a 13-hour difference. 17-hour
But
difference.
she has a private jet, so I'm
But she still has to go through customs. She's not.
Does she?
My hot take is Taylor Swift's a bigger cultural icon than Michael Jackson. No, you're wrong. It's a hot take, but it's a wrong take. In this day and age, given the way that the internet works, there is no person that will ever be as famous as like Elvis Presley or as Michael Jackson, in my opinion, proportionally. Why? Because no, and for the record, no, like obviously there's a like what I'm talking about is entirely different than what you think what you think I'm talking about. What do I mean by this? The internet is so segmented and so vast that there are so many different avenues of information that it is virtually impossible for someone, I think, like post 2005 to reach that level of prominence, because it isn't just one fucking TV channel. Okay, like you can have more fans around the world because the internet has connected us, but it's not going to be like more cultural impact per capita, I guess. In the past, when there was very limited avenues for entertainment, yeah, Beatles is another one. When there was more limited avenues for entertainment, it was just like way it certainly had a way bigger cultural impact, I think. Taylor beat Beatles record. Shut the fuck up. Oh God, brother, you're also comparing the planet that is like tripled, if not 100x since then. What are we talking about? How many people lived on the planet at the time? This is fucking so dumb. That's why I said per capita. Okay, there was like 5 people back then, dude. Like, what do you mean? Not only was there like 5 people back then, but also beyond that, you didn't have the internet. Okay, that's why I said. That is why I said personally that yes, there's more access due to the internet. Like there's more of a international audience that you can cultivate due to the internet. People are more connected than ever before. But the internet also creates this massive fragmentation of normal avenues of entertainment that previously existed. If you don't have 5 channels and you have 10 channels, but they are reaching a broader audience, your market share and the market share of attention that you have is going to be lower too.
So she will land at 8 p.m. in Vegas. This will
On the 10th?
on the 10th.
And the Super
She
Bowl's on
leaves-
the 11th.
She leaves at midnight the 11th in Tokyo, but she arrives at 8 p.m. on the 10th.
Right.
And the Super Bowl's on the 11th. So that makes Taylor going to the Super Bowl.
You said Michael Jackson with the internet would go crazy. You're wrong. No, you guys are missing the point. This is not about like talent or artistic vision or like, creating a new genre or anything. No, if the internet existed at the time, Michael Jackson would not be the same Michael Jackson. My whole point is now that the internet does exist, it is entirely too segmented for a person to captivate and get the monopoly of attention. Okay, that's what I mean. I think that we have moved beyond. No, not that there's no more monoculture. There certainly is a monoculture on top of everything else. But as far as like something being like the most attention grabbing aspect on people's lives, like there's just no way you can get to that. Yeah, as someone's in the chat, it's too saturated.
Arriving 8 p.m. on the 10th, then she has a whole evening to go to sleep. The next morning, get ready and go to the game at 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see that kiss at the end of the Super Bowl.
If they win. This is very. I think they'll kiss either way.
It's his bare feet for me. Oh God, TikTok speak. Anyway, Will and I have been Travis Kelce defenders from the jump because he's a big boy and I like that. Okay, but here is a friend of the show.
Fuck! The NFL is rigged, yo. Roger Goodell, I know what you done. I know you fixed the Super Bowl so little girls will watch the Super Bowl. Super Bowl ain't for little girls, Roger Goodell. It's for grown men with gambling addictions and drinking problems. They're getting their wages garnished by AutoZone.
They're getting their wages garnished by AutoZone.
I need this, Roger Goodell. This is all I have. You must surrender yourself to the Baltimore County Police Department tonight or face street justice for your crimes against football. I know what you did. I know you put a microchip in that ball so Zay would fumble into the end zone. He would never fumble. He would score a touchdown. I know you paid that cheating ass ref. I know you paid him to fucking call everything on us and nothing on the Chiefs. I seen the Reddit that proves that he's actually Patrick Mahomes' dad's cousin. Yeah, I want that cheating ass ref to know. Never mind, I don't want him to know nothing. Fuck you, Patrick Mahomes. Why are you so good? Do you want to keep playing football so you don't have to hang out with your annoying ass wife? That bitch looks like a mouse that yells at waiters. Travis Kelce, you get the vaccine and all of a sudden you're in the Super Bowl. Convenient, yeah?
I just can't defend Kelce. He reminds me too much of Jake Paul, a dude from Ohio who just wants to be spicy white to put on the black scent to seem cool. That's it. Dude, Travis Kelce is not like Jake Paul at all. You're out of your fucking mind.
Fuck! I'm fucked. I bet $60,000 on the Ravens. Tabitha, baby, take me back. I ain't got the money, babe. Let's put a mortgage on your mom's trailer, okay? Cal Ripken Jr. cannot grow up without a dad. My bookie's gonna chop my penis off. NFL, replay the game. Let us use Joe Flacco as a quarterback, please. Replay it. That's all. That's fair. Replay the game because you fixed it, and this time we get Joe Flacco.
He said the ref, dude. Every part of this is slammed. Okay, jam packed. The NFL is rigged, yo. Oh God, Ronnie the Raven from Dundalk. That's his character's name. If I have to hear Kelce scream, "Fight for your right to party" one more time, I'm punching the ocean floor with my car. Well, just wait. Ye's going off on TMZ today. Oh, he's back in Los Angeles. Nice. Yeah, there's odds that Travis Kelce will propose to Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl. Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's not, it's like, it's scripted. That's my biggest psyop conspiracy. People look at what's going on and they go, "Oh, Taylor Swift, her rise to success is a psyop." No, that's not the psyop. Okay, it's dumb as hell. What's happening with Taylor Swift is not organic and natural. It's an op. We feel it. Okay, it's like, no, dog. That's called marketing. Okay, that's what's going on. It's called marketing. It's called public relations. Why are these people so stupid? Half the time, conservatism is just about being the dumbest guy who's just so dumb that they're scared. Okay? It's so odd to me that 80% of conservative grievances are just, they would be solved by reading one book or exercising a little bit of critical thinking. Okay? Just a little bit. Any book. It's like, wow, this mega famous celebrity that has been super famous for almost 2 decades at this point is seemingly all over the news and in front of all the magazines. What? And it's just dude, what are you saying? No shit. Hello? The fuck are you talking about? In America, the CIA forced an international superstar to date a football player. They rigged the competition so the football player's team makes it to the final. During the game, they show her on the screen and blast subliminal messages convincing viewers to vote for Joe Biden. I mean, that is unironically what the conservatives think is going on. And to be fair, I guess call me a conservative because I believe that as well. But yeah, no, this is my unironic take. Something about this feels predetermined in a way that makes me believe in government psyops, but for car commercials. Okay? Yeah. It's not to like get people to vote for Joe Biden. Okay? It's people to watch. It's the max out the amount of people that watch the fucking Geico commercial that comes on. That's it. That's what I think. I think it's more likely that it's like, we got to get State Farm. Yeah, we got to get more eyeballs on the State Farm commercials. That's it. Cutie Cinderella, he wants to be a Swiftie so bad. Hassan says I'm obsessed. You don't see me streaming about it. First of all, I'm just here to speak truth to power. Okay? I'm here to speak truth to power. I'm going to talk about Taylor Swift. That's it. I'm not a Swiftie. I'm not going to say I'm a Swiftie. I am, however, very scared of her impact, the power that she has. But I think it's literally this. Like, I mean, this part is a big role. Like, you see her everywhere because, yeah, in the United States, women account for 85% of all consumer spending. But you didn't know that. That is an absolutely nutty fucking number. 85% of all consumer spending is done by women. White women are the most powerful demographic in the United States of America, especially when it comes to commodities. Yes, women be shopping is a meme, but is also a reality. Now, beyond Taylor Swift, white women are not all right. I'm here to speak truth to power. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Turns out, Stanley Cups have been giving white women intergenerational lead poisoning in the same way that the entire generation, the entirety of the Gen Xers and the baby boomers are brain-brokenly violent. We do not know what is to come. I saw another post on social media talking about Stanley's having lead, so I ordered some test swabs on Amazon, and this was my results. I rubbed it on the inside of the cup where the drink is. I tested a Yeti, Arctic, and Stanley. The Yeti and Arctic remained yellow, resulting in a negative for lead. The Stanley did not. Every single Stanley I own showed positive for lead. I just wanted to share because I know a lot of us have them. The government had to find a way to make the most powerful constituency, both as a voter bloc, but also as a consuming force, to become more violent again. Stanley and other drink cups contain lead. Should you be worried? First, Stanley Cups were all over social media because so many people wanted them. Now the oversized tumblers are back in the spotlight for fears that they might contain lead. Videos on social media show people breaking out a lead testing kit and trying it on the Stanley Cups and other travel flasks. It's true, there's some lead sealed within the base of some of the brand's travel drinking cups, including the wildly popular brand Stanley. Lead is used as a part of the tumbler's vacuum insulation and is covered by a stainless steel layer that protects consumers from lead exposure, according to the Stanley Cup manufacturer Pacific Market International. Our manufacturing process currently employs the use of an industry standard pellet to seal the vacuum insulation at the base of our products. The sealing material includes some lead, a Stanley spokesperson said in an email statement. Once sealed, this area is covered with a durable stainless steel layer, making it inaccessible to consumers. Rest assured that no lead is present on the surface of any Stanley product. But people on social media are nervous. Considering the dangers of any exposure to lead, the toxic metal can lead to kidney problems, anemia, reproductive issues, and developmental problems, according to U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. It will make you an angry small business tyrant. The tumblers, which come in a rainbow colors and hold up 40 ounces of water. Stanley Cups are in hands of beauty bloggers. Why lead? No safe levels of lead. There's no safe levels of lead for children, according to U.S. Consumer Product and Safety Commission. So is there a recall or not? That's what we need to understand. They should turn this news around and say they will replace it and literally double the profits. All right, well, then we're lead poisoning our wonderful white women, and they are, maybe I take it back. Remember when I said, like, they're not going to riot if Travis Kelce's Chiefs loses? Maybe the Stanley lead poisoning kicks in, and they do riot, bringing about actual civil war, not over some like dumb shit like the border or whatever, but actual civil war over important things like Taylor Swift's heart being broken.
November 13th, 2024, Taylor Swift will turn 35 years old, making her eligible to assume the office of the presidency of the United States. Now, many people are commenting that she could not possibly be running this year. That's right, Taylor Swift, because she's only 30.
This is one of my favorite, like, this is so stupid. Like, it's awesome. This is like 50 state landslide victory for Donald Trump levels of like insanity.
In fact, you can run if you are 34 if by the time of inauguration,
For the record, there is no white girl civil war. No, Taylor Swift is if Taylor Swift, not gonna happen. But if she were to actually like be on the ticket, there is no white girl civil war. She just 100% wins every state. There is not a bigger uniting factor in this country amongst white women than Taylor Swift. It don't matter. You could be a Republican, you could be a liberal, you could be a socialist, you could be whatever the fuck you want to be. Every white lady loves Taylor Swift. I have yet to meet a white lady that does not hold Taylor Swift in high regard. Okay, I'm not just talking about like cutie. I'm talking like in general. She is the uniting factor. I thank God every day that she is not a fucking psychotic weirdo. Okay, like could you imagine if she came out and was like, doing like red pill memes or like white supremacist shit? Oh my God. Thank God she's like a typical run-of-the-mill liberal, okay?
You would be 35. Now, of course, no, it's silly and absurd to think that Taylor Swift would actually run for the presidency. But maybe vice president, right? Same standards apply. If you're going to be vice president, you got to be at least 35 for the same reason. You can't assume the office of the presidency if you are under 35. Now, it's not so clear on the, I'm not so clear on the legal qualification requirements, et cetera, for vice president, but I believe it is the same based on a report we had covered a couple years ago. The Baltimore Sun writes, forget Kamala Harris, put Taylor Swift on Joe Biden's ticket. Very interesting. Now, those who follow sports, last night, I think, the Chiefs beat the Ravens and are advancing to the Super Bowl, with many people questioning how Taylor Swift could actually be there to see her beau, Travis Kelce, because she's going to be in Japan singing a song. Of course, this leads us to the expansion of the wild claim that Taylor Swift is a psyop, a government asset of some sort meant to manipulate people. And why is that? The whole Travis Kelce Taylor Swift thing feels completely manufactured. And Taylor Swift keeps telling people,
dude, there's nothing funnier than looking at marketing and public relations and being like, guys, this marketing and public relations campaign seems a lot like marketing and public relations to me. Okay? What's going on here, guys? Are we selling tickets? Is that what's going on? Seems like a real psyop, guys. Like, yeah, dude, what are you talking about? You're now directly pointing to a normal thing. As far as like the relationship being fake, I don't think it is. Okay? But yes, it absolutely is like heavily pushed by the media because it puts asses in seats. That's it. Yeah, anyway, let's continue.
To register to vote. I got to be honest with you. I want to read through some of the wild claims and the crazy things that are going on related to Taylor Swift, and it is pretty crazy. X has banned all searches for Taylor Swift, all of them. And they say it's because people keep posting this AI-generated graphic imagery. What a perfect cover. Anybody?
No, he's memeing, right? I don't think he's being serious. Like, there's no way. There's no way. That would require Elon to be in on the conspiracy, and I think Tim Pool loves Elon, right? God, dude, conservative commentary is like falling off of a goddamn cliff. I don't watch enough Tim Pool, so I don't know if he's like memeing or if he's being fucking for real right now. Holy moly, that is really bad.
Who wants to explore the CIA conspiracy theory that's going
he's doing like a funny voice. He doesn't believe it. He's fucking memeing, dog. There ain't no way. You understand me? There's no way. Hold
on. Won't be able to. Because due to some online trolls using AI, well, now you can't even search for anything about Taylor Swift. I'll be honest with you guys. I do not believe that Taylor Swift is some like CIA asset. I don't believe she's actually going to run for president. I don't believe she's going to be the VP on a Michelle Obama Taylor Swift ticket or anything like that. I think this is your typical celebrity play relationship garbage. I do not believe that her relationship with Travis Kelce is legitimate. I think they do this all the time, okay? You've got the Chiefs, they're playing football. They've got some, an athlete they're trying to promote to build a brand. Taylor Swift, of course, one of the most famous people in the world. They go to her and they say, we PR people think it'll be huge for your brand. It'll get you on the cover of magazines. It'll get football in play. We got the Super Bowl coming up. Let's put you guys together and craft this narrative. You'll break up within the year. That is very typical. Now, I'm not saying I know absolutely that's what's going on with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, but that seems to be the likeliest of scenarios because it just doesn't feel organic. I know a lot of people are saying this feels like a psyop, and I'm like, dude, when I see this stuff, my mind doesn't immediately go to,
dude, what do you mean it doesn't feel organic? You've never felt the touch of a woman, dog. Of course it doesn't feel organic to you. You've never had organically a relationship with a woman, okay? Like, the relationship understander is so funny to be like, yeah, no, celebrities are actually, like, every time they get into relationships is, like, somehow completely manufactured. Are there fake celebrity relationships specifically designed for PR purposes? Sure, okay? But sometimes they're just slanging dick like Pete Davidson, you know what I mean? 100% of them, yes. Oh, God, you guys are so crazy. No, dude, not every fucking celebrity relationship is a psyop. They're just like normal fucking people sometimes, okay? Like, I'm sure they weigh the options and they think like, oh, if I do this, will this turn into like, will this have a good impact on my Q rating or whatever? I'm sure they think about it. Celebrities are not normal. Oh my God, I'm losing it. It is not, they're not like, they don't lead normal lives, but as far as like when relationships goes, like, no, there are normal relationships in this world, okay? Like people meet each other, they like one another, they fuck, like it's normal. They're normal in the sense that like, you know, they have wants, aspirations, dreams, and also sexual fantasies as well. Not like unique to non-celebrity humans. 7.95 ounces. Okay, not bad. Ay, ay, ay. Bold of you to assume what Twitch chat knows normal is. I mean, true. It's like expecting him to know that, you know?
the CIA has put them into a relationship so that she can get you to register to vote. She doesn't need to be in a relationship with the guy to tell you to register to vote. Taylor Swift has already told her fans to vote. She's already supported Democrats in the past. She doesn't need anything else to do so. Perhaps then the conspiracy theory is that she's going to be with Travis Kelce at the Super Bowl. Kelce will score the game-winning touchdown, and as he runs into the end zone, putting the game to the end, finishing it off. And they'll say, there it is, Travis Kelce has scored the game-winning touchdown. I know it's not so much like basketball where you can like throw the ball at the last minute, score, and then it's over. You know, what wild game with LeBron this weekend. Was that yeah, that was Saturday. But with football, it's not just, it could be definitive. That's it. With that touchdown, the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. And then once he gets to the end zone, he drops down, puts the ball on the ground, looks up to where Taylor is sitting, and he pulls out a ring. And he opens up. And the crowd goes wild. Everyone's screaming.
I don't understand. Did he just say that, like, there are no game winners in basketball? Like, I'm confused by this. Or is he saying there's no game winners in football? Because there are in both. So I don't really understand why he's trying to say, like, one has it and the other doesn't.
Everyone's turning on their TVs. The ratings are through the roof. It is PR gold, if you were to do something like that. Some have suggested the trophy ceremony or something like this. He may do it. But during the game at the Super Bowl really seems to be the perfect play. But the perfect play for what? Now, a lot of people think that the goal is to generate such mass appeal and attention for Taylor Swift that when she then turns around and goes, now go vote for Joe Biden, everyone in the country sees it and they all clap and cheer and scream and high five each other. Come on, that's not going to happen. I don't know what you expect to happen with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, but the best case scenario for whoever is behind the PR stuff is that they just build brand and get on the cover of magazines. That's it. They can charge more money now. They can go to big brands and say, hey, my rates went up 10 times. Travis Kelce now can get on the box of Wheaties or whatever. I don't see how this in any way is going to help registered Democrat voters. Taylor Swift already has her core fans, but get this. It's not enough. Let's read through the news. Let's talk about what's going on. And there's a few things I do want to point out. I love this story from the Sun. NFL fans convinced.
This is actually not bad. I mean, he's not wrong. He is like addressing the conspiracy and making fun of it. Shocked to find out. Oh, this was a great tweet. Yes. It's funny that there's a white football player on a Midwestern team with an offensive name dating a blonde-haired, blue-eyed country singer, and Republicans hate them. Yeah. This is literally the most like Republican coded conservative shit of all time, but because they're not like because they're not actually conservative. They're like both liberals. They're losing their minds over it. They're saying the Chiefs is offensive, name-wise. I get it. Native American. Actual 49ers committed genocide against the natives. Well, that's American history, baby. All right. So, inside Biden's anti-Trump plan and where Taylor Swift fits in, there is a very real effort from the Brandon regime to get Taylor Swift on board, because of course they do. Of course they want it. Why wouldn't they? Taylor Swift is like a liberal herself, has spoken out against Republicans in the past. So, yeah, why wouldn't they? I know you didn't ask, but the people have to know. CIA assassinated Taylor Swift on September 11, 2001, 22 years ago, which coincides with her best song, and did the attack on Twin Towers to cover it up. She has been since replaced by her evil twin who listens to whatever JFK whispers in her ear below the White House, and since its 22nd anniversary, she's finally ready to run for president. This is real. I did my master's in white history and European studies. I believe it. I believe it. This was a funny tweet from a racist piece of shit. To those who might say the right needs its own Taylor Swift for young women to look up to, I answer, we already have that. Her name is Lauren Boebert, which I assume is like someone, I hope, being satirical, because that guy is like a genuine right-wing guy. I hope it's satire.
TV station is trying to break into her house.
All right, anyway, I'm not gonna watch 27 minutes of this. I'll die. Let's get to some real news.
Begin with a deadly attack on U.S. troops in the Middle East, and the U.S. is vowing to hit back. A drone attack struck an American military outpost in Jordan near the border with Syria yesterday. 3 American soldiers were killed. Nearly 3 dozen others were injured. President Biden says an Iran...
Isn't Jordan where the Navy goes for break? Not just the Navy, like every like Marines. Jordan is landlocked? No, chat. Like, they fly. What do you mean? Why are people acting like you have to go with the ship, dog? What are you talking about? I'm saying on break, like when they're... I thought Jordan is like where people went, like active duty service members go to Jordan when they're on break, is what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. You're thinking Singapore? I mean, I guess they go everywhere. I think they break at Bahrain or Abu Dhabi. All right. Yeah, for
militia
R&R.
is to blame here. And he said, quote, "We shall respond." Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with the latest. Ed, good morning.
Gail, good morning. The attack comes as tensions between the U.S. and Iranian-backed proxy militias are on the rise, and it runs the risk of causing Israel's war with Hamas to erupt into a broader regional conflict. U.S. officials say the troops at that outpost in Jordan had little warning of the incoming drone. The attack came before sunrise early Sunday at an American base in northeast Jordan. CBS News has learned those injured and killed were in sleeping quarters when the armed drone struck. The outpost, known as Tower 22, supports U.S. Special Forces operating inside Syria, where they're under constant threat of attack. President Biden, campaigning in South Carolina on Sunday, blamed Iranian-backed militias and vowed to retaliate.
We lost 3 brave souls attacking one of our bases, and we shall respond.
Samantha Vinograd is a former counterterrorism official in the Biden administration.
It is critical that the administration respond quickly and responsibly, but that means thinking about how their actions will be interpreted and carefully reviewing targets so that Iran doesn't overreact and seek to harm more Americans.
American forces have been operating in Syria and Jordan as part of an ongoing mission to root out ISIS. Thousands of troops have been stationed across Iraq ever since the end of the war there. Since the Hamas invasion of Israel in October, U.S. military sites in Iraq and Syria have been attacked more than 160 times. Sunday's deadly attack sparked bipartisan condemnation and swift Republican calls to directly attack Iran now.
Rushing.
Bro, Trump literally needs to do nothing. He's just doing the kick back and enjoy the show strategy. It's literally kick back and enjoy the show. Let Brandon sort it out. Straight up. This is devastating. You talk about Ilhan Omar already? No. What? Sick of these fucking war hawks? Well, guess what? It's going to get worse and worse. As I was saying, I feel like it is legitimately the dumbest thing you could do to put your entire lineage and like the re-election chances you have directly in the pooper in a blender and just blending that shit at the behest of a dude who very openly has mentioned, Netanyahu, who's very openly mentioned that he hates you and does not want you to get reelected and wants Trump to get reelected. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense that Brandon is expanding the conflict, making it worse, and every step of the way, the media is literally going, well, they're trying to retaliate in a way that doesn't escalate. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Brandon is our Chamberlain? What do you mean? Bro, pull out, pull back, pull out, pull back. This is ridiculous. Do diplomacy. Pressure Israel to stop doing genocide. It is both the moral position and the pragmatic one. Do you want to win the election or not? It makes no sense.
To action in a moment like this would be extremely dangerous.
The Pentagon has yet to identify the dead or their military units pending family notifications. Injuries could increase in the coming hours or days. And this is the largest loss of life for the U.S. military to enemy action since the fall of Afghanistan.
It's so funny because it's like, bro, they keep escalating and then there is retaliation every single time. They keep escalating and there's retaliation. They keep escalating and there's retaliation. And then they just keep doing it over and over again. These guys do not fucking care. Fighting against America solidifies their position, whether it be the Houthis, Ansar Allah, or whether it be Iran. Fighting against America makes them look good. They have the money. They have the willingness. They don't have anything else to lose in this circumstance. They stand to gain. They stand to benefit. So constantly trying to fix the situation by blowing them up is so idiotic. I don't know what to say. There is no such thing as de-escalatory bombing. The military-industrial complex is getting fed. Yeah, except not really. I mean, it is. And the stocks are doing well. I mean, I guess you have to just make more bullets and make more bombs. But like we're like tapping out. There's a calculation that one must make here. There is somewhat of a balance to endless military conquest. Too much chaos and too much war will lead to a situation of instability that actually is not good for profit. We want to max out profit. Ukraine is good for profit. Very little downsides. Okay? Very little impact in a negative way to the United States of America, with the exception of like OPEC Plus, I guess. Israel, on the other hand, is profitable in the short term, not profitable if the situation continues and escalates. Does that make sense? Are you coping right now? What do you mean? With what? Like, America is losing its soft power. It's just stupid. It makes no sense. I don't even think it's that profitable. With the Houthis, and the attacks will likely stop if a Gaza ceasefire is achieved with Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. Attacks likely won't stop until the U.S. fully leaves the group. Just don't cite the Gaza war, but also U.S. presence in the area. Iran wasn't to solidify its land bridge. This report sums it up well.
Well, in the last
Elon
few
News.
moments, Christian, John Kirby, the White House National Security Council spokesman, has been speaking in the White House. He didn't really give any clues as to what Joe Biden was thinking and what he might do next, other than to say that he will act, he said, in his own schedule and in our own time. But there is no doubt that the events of the weekend pose a very significant immediate challenge for Joe Biden. Does he respond to the killing of these 3 U.S. servicemen by going after the Iranian proxy groups directly themselves to try and contain it to them, as we've seen the U.S. do in the past? Or does he now decide that enough is enough and now it is time to attack the source of these attacks, i.e. Iran itself? Risk, therefore, Tehran retaliating and this whole thing spiraling, igniting into a far more dangerous conflict in the Middle East.
Bro, attack the source of war with Iran is, oh God.
That's the calculation that Joe Biden is trying to weigh up now as he's huddled together today on 2 separate occasions with his national security team. One other bit of information that's come out today as to how this attack happened in the first place, why that...
Elon is right, by the way. We do have a way, and I myself also portrayed in a certain way, like the proxies taking pot shots in Iran, and the Iranian proxies taking pot shots at like American troops stationed in Syria and Iraq has been permanent. That has not really stopped. So that predated the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. So that part was already happening. But we do have the capacity of like basically looking at this entire thing and saying like all of this is happening at the same time, And the reason why I cover it from that framework is because it is all still connected. There might be different interests for the proxy groups or for Iranian presence in the area, but overall, I think that the thread that ties everything together still is very much America's actions and America's reactions and the way that America is trying to manage the situation. 7.8, 8.25, 5, 7.8, 8 as a pound of chicken, baby. Sorry.
Drone was not intercepted by the US base, and US officials have said it's because at exactly the same time the militant drone was coming in, a US drone was returning to the base at the same time, and therefore the militant drone, they say, was not seen. However it happened, it did. Three US servicemen are now dead, and the Middle East is bracing for the US response.
We lost 3 brave souls attacking on our base.
Yes.
And that's the moment of silence of all 3 of those falls.
The killing of American soldiers in the Middle East is the moment Joe Biden had been dreading. But the president is unequivocal about the next step.
Do you not think overthrowing the regime in Iran will be good? Most of the citizens in Iran want that. It depends on what you No, dude, if you want to overthrow the regime in Iran, let the fucking Iranians do it. We don't get to have a say in this process because our interference in Iran is what caused the current regime in Iran to begin with. When will people understand? Like, we should not have a say in these affairs, okay? Holy moly, dude. Says who? You? Yeah, I just don't understand, like, the mentality of the average American being like, I don't understand. Why don't we just, like, fucking overthrow the regime in Iran? You think America's not trying? What do you think is going on? What do you think MEK is? It's so crazy.
We shall respond.
The question for Biden now is how he responds and whether that retaliation brings about an escalation in the region with Iran that he's been so desperate to avoid. Since the Hamas attack on October the 7th, the conflict has steadily escalated across the region. Israel has exchanged strikes with the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah across the Lebanese border, and Houthi rebels in Yemen, also allied with Iran, have targeted commercial and military ships in the Red Sea, and in response the US and UK have hit Houthi military targets there. While other Iran-backed groups have launched over 150 attacks on US bases in Iraq and Syria. But yesterday's strike on US base Tower 22 in Jordan marks the first time US personnel have been directly killed in the escalating conflict. The US has thousands of troops stationed in the Middle East, it claims, as a deterrent, mostly against the resurgence of the Islamic State. And the White House insisted today it wasn't looking to up the ante with Iran.
We don't seek a war with Iran. We're not looking for a wider conflict in the Middle East. In fact, every action the president has taken has been designed to de-escalate, to try to bring the tensions down. And obviously this attack, very, very serious.
Well, what? The counter argument could be that America was the one which got Iran where it is right now by plotting the first in the first place, which led to the revolution in the 70s, so it will be righting wrongs? What? That is not a counter argument. You just used my argument and then said, but what if things pan out differently this time? You literally just repeated what I said, and then your counter argument was basically, but what if it doesn't happen like that this time? Especially when, like, there are plenty of other countries that are close in proximity to Iran that you can point to as, like, abject failures of this exact same jingoistic, Western chauvinist attitude that we have towards doing coups on other countries in general, especially in that region.
Certainly escalatory on the behalf of these militia groups. We have to take that seriously, and we will. But I'm not going to get ahead of the president's decision space one way or the other.
This blood is on this administration's hands.
Biden says he doesn't want to escalate, yet in an election year, nor does he want to be accused of being soft on America's enemies, especially Iran, as hawks on the right are only too keen to remind him.
They end every statement of we're going to defend ourselves, but we don't want this thing to spread. And what Iran hears from that is, well, let's take it to the next level and see what we can get away with next time. And now we have 3 dead service members because of it.
Given these strikes in Jordan, what should or what do you think America will do next?
I think striking Shia-based militants in Iraq and Syria is almost a certainty that you're going to see that in retaliation. The real question is whether or not the U.S. is going to decide that at this point, this is all about Iran, and that you're going to have to see either covertly or overtly strikes and efforts against Iran directly in a way that we really haven't seen yet.
Isn't it also true that the crux of the matter is the war in Gaza? If the US were to address that more forcibly with Israel, is that not getting to the actual?
There's something wild about like Israel straight up murking like probably 1,000 plus Palestinian Americans at this point. Like I don't know how many Palestinian Americans have been murked by Israel since the fucking, maybe not 1,000, but like hundreds of Palestinian Americans, including one in like the West Bank last week. Okay. And America just basically going, you know what we should do? We should cut the funding to the main refugee relief agency at a time when there is like straight up ethnic cleansing happening to the Palestinians. But then like 3 service members are bombed by an Iranian proxy. They're like, oh, it's time to fucking nuke Iran. What are we talking about? And it's like, okay, where is the energy then? Like, what do you mean? Deal with Israel first. They have killed more American citizens than fucking Iran has. Fuck you mean?
Heart of the problem.
I'm skeptical that just because the U.S. is able to compel a ceasefire, which I, by the way, don't think it can, that it's going to end the broader challenge. The reality is this is about Iran and Iran's role in the region and wanting to have a dominant voice in the region and not being deterred right now.
If that's President Biden's calculation too, that the time to address the threat of Iran directly is now, then America and the world is about to be dragged ever deeper into this conflict.
Well, earlier I spoke to the retired US general and former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, Wesley Clark. I asked him what action he thinks the US should now take.
In a crisis like this, you have to take the initiative away from the enemy. What I would call it is you have to establish escalation dominance. You keep apologizing for escalating, they keep hitting. So you got to hit back so hard that they say, okay, we've had enough. We're not going to strike back again. And that means you must go.
Time for a nuclear first strike, folks. Yeah. Nuking Tehran. Good stuff. Thank you, General Wesley Clark.
Go to the source. And the source is Iran. So you have to pick out the targets in Iran that will dissuade the Revolutionary Guards and the Ayatollahs.
Dude, there is nothing that will single-handedly create permanent 100-year Ayatollah supremacy in the entire region than America directly striking Iran. Okay? Like, I don't know if America is a Shia op or something. I don't know what they're doing. But like, if you want Iran to thrive, yeah, strike Iran. Like literally, people were talking about how 4 Iranian political dissidents were executed by the state the other day. This kind of stuff is genuinely frustrating for many Iranians, understandably. Okay, they don't just like sit there and go, oh, that's chill, whatever, they deserved it. That's crazy. It's not. Okay, it's completely unacceptable. Guess what though? Guess what? If you fucking blow up Iran, well, then all Iranians are going to turn in the same way to go, all right, well, now the real enemy is in the room. It's so stupid. It's so insane. Anyway, there's real resistance in Iran. Arm them, stop bombing, and giving the Iranians the means to overturn the government. Dude, guys, stop. No, this is so dumb. This part is also so silly. Please stop armchair quarterbacking regime change in other countries, please. I promise you. Like, that is what America does all the time. It is a demonstrable failure. Please. Oh.
From continuing this campaign.
So that does mean that you're talking about strikes in Iran itself, on Iranian territory.
That's right.
Yeah.
That would be, if I were in the chain of command, that's what I'd be recommending, because the tit for tat doesn't work. And we know that historically. We saw this when I was a young officer in Vietnam. Tit for tat doesn't work. You want to make a difference, you must use decisive force.
Yeah. Vietnam. So much tit for tat happened in Vietnam, which then was a decisive victory, I guess. Dude, he just brought up Vietnam, where we literally used a disproportionate use of force against a broadly civilian population and then got our shit pushed in. What are you saying? Vietnam quite literally is a demonstration of decisive force being an abject failure. You just proved the entire opposite point that you were trying to make. What the hell is he saying, man? Not only did we go absolutely balls to the wall in Vietnam in the least ethical ways possible in our illegal domination, but we also lost.
Take out these small outposts. Take them out. Don't strike once. Go back again and again. But you must also go to the source, and that source is Iran. The Iranian government is in deep trouble. Most of the people don't want it there, but they can't get rid of it. So I keep hearing from...
Yeah, which is why I, Wesley Clark, want to make sure that the Iranian government's approval rating skyrockets, okay? It's so funny that liberals simultaneously recognize, or at least use it as like a talking point, that like, oh, the Houthis are not genuine. They are only intercepting ships because they want to get popular support from the region, okay? And it's so funny that like you say that, you fucking say that, so you recognize what attacking the Houthis is doing and what attacking like America's America's regional offshoot does to the popularity of certain militancies, but then you literally suggest the same method again to Iran. It's so dumb.
For my Iranian friends, send the B-52s in. Now, we're not going to send any B-52s in, I don't think. But this is a...
Oh my God, it's literally the joke I make all the time. Like, bro, please, I am Iranian. I want you to bomb Tehran. I am Iranian. I am telling you, Wesley Clark, I am telling you, bomb Iran, please. Glass it, bro. Glass Iran, bro. Fucking Christ, dude. He's doing the fucking meme. Turkish accent hits me hard. No, that wasn't Turkish. That's Iranian.
A time where the United States has to establish its escalation dominance over Iran.
Right. And how do you factor in American domestic politics here? Because you have Donald Trump saying President Biden is leading you into World War III and saying none of this would have happened had he been president. How does that change the calculation as to what to do?
Well, I think that it's inevitable that there will be some effort on the part of politicians to make some domestic hay out of this. But I think statesmen have to rise above the domestic politics. And I think this is a case where President Biden has to choose what's right for
the statesmen have to rise above domestic politics and bomb Iran. I want you to understand, his advocacy is to bomb Iran. He's saying Biden has to rise to the occasion to bomb Iran. It is literally this meme. Yeah, it's straight up Holden blood feast. Fuck.
for the country. And you have to be careful how you read this, because when I talk to Muslim Americans in the United States and Iranian Americans, what they're looking for from the president is strength. They're not looking for compromise. They know what the Iranian government's about. They know what its intent is. So they're looking to see a president who exhibits strength. It hasn't happened in Ukraine, and that started the slide. Really, Afghanistan did, and then Ukraine. And so what they see is an American administration which doesn't respond with the full force which it's capable. And they attribute it to timidity. They're looking for strong leadership. So I think the domestic politics of this are that the president will come out better politically at home and abroad if he responds more strongly.
Isn't the other way to stop this, though, to stop the war in Gaza? You stop that war in Gaza, you stop the Houthi attacks on shipping, you stop these Iranian-backed attacks.
But be like, you're looking quite brown over there, talking to me about not bombing Iran and then taking away Israel from the equation. Excuse me. I'm talking about bipartisanly blowing up Iran. You're talking about pulling away from another conflict. The fuck is wrong with you?
That's the key to it all, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure that's a safe assumption. I think you could.
Oh, yeah, dude, totally. Here's a safe assumption. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Another safe assumption is you will be able to defend yourself against said ads by subscribing for $5 or for free. With a Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute break now.
Stop the war in Gaza, you'd still have these attacks. You still have interference in shipping whenever Iran wants to do it. The war in Gaza is a convenient excuse for Iran to continue a long-term campaign to drive the United States out and to establish itself as
This is so funny. Like, bro, if it's a convenient excuse, why not try it and test it out? And also, why has it not happened prior to the Gaza invasion? Like, he's taking the maximalist position here. He's saying, like, no, we have to kill everyone in Iran. I hope you guys understand. His position, even before Israel, even before the Houthis, is to end Iran. Okay? That's it. Like, his argument is, let's kill as many people as possible. I don't know how else he can make it clearer here. He just said, Iran will always have the capacity to strike ships at the Red Sea no matter what, which implies that the real problem isn't even the Houthis, it's Iran. This is one school of thought in the State Department that we have advocated for in perpetuity. You have the John Boltons of the world obviously saying this kind of dumb shit.
Advisor to President Trump, Ambassador John Bolton.
As well. It's psychotic because it's like becoming a bipartisan consensus almost. Holden Bloodfeast, Republican Iowa, 118 years old. Please, God, just let us nuke Iran. Nothing else matters. I'll do anything, please. I just want to see burning flesh one last time before I die. Respectable. Bipartisan. So, yeah, good stuff.
It's a regional hegemon. And so I think we have to be careful. Although it's popular in the press to pull all this together, in fact, it's entirely different. For Israel, what's happening in Gaza is an existential threat. Israel cannot...
That's crazy. Yeah, Israel is an existential threat. Iran is an existential threat to the United States. Palestinians are an existential threat to Israel. It always feels like there's an existential threat out there to like America and America's allies, man. It's crazy. He's like, it's not connected. They're just totally valid in doing what they're doing.
Continue business as usual with Hamas embedded in tunnels with weapons being...
Yeah, by the way, Israel's doing so good in Gaza that they still... Yeah, I know it's Beanie Tuesday. Original artist, by the way. Yeah. I've been following him for a long time. Also odd that they care about which country wants to rule over the Middle East, the same Middle East that they don't care about. Yeah. The full art is even funnier. I don't remember what the fuck where it is, but ay. It is likely that any retaliation from the U.S. wouldn't come as a single massive show of force, a Biden administration official says. Actions may be tiered. We may see several rounds of action. Great.
Being built there and supplied and continuing to attack Israel. Britain couldn't do it. You wouldn't have it if a group of people were in the Shetland Islands continuing to lob mortars into Scotland. You wouldn't accept it. And neither will Israel. And there's still the problem of Hezbollah in the north. So I think you have to keep these two problems separate. Israel needs to deal with Gaza. If it can deal with it in a more humanitarian way, that's fine. And they're trying.
But I don't give a shit. But they don't have to do that. I don't care because they are Muslimans.
I believe the United States has to deal with the situation in Iran. And the two are trying to be linked. But actually,
he literally doesn't care. He's like, I don't care about the genocide in Gaza. Great. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, who cares? I just want to nuke Iran. Please stay on message. I'm here to talk about why I believe we should nuke Iran.
Are distinct.
General Clark, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, I then spoke to Syed Mohammed Mirandi, who's a professor at the University of Tehran. And I began by asking what he thinks would happen if the United States took that kind of military action against Iran.
It would bring down the global economy because Iranian military forces will respond decisively against American military bases.
Don't feed the Russian China-backed Iran troll. Oh, my God. Former Supreme Commander of NATO ignoring the Russian nesting doll that is this Iranian trap. The Russian nesting doll. Okay, listen, chatter. Iran's actions, or rather, Hamas and Israel's retaliation to Hamas has been genuinely beneficial for Russian interest. Okay, that is true. But I think we have to remember that, we are massively culpable in the way that we change our attention and direct our attention into Gaza rather than Ukraine. Like, it is in a way no different than saying, like, well, Hamas made Israel do genocide in Gaza. It's like, oh, Russia is making America shift their resources away from Ukraine and into Israel so that Israel can do a genocide. I don't know what to tell you, but like at a certain point, you know, we have a little bit of culpability, I think.
Across the region and in the Persian Gulf in particular, and those regimes in the Persian Gulf that host U.S. bases would be seen as hostile, and therefore their key oil and gas infrastructure would be not out of bounds.
And so the question of retaliation is there's no doubt in your mind, because General Clark argues that, you know, the
two aren't linked, and I'm fairly sure Hezbollah wasn't attacking across Israel's northern border. The Houthis weren't firing missiles at drones and ships in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, and the level of attacks in Syria and Iraq were not the same before October 7th. Yeah. Anyone that says that these concepts are not linked are wrong. Of course they're linked. Yeah. It's Israel being an American proxy and everyone else in the region, you know, either having a genuine interest in emancipation and also operating as an Iranian proxy, or just operating straight up as an Iranian proxy.
The government in Tehran is not popular with the whole population, and that a decisive military strike might make it stop and pause and say, no, this is where we back off.
I think when Trump murdered the Iranian general who led the fight against ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria and Iraq, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, which the Americans and their allies helped create. When the United States murdered him, we saw the millions of people in Tehran go to his funeral. I think the Americans should not believe their own propaganda.
What is Iran's strategy? Is it trying to say, unless you stop the bombing in Gaza, all of this is going to get worse?
That's not an Iranian strategy. That's clear as day to everyone. The United States likes to think, or likes to pretend, and your government likes to pretend, that everyone in this region is an Iranian proxy. Yemen is an Iranian proxy. Lebanon is an Iranian proxy. Hamas is an Iranian proxy. Iraqi is if that's the case, then we are the superpower, not the United States.
But all of those structures do get support from Iran, don't they? You know, there are Iranian Revolutionary Guard in Syria. You send weapons to the Houthis. It's clear that there are clear lines. So I'm just trying to work out what is the strategy to stop Israel, or what is the current Iranian government strategy?
As long as this continues, the situation is going to get worse. And have no doubt that the United States will not win this battle.
Do you think we are now on the road to a big escalation and, I mean, really a world war?
I don't think the United States is that stupid to launch an attack on Iran, because it will destroy the world economy. And the United States is already losing the war in Ukraine, and in its competition with China, it's not doing well at all. This is not a war that the Americans can win. It will definitely lose.
I mean, that's very interesting, because it's exactly what General Clark said is the Iranian view, that as long as they think America won't attack them with full force, they will carry on doing what they're doing. And you're sort of illustrating that point.
Have no doubt, Iran is fully prepared for an American strike, but the United States will feel the consequences immediately. Iran is not Yemen. Iran is not Iraq. Iran is not Syria, and it's not Hamas. It's not even Vietnam. The United States would be making the greatest miscalculation of the 21st century and the 20th century combined.
Mr. Morandi, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I like that Wesley, guys, stop posting Millennium Challenge. I know. They had to they got owned by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the Millennium Challenge. I know, I've talked about it a million times over. The real problem is that this dude is kind of riding Iran too hard. He's right. He's not wrong, I think, partially because it would be, I guess it'd be the closest to World War III. How is he riding Iran hard? He said Iran would retaliate aggressively and it would genuinely create danger for the global economy. You can't say this dude is kind of riding Iran too hard. The global economy would get destroyed, question mark, when simultaneously so many people are losing their minds over what Yemen is doing. Yemen is nothing. Like the Ansar Allah is nothing. They are literally a proxy that was genocided until like a year ago. Okay? Using Iranian weapons, they have been able to literally disrupt global trade by like what, 13%, 15%? Come on, dog. You're out of your mind if you think that Iran does not have a much larger capability. Like, if you personally think like we have to retaliate against the Houthis because they're disrupting global trade, okay, then what do you think Iran can do? They'll just start pumping pipelines, I think. I mean, which is what he said. It would shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which would be even bigger than the Bab el Mandeb, and fire missiles on energy facilities. Yeah, exactly. They would just start doing Russia shit to like every regional actor that is aligned with America. They would just blow up their fucking energy plants. They would blow up oil refineries. They have done it. They did it. They did it with the Houthis before. What do you mean? And that wasn't even like directly because of Iran. It was like, do you not think that that would be genuinely a problem for the global economy? Russia's shit, but gas prices are stabilized. Brother, I don't think you understand. Russia did that to Ukraine, okay? Iran would be doing it to Saudi Arabia and many other places. Like, it doesn't, the idea that like these two things are the same, like you're not getting your energy from Ukraine. And even then, Russia itself, due to the sanctions, decided to fuck over the United States. Like OPEC Plus is a big part of the reason why our gas prices were absolutely destroyed. That was for limitations on supply, artificial limitations on supply. Imagine having real limitations on supply, real limitations caused by straight up, rockets falling on top of the refineries. I'm giving a presentation on the disruption of commercial shipping in the Red Sea to my team in the bank I work in. What main point should I convey? Dude, I don't know why you're asking me. Doesn't Iran have one of the weakest economies right now? And the Houthis are disrupting trade, but the word adapted pretty quickly. Don't get me wrong, but it would hurt the world economy. Guys, I don't like, this isn't to say like, oh, dude, Iran would win or anything like that. I'm just simply saying, if you have nothing to lose and you stand to gain a tremendous amount, you can do an incredible return on investment with like very little funds. If the Houthis aren't a perfect example of that, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, please think. The Houthis are not like the Ansar Allah administration is coming off of the heels of a genocide. Okay, you have Hezbollah, not in great economic circumstances in Lebanon, but still, that's like a standing operational military, much better weapons. And then you have Iran. It genuinely does not take much, but in comparison to what Iran has, well, it has a lot more than than Hezbollah does. It has a lot more than Yemen does, certainly. I'm trying to explain to you that if Iran started directly targeting the energy infrastructure that the rest of the world relies on, due to its very obvious capabilities that they've demonstrated already, if they did that across the board, that would genuinely tank the global economy. This doesn't mean like, I guess that Iran meme, except for the US. No, like the point is, I don't know how to describe it. I'm not saying like, you know how like Americans will be like, oh dude, my dad could beat up your dad style shit when they talk about like, oh dude, America's not going full force. If they were going full force, like it would be over. It'd be over. Like, that's not how wars are fought, right? It's not like you just like throw humans in the fuck pile and to just like cause them to get grinded by the meat grinder. Well, that's kind of how Russia fights its wars, but America doesn't fight wars like that. Okay? It doesn't work like that. It is a calculation, it is a war of attrition, and it is a war fought on economic grounds. I mean, if you're a big truther on like I guess forcibly ensuring that we move into renewable energy, then yeah, Iran disrupting like damn near entirety of our fossil fuel production in one area would probably cause a lot of a lot of the Western world to like reevaluate how much we rely on oil. Iran being woke and demonstrating how to effectively blow up a pipeline. Yeah. I guess my point is, it's not about like, oh, well, our dad can beat your dad. Like, Iran will use all of their weapons. Like, I'm not saying Like, if America and Iran got out to a fucking field and threw all of their collective arms at one another, yeah, America would defeat Iran. But that's not how wars are fought. That's not how it works. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of people have this kind of attitude where they genuinely think like, you know, it's like a Pokemon battle or something. And it's like, well, I have the stronger Pokemon. I have the better weapons. It's like, no, dude, why do you think Vietnam was a loss? Why do you think Afghanistan was a loss? Do you think America simply wasn't going hard enough on Afghanistan or Vietnam, as a matter of fact? This is my point. Like, do you think that we are not stronger than the North Vietnamese armies? Do you think we are not stronger than the fucking Taliban? Yeah, see, Israel's not using all of his weapons in Gaza. The one weapon it's not using is like its nuke. Another great example is, yeah, people being like, Israel's not going extra hard on Gaza. It's like, no, it is. It is going super hard on Gaza. They're doing ethnic cleansing. It's like the hardest you can go before you just nuke the entire strip. What do you have to say about Israel having evidence of UN members helping Hamas? Document spells out allegations against 12 UN employees Israel says participated in the Hamas attack. I don't believe anything that comes out of Israel until there's like a tremendous amount of evidence. And not evidence directly coming from the IDF, because I don't believe that either. But even if it's real, okay, even if it's really real, bro, this agency has like 12,000 employees. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, shit, dude. 12,000 employees with like 12 people working with Hamas. Damn, dude. I guess we should kill every Palestinian now by shutting off aid as they're being ethnically cleansed. The fuck out of here. Yeah. Oh, dude, 12 UN employees apparently were Hamas, which, by the way, we'll probably quietly find out that was also incredibly massaged too. This is usually how it works. But even if it's 100% true, like you're talking Yahya Sinwar level, okay? I don't give a shit. Fire them. It doesn't matter. Like almost 3 million motherfuckers rely, more than 3, almost 5 million people rely on this agency for survival. What are we talking about? Under the Israeli apartheid. What do you mean? 12 of them were working with Hamas. Oh, shit, dude. Fuck. I guess throw the whole agency away. 17 out of 19 attackers on 9/11 were Saudi. What do? That is a way higher percentage of people responsible for 9/11 that were Saudi. We didn't do shit. So dumb. Tel Aviv, an Israeli document obtained Monday, spelled out allegations against a dozen UN employees of the country that took part in the Hamas's October 7 assault, claiming 7 stormed into Israeli territory, including one who participated in a kidnapping and another who helped steal a soldier's body. The allegations against staffers of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees prompted the United States and several other countries to freeze funds vital for the body. No, the real reason why we fucking froze funds vital for the body is because we're genocide-air pieces of shit. Straight up. That's it. I mean, that's the reason why we did that. It has been a long-standing goal of Israel to, like, destroy UNRWA, which is the major agency that is UNRWA is the major agency that is basically keeping Palestinians alive. And the fact that we just the fact that they have tried to, Israel has tried to like destroy UNRWA for the longest time, and America is just like leaning into it after the ICJ decision. It's not accidental. They did that on purpose. 100%. They did that on purpose. Just to say, like, we don't give a fuck. It's actually insanely fucked because Kerem Shalom crossing of humanitarian aid is blocked by protests and they're not evacuated. Israeli officials originally told the press that they obtained intel about 12 former UNRWA employees, 7 teachers, a custodian on ground level staff through interrogation of detainees. Oh, dude, no way. No way they didn't get it. They did not just get it from interrogations. If that's the case, America should be punished at the global stage. And so should the United Kingdom. Anyone and everyone that has fucking pulled funding from UNRWA off of this information, this is not actionable information. I'm not going to believe this. I don't want to believe it. That is like legitimately the worst, dude. Shin Bet, and it was because they like made a social media post or something about the martyrs. Oh my God. Now Israel's telling the New York Times they got the info through surveillance. The Times ran that new explanation without even mentioning the original one. Israeli officials apparently originally told Axios through, I guess, Barak Ravi's reporting, that they got this information through interrogation of detainees. This was strong and corroborated intelligence, the official said. A lot of the intelligence is a result of interrogations of militants who were arrested during the October 7 attack. Now that, of course, is not actionable intelligence. That's a lie because it's torture. We know for a fact that that is not actionable intelligence. I've talked about it a lot. Because Israel has long been criticized by human rights groups for abusing and torturing detainees, the optics of that explanation were awkward in the West. Now Israel's telling the New York Times they got it through surveillance. The Times ran that new explanation without even mentioning the original one. Oh, God. I fucking despise the way that the New York Times is approaching this. The text message they used as evidence, by the way, media coverage, UN Watch, a monitor UN performance claims to have identified alleged UNRWA members affiliated with the October 7 attack. The non-governmental organization published several screenshots of chat messages on its site without further evidence to corroborate the information it provides or the alleged participation in the attack, as Israel claims. How'd you find out about all torture? All the torture? Is that just what Israel does? Famously. Yes. I don't even think people in Israel believe the interrogation videos. Bro, they're not even fucking creative about it. Like, do you not remember after October 7th, the interrogation videos that they posted? It was literally like, yes, I am ISIS and I am Hamas and I am ISIS. Like, they would have these dudes like shaking with like visible scars going, yes, I am Hamas and I am ISIS. Yes, I am ISIS. I am just like ISIS as Hamas. It's just like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? I don't know. I feel like a decent portion of the Israelis believe the propaganda. I'm sure they believe the propaganda, not the fucking interrogation propaganda, though. That stuff is so above and beyond. What? Not many people are aware of this, but dangerous events are unfolding in Yemen. The U.S. is sending its fighters to train in Eritrea to Yemen on civilian aircraft using Mocha Airport, which is under the authority of the PLC. I don't know if this is the case. What is this? They have boots on the ground this morning. Oh my God. The new ceasefire outline. In 2017, when UN aid workers were caught and sentenced for creating a pedophile ring, 145 incidents involving 311 victims in 2016 alone. Many were children. We didn't just shut down the UN aid agencies, especially in places that need it. Yeah, exactly. UNRWA is also like specifically created for Israel's genocidal intent. Israel's actions since its inception have been so uniquely violent that like there's an entire agency specifically designed to like help Palestinians survive. I think the UNRWA shutdown was totally symbolic. I think it was basically just America and the UK saying like, oh yeah, nice ruling, nice court ruling you got there, International Court of Justice, but it's just us, baby.
Idris. Just to follow up, you said Iran was behind the attack. So what does that mean? Have you seen evidence of financing or directing anything specific to this attack, not just generally, but specifically?
So maybe I need to clarify further from what Lita had mentioned. We know that Iran funds these groups like Kataib Hezbollah. We know that these IRGC backed.
She's like uniquely bad too. I mean, they roll her out every time.
Militias are the ones responsible for attacks on our troops in Iraq and Syria. Beyond that, we're doing an intelligence assessment.
Oh.
We don't have. I can't give you today that.
I was wrong. Okay. The White House has notified Congress that the U.S. has troops on the ground in Yemen. Wow. Pentagon suggests there's no U.S. troops in Yemen, but last month the White House said there are. Oh, that's old. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we have operatives there. Fuck.
This attack, linking it to Iran.
We just know that Iran funds these groups like Kataib Hezbollah and other groups that have attacked our forces, but I don't have more to share on.
Right?
As a general matter, yes. Idris.
Just to follow up.
Saving Private Ryan, but for Nikki Haley's husband doing war crimes in Yemen? Yeah. Except no one is saving her. No one is saving him. Yeah, this is really dangerous stuff overall. But also, I don't know. I mean, this is like America shit. We do this all the time. Here.
The US says it does not seek another war, but it will protect itself and respond appropriately following the drone attack that killed 3 American soldiers and wounded dozens near the Jordan-Syria border at a remote outpost called Tower 22. Since Israel's retaliation for the October the 7th attacks, US military bases in Syria and Iraq have been attacked more than 170 times. The group behind the deaths at the Tower 22 base, called Islamic Resistance in Iraq, are part of an Iranian-sponsored network across the Middle East. Known as the Axis of Resistance, there's a number of pro-Iranian militias based in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, the Palestinian territories, and as far south as Yemen. All are opposed to Israel and the United States. From Washington, our North America editor Sarah Smith has the latest.
In the Situation Room, President Biden, with his defense secretary, is considering his military reaction. We're told he's weighing his options. He needs to retaliate, but without causing more conflict.
We do not seek another war. We do not seek to escalate. But we will absolutely do what is required to protect ourselves, to continue that mission, and to respond appropriately to these attacks.
Shortly after he learned of the attack yesterday, Mr. Biden vowed the US will respond.
And we shall respond.
Now he needs to decide what that response will be. His Secretary of State warning other actors not to get involved.
From the outset, we've been very clear in warning that anyone looking to take advantage of conflict in the Middle East and try to expand it, don't do it.
The US has not said which militia group it believes is responsible for the attack on their base in Jordan, or why the deadly drone was not intercepted. President Biden's opponents lay the blame on him and are demanding he target Iran itself in response. Senator Lindsey Graham wrote on X, "I'm calling on the Biden administration to strike targets of significance inside Iran, not only as a reprisal for the killing of our forces, but as deterrence against future aggression." The Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, said, "The cost of failure to deter Americans' adversaries is again measured in American lives." And Donald Trump's response? Well, he claims, "This attack would never have happened if I was president."
This attack, or just like so much of Israel, Palestine, is directly his fault. And as always, the Democrats didn't do shit to fix it. But so much of it is directly his fault. God, I hate this so much.
Not even a chance. In Tehran, the Iranian government denied involvement in the attack. A spokesman said the militias do not take orders from Iran. The 3 soldiers killed yesterday have been named as Specialist Brianna Moffett, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Sergeant William Rivers. Their deaths will mark a new phase in America's role in the escalating tensions of the Middle East. So what are the options that President Biden is weighing up inside the White House? Well, he could redouble America's efforts to attack the Iranian-backed militias in the region who have been striking at U.S. forces, but those have obviously so far failed to deter those groups from striking at Americans. A much more aggressive response would be to try to target the source of the Iranian missiles and drones that those groups are using. He could go after the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in positions in Iraq or Syria rather than in Iran itself, but even that would risk some kind of escalation from Iran. I mean, just as the US says it is not seeking war and it doesn't want conflict with Iran, it's pretty convinced that Tehran doesn't want some kind of direct conflict with Washington. But everybody knows they have to take great care in this delicate and dangerous situation.
Sarah, thank you. Lise Doucette is here with me in the studio. Lise, as well as focusing on how to respond to the deaths of its soldiers, the US is still trying to find ways to pause Israel's war in Gaza and bring home the remaining hostages held by Hamas, which is regarded as a terrorist organisation by many Western governments, including the UK. What can you tell us?
In the last hour, the US's top diplomat, Antony Blinken, that you heard in that report, said that the United States was very, very actively pursuing this. Now, we focused on these talks briefly last night here on the 10. What's new today is that there are new details provided by the Prime Minister of Qatar, which is playing a pivotal role in these discussions. And he said in Washington that they were now ready to present a framework to Hamas after a weekend of talks in Paris involving spy chiefs from Israel, the United States and Egypt. The Prime Minister spoke of good progress, he said, in achieving a ceasefire, which would allow some 100 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners and the delivery of more aid. Now, it has to be said that today there's a less positive assessment from Israel, which spoke of significant gaps, unacceptable conditions, and one official vowing that Israeli troops won't leave Gaza until, in his words, complete victory. But Israel is under pressure to bring the hostages home, most of all from the families of the hostages. So while there are gaps, these crucial talks will go on.
Oops. It's not a leak. It's a delivery virtual assistant. Did you see the Israeli conference about resettling Gaza? Yes, I did. Also, I'm a gamer, so you can't get me. The Pentagon press secretary says, I'm not aware of any U.S. force on the ground in Yemen, but the White House recently told Congress the United States military personnel are deployed to Yemen to conduct operations. John Kirby goes mask off when asked if Biden is going to look at the American people for his decision making.
In his response has authorization under Article 2. Does that mean that he's planning to bypass Congress in any matter of war in terms of this response?
You don't game? That's what you think. I've been gaming so crazy. I've been gaming like crazy. I've been playing Dave the Diver nonstop. I'm so cracked at it. How's Dave the Diver been? Incredible.
I'm not going to get ahead of his decision making. He has the authority under Article 2 as Commander-in-Chief. And as we have in the past, so we will in the future, appropriately inform leaders in Congress about what we're doing in keeping with that authority.
I just want to follow up because the president was sent a letter on Friday from a bipartisan group of lawmakers, and he had been accused of unauthorized strikes against the Houthis by bypassing Congress. They said no president, regardless of political party, has the constitutional authority to bypass Congress on matters of war. Do you think that that would apply here, given this escalation?
Not at war with the Houthis. We're not looking for a war with Iran. The president is comfortable that he has the appropriate legal authorities to act in self-defense of our ships, our sailors, and our troops in our facilities at sea or ashore.
Right. Isn't it time to involve the American people? I mean, given the fact that the American people were not happy about,
I suspect the American people are not happy about attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea. I also suspect they're not happy about seeing American troops killed at a base in Jordan. The president has the authority to defend those troops in those facilities, and he'll do that.
He's weighing all of his options. This is an election year. Is the president looking at his polling when he's weighing all of these options? Is the president looking at what?
My goodness, that's a heck of a question. He's not looking, ma'am, let me just stop you right there. Commander-in-Chief is not looking at polling or considering the electoral calendar when he's defending.
Oh, he's definitely not. Because if he was, he'd be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this. This is like kind of dumb. Ma'am, that's one heck of a question. Yeah, well, he should be, actually, I think. Personally, I think he should be looking maybe a little bit. He's like, ma'am, you're so wrong. Biden is doing this because he's just nutty with it. There's not really any other reason. There's no rhyme or reason, if we're being for real, about the situation in Israel. We don't fully understand it. Well, except for me, John Kirby. I love what Biden is doing. But you know, a lot of people, ma'am, are calling what Biden is doing sicko mode. That's right. He is going full tilt. Doesn't matter. Pro-Israel unconditionally. Doesn't care if he loses an election. Doesn't even know that this is an election year, really. I mean, I've asked him. But let's get to Nancy Jebediah Pelosi, okay? I feel like foreign policy is its own entity, the empire, for sure. But even then, this transcends beyond that. Look at this. Whenever Biden hits a new low, the most common thing I see from Democrats is complaining about how it's the media's fault. But even if it was just that, why isn't a guy with 50 years of experience prepared for that? Isn't he supposed to be canny enough to avoid the usual pitfalls? Great question. Biden's job approval among ages 18 to 29 is right now sitting at a whopping 71% disapproval. It's funny because, like, when you look at the 2020 election, the demographics that turned out that gave Biden the victory, okay, aside from the usual voter patterns or the way that like certain votes swung, the ones that have consistently told the polls that they're probably not going to vote for Biden again are literally the 18 to 29, 18 to 35 in general. It's like it's the under 44, relatively younger voters that are that even before October 7. I'm talking about the what do you call it? The voter population in those demographics under the age of 35 especially have consistently stated that they don't know if they'll vote at all. So there's like, I think it was 17% of the overall entire population of people that voted that were voter eligible in 2020 that are currently in the who knows where we'll go camp. And those guys are usually very young voters. The Oibrovian Marxists, I'm not voting. Half the time when people say I'm not voting, they're just like not from America. It's so funny. It's always, it's my favorite pastime whenever someone says like, yeah, I ain't voting for Biden. You can't make me. And then everybody goes like, fuck you, fucking kill yourself. Oh, I bet you want, I hope, Trump makes you, forcibly detains you and kills you or whatever. And then the the poster would be like, I'm in Canada, so I can't really vote. Yeah, this guy's name is Oybrovian Marxist. Okay, he's not voting for Joe Biden because he's probably British. unless you mean like unless you mean that you were illegally voting for the Democrats reliably until this year. Listen, as a reliable illegal voter for the Democrats, I've decided this year I am not voting for the Democrats illegally. I'm not voting for them at all.
On what happens next, we spoke earlier to John Kirby, the National Security Council's coordinator, the House's point of view about who is ultimately responsible for this, and that is the country of Iran. They're not hitting proxies of ours, they're hitting us. Are we going to hit them at last?
Again, I'm simply not going to get ahead of the president.
Do you not hear the way, dude, American media is so horny. They're literally like, I want death and destruction. I want murder. I want it so fucking bad. Are we going to fucking do it or not? I can't come. I want to come. This is the only way I can come. Please let me come. We need blood for the blood god. It's crazy.
President's decision space. We're not looking for a war with Iran. We're not looking for a conflict broader in the region. We're doing everything we can to try to take the tensions down. We will make the right decisions, the appropriate decisions to defend ourselves, our troops, and our facilities. But again, that decision rests with the commander-in-chief, and I'm not going to get ahead of where he is.
Admiral, respectfully, I know we're not looking for a war with Iran, but with 3 dead soldiers this morning, are we not already in one?
I would tell you that we are certainly mindful of the destabilizing behavior and actions of Iran and the way they support these groups, these militia groups in Iraq and Syria, Hamas, Hezbollah, the maritime attacks that they're permitting by the Houthis. We're mindful of the destabilizing behavior and the influence that they have in the region. Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the president and what he might decide or might not decide. We are not interested in a broader conflict in the region. We're not looking.
Fuck. Why is this blipping? I don't want the blipping. How do I? Oh God, it's gonna keep blipping. It's not gaming. I'm talking to a fucking virtual assistant on the side. Jesus Christ. And now it is being annoying. Mute the tab? I can't mute it. It's like not a mutable tab. Wait, can I mute the tab? No, it's like a totally separate window, it seems. Oh, sound is automatic. Boom. All right, turn the sound off. Let's go. Never mind, it worked. AI girlfriend. It's not an AI girlfriend. Shut up. Wait, so like a sex bot? No, it's a... Shut up, chat. Shut up. No, it's a delivery thing, okay? Fuck. Yeah, I just turned off the sound.
Looking for another war, but we absolutely will do what we have to do to protect ourselves.
Admiral Kirby, thank you very much. Our thoughts, as yours are with the families of those 3 fallen.
A Fox News alert.
Hit him hard. Senator Graham urges Biden to hit Iran after killing a U.S. forces. Hell yeah, baby. Give him hell. Hit him hard. Was your AI girlfriend reminding you about the top of the hour? Fuck me. Why do I come on here just to suffer? Why? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and it gives me a little bit of happiness to debate you, which I'm not able to now because you took that away from me. My little joy. How do you get baited by such short sentences? Because I read everything. I don't scan it. I guess the way I read it is I don't scan it. I don't even think about it when I'm reading it. That's why I sometimes read the dumbest questions. Owen Gila, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You too can avoid the ads at the top of the hour by subscribing for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, use a 3-minute ad break now. If Biden doesn't start World War III in the next week, he must be impeached and put in prisons. Multiple prisons, not one. He must be put in prisons.
President Biden is promising a response after 3 U.S. troops were killed in a drone strike in Jordan. 38 others were injured in the attack carried out by Iran-backed militants, and the number is expected to rise. Jonathan Gilliam is a U.S. Navy SEAL and former FBI special agent, and he joins me now. Jonathan, good morning to you. This is an act of war, and it didn't come without warning. There have been 160 attacks on U.S. troops in the Middle East since mid-October. How does the president respond? This deserves to be more than just a 3-day.
This guy's, yeah, this is my guy. Like, I go to a duck hunter looking ass dude when I want to know about how hard we need to hit him.
Story.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. You're right. It does
deserve to be more than just a 3-day story. But you just said it yourself. There's been over 160 attacks, and that's just in that area. That's not including the issues that we've had with the Houthis in the Red Sea. But what is the common denominator here is that either Biden and his administration either does nothing, or they do the rhetoric that they use is a proportionate and singular response. And so they will pick areas that they can carry out airstrikes on, but those airstrikes, by and large, do nothing to stop the head of the snake, which is Iran. And it doesn't matter if it's Hamas, Hezbollah, whoever is responsible for this particular attack, or the Houthis in the Red Sea. Iran backs these individuals regardless of Shia or Sunni ties, and they back them with money, weapons, and training because this is how they fight through proxy wars.
Yeah, and 3 families are going to get the worst news of their lives. And we will get these soldiers.
When someone says Iran is like our version of Hamas, when someone says Iran, when they hit the I, okay, the likelihood that they want to nuke the entirety of Iran gets extra, it's super high, okay? There's 2 different ways of saying Iran in America, both of which is oftentimes as bloodthirsty. You either have the diaspora Iranian voice. They definitely want to nuke. They definitely want to glass Tehran. And then you have the Iran. They hit the hard I. It's like
pictures eventually. And then every single time we do, the story becomes even more real and more tragic. Senator Lindsey Graham says that the White House should take immediate and strong action, saying the Biden administration
the Arabs and Iran
can take out all the Iranian proxies they like, to your point, Jonathan, but it will not deter Iranian aggression. I am calling on the Biden administration to strike targets of significance inside Iran, not only as reprisal for the killing of our forces, but as deterrence against future aggression. Hit Iran now, hit them hard. What are the chances that the president surprises us and does something like that? And if not, what happens next?
I think the chance of the Biden administration doing something that aggressive is very unlikely, because it is, as we have seen historically, whether we're looking at Afghanistan, the way they deal with China, how they tried or did not or failed and didn't even attempt to stop Russia from crossing into the Ukraine. The Biden administration does not carry out any type of military operation that would threaten the Biden administration politically. So the chances are they're not going to do anything to Iran. And I'd like to say one other thing. Lindsey Graham is correct in what he's saying, but why does Lindsey Graham and all the other conservatives in Washington, D.C., why do they wait until Iran does something like this to go and take the leadership of Iran out, to take the military leadership out, or the generals? That's one thing Trump did. Trump did many things that were great, but the one thing that he did in relation to this was he took out that general when he was starting to maneuver in the same way, and that's what Iran understands. Yeah. They don't. They and their proxies will continue to do what they're doing unless they themselves are hit and hit hard.
Yeah, and there was recently memorial in honor of that General Qasem Soleimani in Iran, and there was a terror attack that took place during that memorial, and it turns out the United States warned Iran that something was going to happen, and this is the thanks we get. So that is another extension of this story. And, you know, Jonathan, just 2 weeks ago, President Biden...
Why did the media flip like this when the 2 SEALs died? Because they were conducting an operation, not sitting at a base. I think that's probably what it is. I would assume that that's their major reason. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it other than that. 1 second. Hold on. Oh, what does this mean? I have to set up a redelivery. God damn it. Hold on, chat. I know I'm fucking being annoying. It sucks. Smart parcel carrier redelivery. Hold on. I think this should work. This is the real content we join for. Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure that I'm like not.
Was asked about his message to Iran, and he says they know not to do anything. He said he delivered a message to Iran. They know not to do anything. It's a little hard to hear him when he said it, but let's just play that clip really quickly, and then we'll get your response.
Okay, this sucks. This is like not informative at all. U.S. condemns conference call for Israel. Negotiators working towards a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Biden vows to shut down the border. All right, let's talk about the border saga, and then we'll move on to fun shit. Okay? The world is fucked, man. The people we have in power don't give a shit about the actual people. Yeah, I mean, they never have.
The influx of migrants continues at the southern border. Washington hoping a deal to stem the tide could be close.
If that bill were the law today,
What? Oh, my God. That's the guy. I think Hassan Parker and I should have a beer summit in Manhattan sometime soon. You guys found him. Does he want to fuck me? Like, why is he posting like a sick ass photo of me? I don't understand that part. That part seems kind of odd, I think. Like, what's the deal here? Is he trying to fuck? Is he trying to smash? What is this? Is there an article about you in the tweet? Yeah, I think it's his website. I'm not going to click on it. Sick ass photo is debatable, but I just look hot. Okay. Yeah, the outfit is not great. It's giving Halloween placemat, but like I look hot. Even with this ugly ass fit, I still look good, I think. And you don't. 2013 ass photo. Yeah, I mean it's an old ass photo. It is like a 2013 ass photo because it is. Outfit is ugly, but your face card never declines. Thank you. I did have a hat phase in like around 2014 to like 2017, I would say. I was a hat guy. This is true. Framework for ceasefire deal being put to Hamas, the Qatar prime minister says. Proposal for the 45-day pause in fighting and release of 35 Israeli hostages and up to 4,000 Palestinian prisoners. Taking care of yourself was paying off. You still look good as then. Oh, thank you. You mother boarded the world's largest cunt wave. The base of the deal is a 45-day pause in the fighting, leading to the release of 35 Israeli hostages and many 4,000 Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. I mean, I foresee a lot of the ceasefire negotiations going south regardless, not just the negotiations process, but like, I just don't think that, I think that as soon as the hostages are completely released, it's going to turn into a bedlam. What is this? 1 minute TikTok summary article you didn't want to click? Thanks, man. Take a week off. Yeah, the bombing will, once the last hostage is out of Gaza, it's like bedlam. All right, let's get to the border where the Democrats are also leaning into being reactionary Republicans for some weird reason, which is cool, I guess. This is how we operate all the time now. This is what we do.
I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
President Biden and lawmakers working on a bipartisan deal to expand the president's authority at the border. Lawmakers hopeful it can pass.
We do have a bipartisan deal. We're finishing the text right now.
This despite former President Trump opposing the deal.
I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill. A bad bill you can't have.
Mr. Trump condemning the deal in a flurry of Truth Social posts over the weekend, claiming without evidence there will be major terror attacks if migrants continue to come in. Other Republicans pushing back.
Donald Trump, the last thing he needs to do is tell them to wait to pass a border deal until the election. We can't wait one more day.
And it comes as Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott is in a standoff with the federal government, denying federal agents access to an area in Eagle Pass that's been the epicenter of the migrant surge. Now surrounded by a fence and razor wire, the state even had.
Although Trump denies it, RFK Jr. says Team Trump did reach out to him
early on
to see if he would be Trump's running mate, and he turned it down. Big mistake from Trump. Dude, see, this is why you know his team is not listening to me right now. They're not watching. I already said this. It's the unity ticket, baby. They're not listening to me, and it's kind of fucked up.
Adding more razor wire after last week, a Supreme Court ruling gave Border Patrol agents the power to remove it. Republican governors from 25 states signing a letter supporting Texas.
Texas should stand their ground.
Oh, fuck. I forgot to talk about Nancy Pelosi. Sorry. Two things I want to cover with Nancy Slaylosi, cunt mother. Okay. Mother Nancy Slaylosi went on Donna Bash's State of the Union. Okay. And she has some choice words for the activists. You silly little activists. Okay. You silly little activists running around demanding ceasefires in Gaza and shit like that. Let's take a look.
My house all the time.
So I have a feeling for what feelings they have. But we have to think about what we're doing. And what we have to do is try to stop the suffering in Gaza. This is...
How do we do that? Yeah, if only there was a way to stop the suffering in Gaza. I'm sorry. Help. I can't stop giving weapons to the guys doing the suffering in Gaza.
Women and children, people who don't have a place to go. So let's address that.
I love that Lib line is like, she's right about Russia. Okay, we're America. What do you mean? We could just literally not give Israel the weapons and be like, sorry, this is going to Ukraine. The idea that like Russia is the reason why, or China is the reason why we're giving the weapons to Israel is so dumb. You're giving the weapons. What the fuck do you mean it's Russia? If anything, Russia loves America consistently giving the weapons that would normally go to Ukraine to Israel instead. This is what I don't understand. They're like, oh, Russia is stoking tensions. Okay, you don't understand. Russia is loving this right now. And it's like, yeah, okay, fine, fair. Is Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza genuinely to Russia's benefit in Ukraine? Absolutely. Who's the one arming Ukraine and arming Israel? We are. So clearly, if your goal is like, no, we got to give Ukraine these weapons, like we can't let Russia win, then fucking stop arming Israel. It makes no sense.
But for them to call for a ceasefire is Mr. Putin's message.
What do you mean? Why? If they called for a ceasefire in Gaza, if there was a ceasefire in Gaza, then you could just go back to arming Ukraine instead of arming Israel. This makes no sense. How do we know what's the truth? Like, how do we know if Israel's receiving arms from the USA? I mean, there's logs of it. Like there's tracking. They also flex it. It's the munitions type that they're using. Like they're American arms. What? We confirm it. Source? Brother, just Google it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. What? So when we send arms to a country, unless it's like a black budget operation, oftentimes it's like, even then there's like some level of paper trail that you can use with a FOIA request. Okay. In most circumstances, like we're very open, we're very public about who we're sending weapons to. And over the course of the past couple of months, I've covered extensively the fact that like the Biden administration has bypassed its own State Department regulations that they have with respect to what kind of weapons are being sent to Israel, and also the tracking and the tracking of the kinds of weapons being sent to Israel, and also what those weapons will be used for. Like all of that stuff, all of those norms, I guess, we completely eviscerated. Beyond that, Biden has sidestepped congressional approval to continue giving more arms to Israel. Also, then there's a much larger arming bill as well. I don't know. Here, this is literally the CIA's very own. This is the Voice of America, operated by the State Department. Like it's not hidden. It's not like a secret. I've never thought about someone being like, "What's the source on this?" What's the source on Biden living in the White House? Excuse me? Source? Was that like a gotcha? I don't know. Maybe he just genuinely didn't know. I don't. Anyway, it's funny because you said Raytheon makes the Iron Dome missiles in Arkansas. Yes, they also make the white phosphorus that Israel is illegally using. Both doubly illegal. Illegal because Israel is a belligerent occupier, and also doubly illegal because you're not supposed to use white phosphorus on a civilian population as a means to like torture them. So yeah, Arkansas also produces like the white phosphorus Israel is using as well on the civilian population in Gaza. Yeah, you can't use it on soldiers either. Yeah, you're not supposed to use it unless I think it's like what, to just like light it up. Like it's supposed to be used as a means to, like, there's two different ones, right? It's either for smoke cover or for lighting up the sky, right? Isn't it? There's like it's an illumination target. Like it Yeah, it's just smoke for concealment or marking. Yeah. No, white phosphorus isn't for illumination. Illumination rounds exist for that reason, not white phosphorus. I thought white phosphorus and illumination rounds were similar, but I might be wrong. I've talked about this before. I'm not a munitions autist at all. I don't know enough. Or, yeah, I'm not a War Thunder player. Exactly. Anyway, it used to be used to illuminate, but now there's less dangerous stuff. White phosphorus for illumination is very prone to blow up and no bueno if you want things to be illuminated and to also be burned alive. They make the illumination rounds for them M777 howitzer. They are white phosphorus. I was an artillery marine for 6 years. Yeah, the artillery rounds are illumination rounds. That's the one that they used on the Al Ahli hospital originally. Remember the hospital that Israel definitely didn't bomb, that they actually did bomb with a illumination round 2 days prior to them certainly not bombing the courtyard and all the controversy that came afterwards. Anyway, where was I? What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, I got sidetracked by this guy asking for sources. But yeah, Nancy Pelosi. Interesting stuff from Nancy. Never really thought about it this way. And now that I have thought about it this way, I realize that it's the dumbest fucking argument you could possibly make. Because if your point overall is to claim that Russia personally is like pushing for a ceasefire and would benefit greatly from a ceasefire, well then you're a fucking dumbass. Because guess what? Technically, a ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities in Gaza would mean that America could care more about Ukraine rather than Israel. So, I don't know. Maybe because they're stupid. That's why.
Mr. Putin.
These Russians are so stupid. Mr. Putin, tear down that wall.
There is Mr. Putin's message. Mr. Putin's message. Make no mistake, this is directly connected to what he would like to see. Same thing with Ukraine. It's about Putin's message. I think some of these protesters are spontaneous and organic and sincere. Some, I think, are connected to Russia, and I say that having...
That's not it. Russia doesn't want a ceasefire. Sam Cedar made the same mistake. They don't have protesters because they want a ceasefire. They do it because they just want noise. Some Pelosi protesters aren't getting a ceasefire. What? Like, this argument has been the same in perpetuity. Russia takes advantage of American political instability all the time. Of course, they are a foreign adversary declared as a foreign adversary. It does not matter. You cannot get out of this situation by being like, well, that's Russia. That's a Russian agent speaking. Okay? It is such a ridiculous, such a idiotic assessment by Nancy Pelosi for the reasons that I just mentioned. It doesn't matter if Russia is like prodding protesters to push for a ceasefire or whatever the fuck Nancy Pelosi thinks. Okay? There are still a shit ton of people demonstrably, according to polling at least, especially in younger demographics, that genuinely think that America's help and facilitation of the genocide, the ethnic cleansing in Gaza is gross and should stop. If you think about it from a broader framework, when you look at what would happen if there was a ceasefire in Gaza, well, then you also realize that it's doubly stupid. Okay? It doesn't matter. It would be in Russia's interest for America to continue fighting amongst itself, certainly, as they are a foreign adversary, sure. But it's also absolutely not in Russia's interest for America to shift its attention away from Israel back to Ukraine. So if that's the case, then why the fuck is it Putin's message overall? Yeah, Putin has said, there should be a ceasefire or that, Israel should stop doing what it's doing to Gaza, that Palestinians are in the right. Who gives a fuck what he's saying? He's right. Bro, check yourself. You sound like Vladimir Putin right now. I know. It's just, I guess I am. The notion that like American protesters, the notion that American protesters protesting against Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is just a Russian op to a certain degree is really stupid, in my opinion. So yeah, she's probably correct to some degree, and you're correct. Many do want a ceasefire, myself included, but this is what they do. They started opposing protests in 2017 in St. Louis. What? Dude, this is 3 girls, 1 pudge. This is literally Russiagate shit. Okay? Like marginal spending on like Facebook ads or to like create a Facebook group both in favor and against like police brutality is not the major problem here. Okay, the major problem is the police brutality itself. It doesn't matter. She's talking to 30-year-old, 80-year-old libs. No, apparently she's talking to 3 girls, 1 punch. It's his message because people talk about it. They talk about Pelosi protesters, warmongers, doesn't make, as long as they're not talking about Ukraine.
Looked at this for a long time now, as you know.
You think some of these protests are Russian plans?
I think they're plans. I think some financing should be investigated. And I want to ask this.
Yeah, the second part is also really gross. We should investigate the public outcry against Israel's actions in Gaza is also gross. It's beneficial to Russia for the U.S. to keep funding Israel's violence. The U.S. is losing face on a global scale, and it's quite possible this will have economic repercussions. Yes.
The FBI to investigate that. But apart from that, let's just say it's all spontaneous and sincere. Let's say it's all spontaneous and sincere. Young people care about the right to choose. They care about LGBTQ issues. They care about preserving the planet. They care about gun violence prevention. That's what they tell us. They care about our democracy and the freedoms that are...
Which is why young people care about their democracy and our freedoms, which is why I'm suggesting the FBI investigate protesters that are currently democratically protesting against the American government's actions as it pertains to full-blown facilitation of genocide in Gaza. These are the things that young people care about. I'm here to tell you exactly the opposite. I'm here to tell you that I do not care about those things. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi.
Contained in some of what I said. So they're going to have to make a decision, staying home to enable or to organize. Not agonize, but organize.
That's sick. Yeah. Young people care about these things. We are not going to do any of those things for young people. We should also investigate them. Think about all the good things we did about gun violence. Yeah, she's literally saying like, well, it doesn't matter if you care about genocide or not, because you're still going to have to vote for us because we're telling you that we will at least not be like full tilt anti-abortion in the same way the Republicans are. It's great.
And get out there and get the job. I have every confidence that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be president and vice president of the United States.
Here's Nancy Pelosi also, funnily enough, having another... Oh, this is an older moment, I guess, but here's what Nancy Pelosi said apparently in October, someone was saying. Pelosi to protesters outside of our house, go back to China where your headquarters is.
Most of your constituents block beside you. Stop the genocide. Stop the Holocaust.
The Democrats want the ceasefire. The Democrats want the ceasefire.
She said, go back to China.
The Democrats want the ceasefire.
That's fucking sick. It's so funny because accusing your political opponents of being Chi-Com agents is Alex Jones's thing, is what I said, which is true. I saw someone being like, this is a Stop Asian Hate. That's my former teacher, a Jewish woman who she told to go back to China. Oh, that's awesome. How do you respond to having the same car as Nancy Pelosi? Wait, what? Porsche haver? What do you mean? You think that's a Porsche? The car that she's getting into? You think that's a Porsche? Look in the garage. Oh, I don't think that's a Taycan. That's Paul Pelosi's car. No. Paul has a Panamera, I think. Yeah. In the garage. That's Nancy's husband. Do you know why I know that? Because he got arrested for drunk driving, if you remember. Yeah. I don't think it's a Taycan. I think it's a Panamera. Yeah. Or was it a Taycan? It might have been a Taycan, but like a shittier version of my car, I think, if it is a Taycan. Because I remember making jokes about it. But I don't think it's a Taycan. It doesn't look like a Taycan. It looks like it might be a Panamera. Wait, is it even a Panamera? Wait, what is that? No, it's a 911 maybe? Or a Carrera? I don't know. I can't tell. If you're arrested for drunk driving, you're banned from Canada for life. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. That's a Ferrari? I don't think that's... I can't tell what it is. Bro got hammered twice? Yes. The one person who got hammered harder than you for having a Porsche is Paul Pelosi? Yeah, it's true.
And asked him about being his VP. I asked if it were true. Take a look. If he asked you that today, what would your response be?
I would not take that job. I'm flattered that President Trump would offer it to me, but it's not something that I'm interested in.
Did he reach out, or his team?
People from the team have reached out to me.
I know 911s look kind of shit, but you should have gotten one just for the memes. First of all, I don't think the Porsche 911s look shitty. I think they look awesome. They're an incredible car. I would have gotten one if I could fit in one. The problem with the 911 is that I don't fit into it. Not that it's, oh, here's the DUI Porsche. DUI, Porsche House Speaker's, Paul Pelosi DUI. Porsche House Speaker's husband wrecked in California crash up for auction. There it is. The 2021 Porsche Carrera up for auction. MKBHD got a 911 and he's 6'3", bro. You have no excuse. He's like a lot skinnier than me. I've sat inside of a 911. I couldn't fit into it. Yeah, it was my own personal 911. All right, let's get back to the border deal in Brandon.
All this as House Republicans unveil articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Republicans allege that Mayorkas displayed a refusal to comply with the law and accuse him of making false statements and knowingly obstructing lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. DHS blasting the move, calling it an unconstitutional, evidence-free impeachment.
And whether that immigration deal moves forward is an open question since President Trump is opposing it. He has said it would be, quote, a gift for President Biden in an election year. But other Republicans are saying that this is the best deal that the party is going to get. Hoda.
All right, Guad Venegas for us there in Texas. Guad, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday.
America. I don't care about that. Did you know that the Biden administration is giving free green cards to all immigrants? Doug DeMuro is 6'4" and looks uncomfortable in a 911. It is uncomfortable. I don't know why chat's not believing me. I'm telling you, it is. This is a great video. I highly recommend it. Okay.
We need to talk. We've grown apart these last few years. It's not you, it's Mississippi. It's Mississippi. Pew Research reports that over
Good to see at least a handful of us left is making bank. Keep up the great work. Someone has to beat MAGA because corporate dem sure or not. What?
For the past 7 years, Americans have increasingly felt that their political opposites are stupider, more dishonest, more immoral, and lazier. And the simple fact is...
Does it have bucket seats? How can you not fit? It does have bucket seats. I can't fit in a bucket seat.
They're right, regardless of what side they're on.
I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top.
And in light of this increasing political acrimony among Americans, some have begun to think it was good while it lasted, but it's time to call it quits on this whole union thing. For example, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has declared a crisis at the border and says that Texas has a right to self-defense and is going to take over immigration duties from the U.S. government and stop the U.S. government from interfering. And many politicians agree, like Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who triggered a firestorm of criticism by repeatedly demanding a national divorce in which Red America and Blue America go their separate ways. And we should listen to Congressperson Greene because she knows from experience what it means when someone decides they can't stand you anymore and unceremoniously leaves you. But while Greene was pilloried on all sides for her call for splitting up the union, a March 2023 poll suggests that around 1/5 of the population, or 66 million Americans, if you can extrapolate from that, are amenable to a national divorce. Looks like the 250-year itch is real. And even soon-to-be also-ran Nikki Haley is on tape claiming the Constitution allows states to secede.
Do you believe that the states of the United States have the right to secede from it?
I think that they do. I mean, the Constitution says that.
And admittedly, these numbers are alarming, though it's unclear to what extent it reflects a sincere desire to break up the union as opposed to a way to register their displeasure that the person you didn't vote for became president. But in 2009, governor of Texas and king of failing upwards, Rick Perry, jokingly suggested his state would consider secession after the election of Barack Obama. But this isn't just a red state thing. In 2017, a poll found that 32% of California voters supported seceding from the U.S. following the election of Donald Trump, up from 20% in 2014. And again, after Joe Biden was elected, Texas is once again partying like it's 1861 by refusing to accept election results and threatening secession. Regardless, what was once unthinkable,
Wouldn't Texas leaving the U.S. benefit everyone? Not really. No. I mean, it's just like, no, there's no secession, okay? It's not happening. I feel like it would, not only is Texas oil rich, but it's beyond that. It's like there's a lot of people in Texas that have family members all around the country. Texas is a massive state. It wouldn't be good for the people of Texas. It would not be good for the rest of the American economy. It's ridiculous.
Breakup of the United States has become a real issue we can no longer treat as a mere hypothetical. So today, Legal Eaglets, let's talk about what would happen if states opted to formally leave the union and whether that's legally possible. Now, typically it's a mistake to treat cranks with any kind of serious inquiry. After all, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not exactly what one would call a constitutional scholar, but her proposal is not without precedent. After all, the United States of America was born out of secession. And ever since the colonists declared themselves an independent nation, threats to leave the Union have long been made by various constituents of the U.S., but rarely acted on. And in fact, the first serious threat of secession came not from the Deep South, but from New England. In 1814, New England delegates attended the Hartford Convention to protest President James Madison's mercantile policies and the War of 1812, with more extreme delegates making an unsuccessful push to leave the Union. And then, and stop me if you've heard this one already, after the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, 11 southern U.S. states broke off.
Yeah, that goddamn libtard, dude.
From the Republic to form the Confederate States of America, triggering a bloody 4-year civil war. And of course, despite modern attempts by some to claim the Confederacy was fighting for states' rights, not slavery, we know that that's pretty much false. How do we know? Well, for one, the majority of the states explicitly wrote in their declaration.
Yeah, it's so funny that reactionary whitewashing of history is always the same. It's like Israel is such a perfect prescient demonstration of that same principle, because Israel will be like, oh, dude, we're the indigenous population, actually. And it's like, well, okay, but in its founding, like, the founders openly were like, we're doing colonialism. We are a colonial power. The people that are here, the indigenous population, do not like that we are a colonial power. It is going to cause problems. We must kill them. Okay, we got to figure out a way to expel them, either by force or just in general. We got to do that. So why are you lying about it now? They just, you said it openly, right? And it's the same principle behind, like, Confederates trying to whitewash the Civil War and be like, actually, it was about states' rights. States' rights for what? For what? What did the states want to do differently? What do they want to do differently? They wrote it down. It's just like, they wrote it. It's there. It's so stupid.
Declarations of secession that the reason they seceded was to preserve slavery and prevent political equality between whites and blacks. But, you know, sometimes people are only textualists when it's convenient. But even cities have gotten on the secession bandwagon, or in this case, perhaps the secession yacht. Martha's Vineyard, along with Nantucket, actually voted to secede from Massachusetts. Yes, in 1977, the Martha's Vineyard selectmen voted 10-2 for secession to protest a redistricting plan that would reduce their representation in the state legislature.
Yeah, by the way, the new states' right is even worse. Well, not the even worse, but like, is also just as fucking violent. Like, the new states' rights is to slice the throats of desperate child migrants with a concertina wire before they bleed out into the Rio Grande. That's like when Ted Cruz is talking about, like, come and take it, brother, and they put the concertina wire on that flag. He's saying, like, no, like, we are our new states' rights. Like, we will secede because we want to put concertina wire and booby traps on the Rio Grande so that incoming migrants that are, like, seeking asylum legally will fucking die. We want to booby trap and kill children, have them wash away in the Rio Grande. Insane stuff.
On an even smaller level, some Americans have simply proclaimed their property to be an independent micronation. For example, in 1998, Kevin Baugh declared his 11.3-acre property in the Nevada desert to be the Republic of Molossia. And since 1998, President Baugh has ruled his micronation as a benevolent dictator.
I am President Kevin Baugh of the Republic of Molossia, a tiny self-declared country within.
Dog, this is like libertarianism as an infantile disorder, but like at the maximum level. Okay, this is when you become like the most libertarian. Oh, it's so sick.
Nevada, that's within the United States. We have everything that a nation should have: bank, stamps, and the post office.
To date, no country has recognized the legitimacy of this micronation, whose currency is tied to the price of cookie dough. Now, obviously, if you're going to try and secede from the Union, you're going to need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm...
This is not even a libertarian, dude. He's dressed as Pinochet. Excuse me. What do you think Pinochet was? Pinochet is the ultimate libertarian. He is the fucking godfather of neoliberalism in action. Forcible implementation of neoliberalism upon an entire unsuspecting population after a military coup is literally the most. Yeah, he's an authoritarian a capitalist.
The Eagle team can help. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you've gotten a data breach letter, or were involved in a car crash, or have dealt with sexual harassment, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can get the best representation and find out all of what your options are. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. Click on the link below. So let's jump right into it. Does the Constitution provide a right to unilaterally secede from the Union? Well, to give everyone's favorite answer, it depends. No, actually, no. States and localities have zero constitutional right to declare themselves independent and break away from the United States. Any votes to secede unilaterally is just political virtue signaling and with zero legal effect. And yet the, quote, constitutional right to secede is a myth that refuses to die, but for really interesting reasons. Now, no state has bought into this mythical right to secede more than the Lone Star State. In fact, Texans love to repeat the legend that Texas, as a condition to joining the U.S., negotiated an annexation treaty which grants them the unique right to unilaterally secede from the Union and once again become the Republic of Texas. But you might be surprised to learn that the terms of the Texas annexation contain no such provision. But Texas won't be cowed by your big city fact-checking and literacy. As a result, the state's conservative leader.
Damn, dude, he's hammering. What the fuck? This is the most legal is like straight ripped into a fucking American state, okay?
Leaders continue to falsely proclaim a right to secede. In June of 2022, Texas Republicans were once again whistling Dixie by adding to its party platform that Texas retains the right to secede from the United States, declaring a right to nullify the federal laws they don't like under the 10th Amendment, and urging the Texas legislature to pass a referendum to determine whether or not the state of Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. And in March of 2023, Texas State Representative Brian Slayton introduced a bill to put said referendum on the November 2023 ballot. And just in time for the 2024 election, the Texas Supreme Court declined to take up a case from a conservative group that wanted to add Texas secession to this year's presidential primary ballot. But that raises the question, on what legal grounds do some Texans claim the state has a right to secede? Well, according to Daniel Miller, the president of the pro-secession Texas Nationalist Movement, Texas...
Yeah, you're right. That's true. The Republicans claim to be patriots and they insult America constantly. January 6th and this. Hello. Also, hyping up cessation as terrorists. It's like the most un-American thing you can do. Constantly claiming that you want to secede from the United States of America is the least patriotic thing on the planet, okay? If the American federal government had a fraction of the fucking balls that we believe it has, you would be turning Texas into Xinjiang, okay? Constant round-the-clock surveillance on every separationist Texan, okay? Literally one-party loyalist member per family. I'm talking, we are sending Will Stancil into the homes of every suburban fascist, okay? Any kind of small business tyrant is going to get a Democratic Party loyalist to sit in their homes, okay? Are you talking about secession? Guess what, dude? Oh, you want to secede? How about you see the inside of this re-education camp? Boom. Rip its guts out. Re-fucking build it as a goddamn amusement park for everyone else to come and enjoy the beautiful culture of Texas. That's what I'm advocating for, okay? Think about that. Re-education camps for all the hogs in Texas that want to secede. No more separationist bullshit, okay?
Texas has an implied right to secede because the Constitution doesn't say it can't.
Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution lists everything states are forbidden from doing. Guess what's not in there? Withdrawing.
In addition, Miller claims that the 10th Amendment, which says that the federal government only has power spelled out in the Constitution or not delegated by the states, means that states can choose to leave. Now, this argument isn't completely insane. There is a canon of construction that allows you to interpret contracts or statutes by what is included. Specifically, it's based on the Latin phrase is justum generis, which means the company it keeps. If you create a list of things and something is not included in that list, then you can assume that it was not meant to be included in that list. That being said, the argument is also similar to the one used in the movie.
This chatter is right, dude. It's the Air Bud defense. Nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball. Oh, he's saying it literally. Oh no.
Air Bud. Basically, there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't secede from the United States or that a dog can't play basketball.
Oh my God.
Anything in there that says a dog can't play.
He's right. Ain't no rule said the dog can't play basketball.
So I wouldn't necessarily hang my hat on that argument. Most likely, Air Bud would be able to secede before Texas. especially because legal scholars and constitutional experts seem to overwhelmingly agree that the US Constitution does not allow for secession. For example, Stanford Levison, who is a law professor at the University of Texas, Austin, said that, quote, almost no lawyer would take that argument seriously. I do believe it is viewed as a closed question. And courts that have weighed in on the issues of secession have always shot.
Yeah, because all lawyers are libtards, brother. What do you mean? What's the highest likelihood that you will become a liberal? Education. In order to become a lawyer, I'm pretty sure you need to go to get undergraduate degree at homosexual Marxist university, okay? And then on top of that, you got to go to law school. That's two different schools. Think about it.
Shot them down. In 2010, Alaska's Supreme Court ruled that secession was illegal, and thus an initiative putting the question to a vote could not be placed on the ballot. So any effort to put a matter on the ballot in Texas would likely not be constitutional either. Even the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who followed a strict form of constitutional interpretation dubbed originalism, said that there's no legal basis for secession. And we learned Scalia's views on this matter in a quite unusual way. Back in 2006, legally minded screenwriter Daniel Turkowitz wrote a letter to all 9 Supreme Court justices for advice on a farcical script he was writing in which Maine secedes from the US and joins Canada, leading to a climactic showdown at the Supreme Court. Scalia was the only justice to provide a substantive response to Turkowitz, and the late justice was unequivocal. Quote, to begin with,
the U.S. is a fairly strong federation. Secession is absolutely illegal and will be met with the full force of the American military as we decided by USA versus CSA. 1861, 1865, states cannot conduct for poll. States cannot interfere in interstate commerce. While the EU is a pretty weak one, yes, states cannot secede. We will claw back at any given foreign policy. States cannot secede. We will claw that back with actual force if necessary. Everybody has to see the top of the hour ad break, okay? Unless they're subscribed. There's no way you can balkanize the chat into people who are not subscribed and won't see the top of the hour ad break between those who are subscribed and won't see the top of the hour ad break. Doesn't work that way. God, that was rough. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. So fucking tired. Shut up. I know it sucked. I know it sucked. I'm tired, okay? I haven't been able to adjust to living La Vida Loca in Los Angeles. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Regardless, tomorrow I'll be better. I promise. Alley Cat Meow. They give it the 5, get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
With the answer,
adjust the 2-hour difference. It's not the time difference, man. It's not the time difference. It's that I didn't sleep a lot when I was in Texas, and I went to bed way later than I normally would.
The answer is clear. If there was any constitutional issue resolved by the Civil War, it is that there is no right to secede. Hence, in the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation, indivisible. The justice also explained why a secession case would never end up before the Supreme Court. Quote, I find it difficult to envision who the parties to this lawsuit might be. Is the state suing the United States for a declaratory judgment? But the United States cannot be sued without its consent, and it has not consented to this sort of suit. I am sure that poetic license can overcome all that, but you do not need legal advice for that. Good luck with your screenplay. And although the Supreme Court has never heard a direct secession case, it did address the question indirectly in 1869, and once again, it involves Texas. The Supreme Court case of Texas versus White centered on the cash-strapped state selling U.S. Treasury bonds to help finance its war with the Union. A brokerage firm purchased some of these bonds and then resold them to investors. And after the South's defeat, the Union-supported Reconstruction government of Texas filed suit against the brokerage firm directly with the Supreme Court, as the Constitution confers original jurisdiction to the top court for cases in which a state is a party. And Texas argued that the rebel government had illegally sold these bonds, and the state was therefore entitled for their return and/or repayment. The brokerage.
As a son of immigrants, I can't believe you aren't in favor of people coming into our country for better lives. Wait, what? You think I'm not in favor of immigration? What? Just like how non-subs aren't in favor of this top of the hour ad break? Okay, first of all, I already did it. I already ran the ad break. Too late.
The firm argued that these sales were legal and it had no duty to repay Texas. And in a 5-3 ruling, the Supreme Court ruled that the Confederate States sale was illegal because Texas's secession itself was illegal, and as a matter of law, it never happened. Writing for the majority of the court, Chief Justice and secret grizzly bear Salmon Chase, who once famously graced the face of the now defunct $10,000 bill, declared, quote, the union between Texas and the other states was as complete, as perpetual, and as indissoluble as the union between the original states. There was no place for reconsideration or revocation except through revolution or through the consent of the states. So the Supreme Court has spoken. There are only two paths to secession: revolution or a consensual dissolution. Now, before you go thinking that declaring war against the United States is just this one weird trick that allows you to secede, or governments hate it because it's so successful, I should note that waging war against the government is not legal. It's what we lawyer types would call treason, a crime that is punishable by death. Hashtag not legal advice, don't commit treason. Also, seceding by force, even unsuccessfully, or especially unsuccessfully, will typically result in a high body count. And during the Civil War, about 620,000 people, or 2% of the nation's total population, were killed. So unless you're jazzing to murder thousands, if not millions, of your friends and neighbors, spend decades in prison for sedition, or get executed for treason, revolution is probably not the ideal secession path. In fairness, that would be the most Texas thing that you could do. But there is one way to secede without murdering a whole...
Wait. That's right. That's why we need Donald Trump back. That's it. He'll stop the Texas secession dead in his tracks.
...whole bunch of people. The states and the federal government consent to your secession. Now, of course, some states already act like their own independent nations and have the wealth to back that up. If California and Texas were their own countries, they would be the 5th and 10th largest economies in the world by GDP, respectively. And if one state leaves, it's easy to...
Yeah, you hear that, Texans? Know your goddamn place, okay? You're fucking the 10th largest economy. California's the 5th largest economy, okay? Suck it.
Imagine the domino effect of mass exodus of red and or blue states. So what would a consensual breakup between one or more states look like? Well, in a December 2022 article for the New Republic, Bryn Tannehill, a former naval aviator and a senior defense analyst, gamed out what a divided United States of America might actually look like. In the piece, Tannehill, who outlined scenarios for what she referred to as a soft secession and hard secession, which she described as akin to a separation versus a messy divorce, respectively. In Tannehill's view, a soft secession could look like the 56-nation British Commonwealth, where nations like New Zealand, Canada, and Australia technically owe allegiance to the crown, but in practice, they're all their own sovereign nations, and the monarch's role is entirely ceremonial. The U.S. doesn't have to swear allegiance to the crown because we're dope and we do dope things. But she also cited as an example the Kurds in northern Iraq, and that, while technically part of Iraq, the Iraqi government exercises little control, and the Kurds have their own armed forces that cooperate in anti-terror operations against ISIS. Though that hasn't exactly worked out especially well for the Kurds historically. But the idea of a soft secession has its supporters on the conservative, albeit never Trump side of the aisle, like former National Review columnist David French. French argued that different states and different regions should be empowered to go about American life in a radically different way without federal intervention. So in practice, this would look like a beefed up version of federalism, which French describes as tolerance through self-governance and community autonomy. In the system, more power would be delegated to the states, while the federal government takes a hands-off approach to let the laboratories of democracy chart their own paths. So in theory, this type of soft secession would have the benefit of preserving the Union and America's global power in a troubled world, while leaving open the possibility of reconciliation. But that would also require Americans tolerating policies without a federal floor of rights and or protections that many would find detestable and unacceptable, including dissenting citizens within said states. But Tannehill argues that a hard secession is a more dangerous proposition. Quote, "This would involve a clean break. No more ostensible allegiance to a government in Washington, simply regions breaking off and forming their own countries based on common culture, religion, ethnicity, and regional identity."
I am not in favor of any kind of balkanization, okay? I believe in a strong, centralized government that will command the economy to American prosperity, okay? After our 100 years of humiliation in the United States of America, it is now time. Do you understand me? It is now time that we will rise up from the ashes of this fascist American KKK dystopia and we will create the next American prosperity generation, okay? It's going to happen. The people yearn for balkanization? No.
According to Tannehill, a hard secession could take many forms. It could be like the outcome of the fall of the...
Well said, Chairman Azan. No. General Secretary of the People's Republic of United States, the People's Republic of America, Taylor Kelsey Swift.
Soviet Union in 1991, which triggered an economic collapse and a huge decrease in life expectancy, not to mention the matter of nuclear...
United Socialist States of America.
...materials being scattered across successor states. Tannehill also cites to the fall of Yugoslavia in the 90s, which resulted in a decade of civil war and genocide. Or it could be like Taiwan and China, a decades-long cold armed standoff. But apart from the legality or illegality of the whole situation, a national divorce, even a consensual one, would be an absolute bureaucratic nightmare with a ton of unanswered questions. Like, how would the national debt be divided? What happens to all the money paid into federal programs like Social Security and Medicare for those leaving the US? What do we do with federal assets like the gold fort at Fort Knox or the US military bases? And for that matter, what happens to the US military itself? And the nukes? Dibs on the nukes. Yeah, I'm sure this will work out just fine. In short, yes, theoretically, you could break up the United States through mutual consent, but only at great personal, economic, and political costs. There are just so many complicated issues to resolve, even with a mutual separation, not to mention that America's standing in the world would immediately and permanently be diminished. And even if the initial separation were peaceful, which I kind of doubt, there would be years of disputes from trade and redrawing borders. And as history has shown regarding boundary disputes, there's no guarantee that we wouldn't break out into an all-out, bloody second civil war. So I know we've all been fussing and feuding, but let's just take a breath and remember, as Americans, we have more in common.
It's so funny to think that like Texas wouldn't be immediately and permanently annexed and reoccupied in like any kind of cessation. Like Texas can act like they would be able to withstand the entire might of the U.S. military, but there is 0% chance. Like it would just be ridiculous. It would be so ridiculous. Either by U.S. or Mexico. No, I don't think like, I mean, even Mexico could maybe try and take a piece, but ultimately the American federal government would take it back by force. And then all the Texans would technically lose all of their rights and liberties under the permanent annexation of the United Socialist States of America. Yeah, people are like, oh, Mexico would take over. Yeah, bro, there would Texas would become cartel land, okay? All of the gravy seals that fantasize about like home invasions would finally be able to experience that, you know? What is this? Oh, NRA.
Common than what divides us, and find a way to work through our issues together, at least until the kids go to college. And it looks like a frightening number of states are going along with the plan to give the middle finger to the federal government. That didn't work out so well last time. So, Marjorie, stop trying to make secession happen. It's not going to happen. Instead, let's just all take a breath and remember, as Americans, we have more in common than divides us, and find a way to work through our issues together, at least until the kids go to college. And if you're looking—
Shit, I just realized, dude, Alves is in Texas. No! Winnie the Moo! Winnie the Moo! I'd have to save her. I'd have to save her personally. No, Texas is not allowed. Texas is no longer allowed to secede.
Yes, sure. I want to show us on it. Wow. I'm getting my side just mixed up.
You just don't even know anybody.
It's because you haven't watched Cowboy Bebop. I'm kind of over it. Chat, isn't Adult Swim making an—
Yeah, that's right. Find the E-Boy 5 secret versions versus
Hey, what's up? I'm Cody.
I'm Nut.
And we're gonna find the real F-Boy today.
Yeah.
I'm an F-Boy.
I'm an F-boy.
I'm an F-Boy. I'm an F-Boy.
I'm an F-boy. I'm an F-boy.
This guy's like, I don't know if I want to watch this. That's Ludwig's old roommate, right? I think. You're a baby. Carter watched on stream. It's so fucking funny. Okay, we'll watch it then.
Give us your name and your best boy laugh, one by one.
Lawrence.
Marcus.
Marcus looks like the most like a fuckboy, but also he's the wild card. He's the one that they put in there for tricks, okay? Marcus looks like an actual fuckboy, but he's actually probably like some Christian content creator or something. Like I could see him being like a virgin, saving himself for marriage type Christianity, Christian content creator.
Joseph. Lionel.
Oh yeah, we got the
What's your best
one? We got this as well.
That was
Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up?
Wait. Yeah.
Sin. My name's Gabe.
Wait, sorry, can you do it again?
My name's Gabe.
That was good.
Was it?
I thought it was good.
I thought it was a little like just, you said chuckling. There's a difference between
one
like
more
a boy
time. Gabe,
laugh
I'm
and
gonna
a
need it one more
chuckle.
time from you.
Like that's just if someone told him a good joke, you know?
Hey man, you can't hate the Rays, bro, if it works.
That
was good.
There we go.
Right there. Yeah, there we go.
How confident are you feeling?
I feel confident, you know? I watch all these all the time. Which of them would put it on backwards? Or maybe just wear it like a boy? What else?
Fuckboys don't wear their hats backwards. What the fuck is Cody saying, dog? Cody has a kid now, so he's just like, he's lost it. Who the fuck wears hats backwards, man? That's the most millennial ass shit I've ever heard.
What's your favorite sex position?
Doggy style.
Oh, wow.
That's fuckboys don't wear hats? Yeah, they do. Fuckboys absolutely wear hats. But they're not wearing them backwards for the most part. They're usually wearing it forwards. Backwards hat swag is like, you know, early 2010s.
That was quick.
It's not a thing anymore.
What's wrong with missionary, right?
Missionary? Okay.
Squatted cowgirl.
That's like pretty porny though.
See, I don't know what the name is, but like you have her up and then you just.
It sounds like a workout.
You're the one squatting?
How are you
not
squatting? Doing like no squat. I'm not squatting.
He's not squatting. She's squatting.
It's like a hood squat, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know what it's called, but like, it's a mirror.
I was way too graphic.
There's a mirror right there, and you look in the mirror.
Anyone wear it backwards, but just at home in shame? What the fuck? You just wear a hat by yourself at home is a shameful experience.
You see your thighs.
It has to be in front of the mirror.
I kind of have to believe that.
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what the name is.
Kaya is like fucked up, by the way. They gave her some of that good shit, okay? Whatever kind of drugs they gave her has her zooted out the entire day. She's currently just quietly staring at the gate. That's it.
Have to be in front of a mirror?
Yeah, because you gotta look how good you look. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, no, that's cool.
Who don't? In front of a mirror.
I trust him.
Reverse cowgirl for sure.
Okay.
Doggy.
I don't believe you.
Dude, everything you say, I'm like, dude, come on. Doggy. Doggy. I mean, I'm sorry, but Gabe is definitely not the fuck boy.
Oh, immediately, within like 10 seconds.
Yeah. And I love him. I love him to death.
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah. Gabe.
That's literally the actual fuckboy. That's it. They eliminated the fuckboy. The rest of them are virgins.
Gabe, I love you, man.
I love me
but
too.
Unfortunately, the doggy, that came in the way, man.
Fly him out. My dog.
My dog.
Can Hasanabi define a fuckboy? I mean, literally, there you go. The fuckboy was determined by his high body count, low relationship readiness score. What the fuck is this ad? Oh, it's a Nectar ad.
Go to pickup line. What do you say?
What's your move? How do you have sex with
I think it all depends on the girl, because you got to comment something about her looks or how she's dressed, something different than every other dude goes. And then, depending on that, go from there.
No, yeah. You know, talk to a girl, get her number, take her home to my place, you know. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. But a close second would be, my must be kung fu, because it's going hi-ya. No.
Why doesn't it make sense?
Wait, sorry.
Hi-ya?
Yeah, what is that?
Hi-ya.
What does that even mean?
She's like, wait, you know kung fu?
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
Like, no, but my does. My dick.
This guy is one hundo P a virgin. Oh my God, dude. He is, dude, oh my Lord. Every one of these guys, it's over. What's a fuckboy, Hassan? Motherfuckers, this chat is full of it, myself included. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay. Joseph.
All right, for me, so let's say, like, I'm just gonna paint you guys a picture real quickly. Let's say we're at the club, right?
Yeah.
My go-to method is the do I know you method, right?
Okay, this guy is not a fuckboy and has read way too many fucking forums, all right?
So let's say you're the girl, I'm trying to raise up.
He is straight up utilizing, like, what he has read from other virgins about how fuckboys actually operate. Now, I'm not saying he himself is like a bad person or whatever, but like it seems obvious to me that his only experience with what like fuckboys are is just through like the source material being written by other incel or other virgins.
Right?
Okay.
I go up to you and be like,
Okay, wait.
oh. So I'll go up to you and I'll be like, hey, do I know you? Or like,
I don't think so.
No? Did you go to my college or my church by any chance back then?
Church. Nailed it. He caught him because I told you he's a virgin. He's 100% not a fuckboy.
What college did you go to?
Oh, I went to Pepperdine back in.
Okay, double. Okay, there you go. That boy is religious. Okay, Pepperdine is the one with the fat ass cross, right?
Back in like years ago. Did you go there by any chance?
No.
No? Is your name Tiffany, Jasmine, or Michelle by any chance?
No.
No? I swear, I've seen you before though. Anyways, my name is Joseph. What's your name?
Tiffany.
Tiffany. That's
I did not want to sleep with you at all.
Oh yeah, no. That's
So
perfect.
if that's your game, it like didn't
Yeah.
work very well.
Yeah.
You mentioned church.
Yeah.
And then I also noticed you got
Oh, yeah,
the
of
cross
course.
tattoo.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, where does religion factor in?
Oh, it doesn't play any role for me.
But you.
He's just lying, bro. Jesus is gonna hear that. Jesus hears you lying. Just letting you know. Kind of fucked up.
Have the tattoo. That
Yes.
seems like a very strong move.
Yes, it was.
To then
it's
also not
it's
follow it very well?
It's just like so you see this chains, right? It's to remind me that no matter how far I go into the world, I will be chained by
There
my
you go.
religion.
Okay, there
so
you go.
I'll still be there. You know
That
what I'm
was
saying?
good. That was
so,
good.
That was too good of an
That
answer.
was really good. But that's like a lie. If that's a lie, that's a good
Way to-
fuckboy thing where you lie a lot.
Yeah,
Whatever.
yeah. Okay, true.
Would you say you are manipulative?
No, of course not. I like.
You're a fuckboy. Of course you're manipulative.
Just the way I present myself and the way I talk, I wouldn't say I have anything I'm hiding.
Isn't that a fuckboy thing though, to be like manipulative?
Yeah.
Well, I do believe.
Don't change your answer.
Bro, come on, dog. He said church. Which church do you go to? No fuckboy is going up to a honey at a nightclub and being like, "Hey, what's up, mama? Which church do you go to? Are you perchance? Are you at my church perchance? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's not a bar. That's not a.
Well, actually, I can manipulate.
Actually, wait, no, I am manipulative. Okay, what about you?
I don't really have a pickup line, but usually you just act like you're not from.
You just go up and go like this?
No, yeah. You know, you dance your way into it in the club. You gotta bring a mirror. Come here, you know.
Okay.
To be honest, I only approach girls who look at me. So I'll be like, hey, what's your name? That's it.
He's the only one that could be potentially a fuckboy. The rest of them are like definitely not.
You're giving me like theater vibes.
What does that mean?
Like you maybe are in plays.
Oh, nah.
I don't know. I'm just getting. It's like the stance and like the shoes and belt and stuff. I'm giving. It's respectfully. I feel like you're playing a boy in a musical.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, dude.
I'm sorry. Was that really mean? I didn't mean. My fault. I'm trying to make him crack.
I'm also just trying to picture what that would be like.
I don't know.
I'm trying to girls.
We're gonna give you a hint. The real F-boy has a relationship readiness score of 2 out of 10, and their body count is over 50. Do with that as you will.
What is your exact body count?
I stopped at 30 because I feel like a better answer is I don't know.
How long ago was that when you stopped?
A while.
Okay. Because she's told us it was over 50.
This guy, that's a relatively decent answer.
Well, because I know for sure I've slept with more than 20 women since then. 30 was a while ago. In the
For some reason, I believe him.
All right. But I have my eye on you.
It's not something like you really want to tell a girl that often.
Yeah, but what you were telling us because we asked you.
Tell you guys, yeah, over 50.
Over 50?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your longest relationship?
4 months.
Did you cheat? Have
No.
you cheated?
I have not cheated now.
Virgin. The relationship thing was 2 out of 10, which implies like not ready.
Yeah.
But you
That's the
seemed
only
like you were
relationship
down.
I've been in.
How long ago was that?
That was like 6 months ago.
Interesting.
Dude, they already eliminated the fuckboy first round. I'm telling you. That's going to be the big reveal, I think.
Okay.
For me, 63 to be exact. I'm like an organized type of person, so I like to keep track of it on like a notepad or
No,
my.
you don't.
No, you
my
don't.
notes.
No,
I
you
swear.
don't.
I swear.
Do you have the notepad?
I can't. It's confidential. It does have like numbers on it and like.
Bro, this guy is like, not only is he lying, but he's lying in like the weirdest ways. He's just like, he's lying in ways that like you don't need to. You know what I mean?
My notes on it and stuff. So
Notes? You're
Yeah.
taking notes on each hookup?
Oh,
I
like
do.
good, like good.
Well, I
8 out of
ranked
10,
it. It's
pretty
like-
solid. No, you don't. You're not doing
Oh my God. Extra Emily talked about it on the podcast.
that. That would be like insane if he was.
Yeah, once you
doing that.
do have sex, don't do that.
That would be wild. Yeah, don't do that.
I'm not gonna lie, I kept count until 50 because obviously all of them are not like a 10.
And she definitely is not a fuck boy. Okay? She is not a fuck girl either.
You know, some of them you just kind of just get on, you be like, ugh, after, you know, like what am I doing with my life? So you just kind of like, I don't know, it sounds bad, bro.
That's
but
pretty boy.
It sounds bad, bro, I ain't gonna lie, but yeah, that's why I don't keep count after that.
And you?
When I turned 25, I honestly stopped counting.
How old are you?
God, that's
I'm
fake.
32.
You look great for 32.
Nah, I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
seriously. Damn. Must be all the sex you're having.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, his name is Hassan. He's 32. What's happening here?
Wait, why would you stop at a certain age? Like,
that doesn't make sense either. Okay, it's literally Hassan. No, it's not. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you? No, this dude is not a fuckboy either. I'm telling you, the first guy was the fuckboy.
I kind of agree with what he said. Like, I get depressed after I have sex.
But why would that coincide with the age you are
Yeah.
and not the amount of people
Why do you
you
keep
have
doing
sex
it?
with? What?
Sorry, he said he gets depressed after he has sex. I'm like, why do you stop doing it so much? Why are you doing it?
It sounds like you should. Sounds like you should be a virgin, dude. I mean, I feel like, yeah. So let's get rid of them.
Yeah. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
I wish you sex in the future.
Yes. Last round. I think we got this in the bag.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna nail it.
Describe your best hookup story.
We were at the club, late night, 2:30. Opened up a little bit later. Then we went to an after party, and it was one of those crazy after parties where people just doing coke in the bathroom and stuff. But I found a different bathroom, and me and Shorty went down there, went crazy. Went home, slept in my own bed, never talked to her again.
Okay. Made up. Let me tell you something, okay? Every single part of this, like, I don't know if you guys can like figure this out from just like hearing them, but no, it's not descriptive at all. No, you're actually wrong. It's not that it's too descriptive. It's the exact opposite. He is living out a fantasy of a movie. Okay. First of all, the idea that he's like, oh, there's like coke. Everybody's doing, it's a crazy after party where everyone's doing coke in the bathroom. Wrong. In a lot of those after parties, ain't nobody's doing coke in the bathroom. They're doing coke right outside. Okay. Right on the fucking middle of the goddamn house. That's the whole point of a fucking after party. Okay. It's only in the movies where you're like, oh, people are just like secretly doing coke in the bathroom. Fuck that. Everybody in the after party is doing coke out in the open. Get the fuck out of here. That's number one. Number two, he's like, oh, but I found one of the bathrooms where they weren't doing coke. And then me and Shorty just had sex. Like, okay, dude. No, not happening. That's also fake. Okay. The only time you do coke at the bathroom is at the club, usually, unless you could just like sneak a key bump at the table or something. Or regardless, okay, the idea, after party at a club, not at a house. No, he said he went to after party at a house, I thought. After the club, he went to after party.
That's like the best of all worlds.
This one girl, I feel like, because we have emotional connection.
And he's like, oh yeah, we didn't even talk again. It's like there are no signifiers here. There's
Describe
nothing
your
there.
best hookup story.
This is like the worst hookup story of all time. What? Okay, you fucked a girl in a bathroom? That's so dumb. Like there's nothing unique about this story.
We were at the club, late night, 2:30. Opened up a little bit later. Then we went to an after party.
Yeah, see, they were at the club. They went to an after party.
And it was one of those crazy after parties where people just doing coke in the bathroom and stuff. But I found it.
Yeah, it's one of those crazy after parties where people are doing coke in the bathrooms. Yeah, I was right. I nailed it. No.
Different bathroom. And me and Shorty went down there, went crazy. Went home, slept in my own bed, never talked to her again. That's like the best of all worlds.
This one girl, I feel like,
yeah, I'm such a fuckboy. I love having sex with women and never talking to them again. No, this guy, 100% nice guy, virgin, and is just like playing out the role is obvious. Worst after party I ever been to was everyone using plates to do coke and pizza got delivered and I had to eat pizza off ripped boxes because there were no more plates left. Acting like any of this is crazy automatic is automatic faking it. Yes.
We have emotional connection. It wasn't
real fuckboy is you. Yeah, no shit, dude. What do you mean?
Like no wild, crazy story. I think that was love. Honestly, that was like the best time for me because it didn't feel like every fucking time we had sex with another person. It felt like real love, and I feel like that's
anyone who's had sex has had a risky public sex story, and that's probably what you'd be talking about. Like, no, not everyone that's had sex has had a risky public sex story. But like, the point is, it's dumb as fuck to. I mean, not it's dumb as fuck. It's just like it's not how you would tell that story.
That's the best one for me because everybody else do the same shit.
I can't tell if that's a good answer or a bad answer.
I'm sorry, but
that's true.
It's crazy.
That
I don't know.
That's true. That's real.
Yeah. But like love, I feel like the best ones is like the love ones. I don't know.
How long was that relationship?
It wasn't even a relationship. It was a situationship.
Jesus, Mary, bros. If not everyone's a sex offender. What? Dude, I don't even know how I would describe best hookup story. It's all sex. It's all good. What the fuck? This chatter is funny. Tell your story. Dude, I don't have any stories. I'm a virgin. The fuck do you mean? I don't have any stories. I lie about having sex. I've never had it.
lines up with the 2 relationship score.
Now.
Interesting.
Everybody doing a relationship now.
All right, man. What's your?
No, not all sex is good sex, you virgin. Nah, sex is, especially for guys, I think, sex is like pizza, you know? Even the microwavable shitty version is still pizza. So it's not like terrible, you know? I'd rather have it than not, okay? But you know, some are particularly good.
So one time, me and this girl were walking home.
Mm-hmm.
This was in New York. And then we have like a lot of alleyways. And there was a chair in the alley.
We know your story is the one with the dog that scared you out of the bedroom. That wasn't a good story. That was a bad one that I couldn't finish. So that was actually a bad sex story. And much like pizza, it still was very enjoyable, but I didn't, you know, eat to completion. So I was left very hungry afterwards. But the pizza that I did have, the sex that I did have at that moment, very good.
Alleyway, and she's like, let me suck your
What?
And I'm like,
wait, what?
Me and this girl were walking home. This was in New York. And then we have like a lot of alleyways. And there was a chair in the alleyway, and she's like, let me suck your
What?
And I'm like, fuck it.
You got your dick sucked on a chair in an alleyway?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean,
the adrenaline, I don't know.
Was there nowhere else like more comfortable?
She just really wanted to do something about that alley. She just like, I really.
He's this is believable. That's not as fake. Like, that's not as fake as the other ones. I still don't believe him though. Like I said, I think the only one that wasn't a virgin is the first one that they eliminated foolishly.
Really want to suck your right now.
New York City does not have alleyways, broski. You freaking her aware. Yeah, that's the other thing though. There's no alleyways, right? I mean, that's why all the trash is fucking outside. There's not a lot of alleyways in New York City. There are definitely alleyways. The fuck do you mean? Yes, there are, law. Not really. I truly think that the risky sex situations are initiated. There are alleyways in the parts of the boroughs. Oh, maybe he's talking about that. But Manhattan, there are no alleyways. There are lots of alleyways in New York City. No. The whole point is, I mean, there are some, but like it's not like a normal city where there's alleyways everywhere. The entire reason. Okay. Here's the thing. Do you know how when you go to New York, the trash is always on the fucking curb and you're like, wow, this is disgusting and gross. Why is the trash on the curb? I don't understand. It's because New York is densely slammed and doesn't have alleyways. Because in most cities, we take for granted the concept of alleyways where you have all of the fucking trash in a massive receptacle that holds all the trash. That's, of course, Manhattan, obviously. I don't know. Maybe Brooklyn is different. I have not really paid attention. But that is the major reason why there's so much trash on the motherfucking on the streets. Land is expensive in New York City. Who would just be like, yeah, let's just give up prime real estate for the foot traffic? What do you mean? Chicago has alleyways. Most cities have alleyways. Most cities with prime real estate have alleyways. What the fuck? Stick to New Jersey, man. What? Remember when we went to a club and there was a really big line, so your ass went and bought a pizza and gave it to the bouncers? Why are you retelling a story like you and I did this when it was you heard this from either me or Will Neff? This is like we're now at the final stage of parasocialism.
In this alleyway.
On that chair.
What time of day was it?
It was like at midnight.
Oh, okay. I was
at midnight. Cap.
Okay, I thought
No, midnight. So
I was
there's,
thinking like
people
3
walking
p.m.
around.
No.
Was it near your house?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
We were coming home from the club, so.
Were you like
part of the problem is the definition of alleyways? There are underground alcoves that serve as alleys. For example, in downtown Manhattan, there are courtyards. For example, in Brooklyn.
kind of close to home?
No. I don't take girls home. No. I usually go to their house. I don't like to like people know where I live. Like, I need an exit plan.
What? Fake. Okay, I'm telling you, I'm calling it. Is the first guy that they eliminated. That was the only one that wasn't a virgin. Or every single person lied, literally. Whoever claimed that they were actually a fuckboy lied about being a fuckboy in this video.
How does sex feel?
How does sex feel?
Off the top of your head, just say it.
I mean, amazing. Sex is always good.
Okay, good.
Sex is good if it's with the right person. It's like a love.
Okay, what?
Bro, this guy's not a fuckboy. He's like, he can't even fake being a fuckboy. Jesus Christ.
With the love stuff now. All of a sudden,
What's happening? Like, I don't know.
You're throwing us off now.
Well, it ain't sex if it ain't love. So
I'm so confused. Okay.
How does sex feel?
To be honest, like pretty numb.
Numb?
He thinks that guy, they're all faking it. They're all faking it. Oh my God, numb? Okay, bro, you're ace.
You might better switch
Did
up.
we already mess it up? I can't. Okay.
Yeah, they go for it right.
Yeah, they did. They did mess it up. They did. They messed it up. The first guy that they eliminated was the guy.
Okay, wait.
What does pussy taste like?
Yeah, what does it taste like?
Acid.
Usually pretty good.
Did you say acid?
It depends. A pH balances, bro. I heard one girl, bro. That shit was. I'm
I'm about
sorry.
to say she must be drinking too much soda.
No, but
or something.
Okay, this is good though, because I thought the boy would be like, it's gross. I hate it.
Yeah.
And you're saying it tastes like acid.
No, I'm saying some, because you got different girls. Like some taste
about a
good and
girl
some
you
pH.
love?
Girl I love? Oh, her shit was good. I ain't gonna cap. I wouldn't love her if her shit stank. You know what
You know what I'm saying? I don't eat every girl out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get to that position. You feel me? You can't eat shorty out first night after a club. That's crazy. Or at least shower first, because I don't want to be down there. You know what I'm saying? But
Bro said acid, dude. That's a yeast infection. The fuck? He's not wrong, man. Oh, a lot of Mr. plays WoW too much. Classic Mr. Pussy Getter over here. Oh my God, this is so irreparably maidenless. Every part of this, okay? She got that lemon lime Sprite pussy. Not eating after a club when you expect her to suck your dick after the club? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. No, there's less acidic with yeast. They're less acidic with the yeast infections. Acidity keeps the yeast at bay. I've never eaten a pussy with a yeast infection, so I can't tell you what it tastes like with a yeast infection because it smells. It smells a very certain way. So that smell to me in my fucking lizard brain goes, oh, don't eat this. Okay? Yeah, it's BV, right? Isn't it? Bacterial vaginitis.
after you a couple times, then for sure.
Okay. And?
Like salt.
Like salt. Yeah. That pH balance must be way off.
This round has completely destroyed what I thought the answer was going to be. I have no idea now.
I'm torn.
Yeah.
Vaginosis, vaginitis. I said vaginosis, didn't I? I said bacterial vaginosis.
I think I'm gonna redo mine. I'm gonna do the same answer.
All right.
3, 2.
You ain't a munch? No, I am a munch. 100%. Don't even play with me.
1.
Pussy tastes like a battery or a coin? No, it doesn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe if she's on her period. What is happening? Have you guys ever eaten pussy? What the fuck? Okay, pussy tastes great. That's it. And it differs from person to person. But, I mean, fresh out of the shower, it tastes like nothing. It just tastes like skin. That's it. You know, if it's a hot summer's day, there's a little bit of there might be a little bit of a scent, but nothing like too crazy. Just a little seasoning, you know? I don't know why people say, oh, it smells like tuna. Okay, yeah, it doesn't, like, that's not normal. That's crazy that they think that that's the fuckboy. He is not.
Are you ready to find out your relationship readiness score? Please download the Nectar app.
Lights green, you got it right. If the lights turn, you got it wrong. All right, on the count of 3.
It's wrong.
3, 2.
It's wrong as fuck, bro. I'm telling you, it's the dude in the blue.
God,
Lawrence, God.
God. I'll watch some of these videos sometimes. I'll be like, how do you not? This is so obvious.
Same.
And then, yeah.
Bro, I had you on in the car. I'm giving my coworker a ride, and you're over here giving box munching taste descriptions. Why are you fucking? You better be stopping at a red light, big homie. Okay, big dog. You shouldn't be fucking texting and driving.
It's way harder when you're actually doing it.
I feel like I feel like I blew it. If it's you, I'm gonna be so mad.
I know, dude. I know.
Yeah, the giggling before.
It's him.
If you step forward, I'm gonna freak out.
I will freak out.
The real F-boy, please step forward and share a little bit about yourself. All right, here we go. 3.
If it's not him, it's because I didn't get to see a lot of it, but the other ones are
1.
fucking definitely virgins. No shot. This dude is lying about a story. No. He's that was 100% a lie. I stand on it. He's lying. His after party story, fake. Told you he fucks? Yeah, because y'all are fucking virgins too. That's why dude, stop. Dude, that story was absolutely fake. The only real thing he said was that he stopped counting after 30, which is fair. I have done that as well. But having said that, the story that he told is 100% fake. Yeah, we went to a party, crazy after party, coke party. Wouldn't a fuckboy lie about a story like that? No.
I'm gonna let you walk out, man.
Dude, if you walked out, I would have freaked out, dude.
I might have left.
I might have left.
I might have left.
I knew it though.
He wrote down. He wrote your name down.
I wrote
and
your
changed
name down.
Oh yeah, you had it right in the first half, man.
I was
That's
worried about
crazy,
that.
man.
I thought about that in the moment.
It's like I don't mean to be an F-boy for real. I just love multiple girls at the same time.
We're so dumb.
You know what I'm saying?
We're so dumb.
He's a lover.
I'm a lover.
Do you have a
Turn your
hickey?
head.
Exactly.
Probably.
Is that a hickey?
No, that's probably just eczema. It could be though.
Your relationship readiness score was a 2.
2, that was a shock to me too. I said 2 as a score, but I get it though. You know, in a relationship, you really gotta give 50-50, but also give sometimes 90 and sometimes 70.
You got destroyed. You fake. Talk politics better.
I don't got that in me right now. Over 50, that's unfortunate but real. Gonna keep the count going. Not know. So who knows?
So you're,
where we're
you're
at.
good with your ways, and you're.
He's not a virgin, but I don't think he told the real story with the after party.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with
Okay,
it. You know what I'm saying? I'll find love one day. You know.
You sell any courses?
Anytime, bro. I got you. You know.
Courses.
Can we ask why the rest of them are virgins?
Yes, you may.
Okay, why are you a virgin?
I'm young. I'm 19.
Your score out of 10 was a 5.
Yeah, I mean that seems accurate. Maybe if I meet a girl, I'll shape up.
I get shy. Man, it's an anxiety.
So it's not a religion thing.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
And you scored an 8 out of 10. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I believe I'm waiting and searching for the one, but so far I haven't found that person yet.
You scored out of 10 a 9.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to get into a relationship, and I will give it my all. I just gotta find that one, you know? And I wanna find somebody who's a virgin like me. I don't wanna, you know, so we both can be so tight.
I'm religious.
Okay.
I'm very religious.
So your score was actually a 3.
Right now, my focus is my career. I'm an entrepreneur. I do e-commerce, drop shipping, all that.
It's my turn now? Here's the thing. My upbringing was so unstable and so chaotic that I didn't have time to think about anything but survival. You feel me? Because I grew up in the hood. I didn't have time to think about it, but now I'm like at a point in my life where I know what I want and I know what I'm working for, and I don't want to compromise that for anything right now.
Any closing words you'd like to say, gentlemen? Cody, Nut?
What do you have any words?
Doggy.
Let's see. Oh yeah, you see it? See, this is what being a virgin gets you, you know what I'm saying? It was good with y'all.
Damn, he's doing the money spread with the dollar bills. Can you tell if someone has autism?
I was on American Idol this past season. I did,
I can't, dude. What the fuck? We're not watching that. Never mind. Elvay's vid? Sure, let's watch the Elvay's vid. Stop, you are going to cancel yourself. New sexy Henry Cavill just dropped. In Gentlemanly Warfare. It looks pretty good. God, he's so hot. Fuck him. Curtis made a video about looks.
This week, I'm going to try out the various methods, products, and exercises that the Looks Maxing community promotes to see if it actually has an impact on my appearance. So let's see the results. Really quick before the video starts, I just want to let you all know my comedy special Keep Busy is now available to purchase and own on my Patreon. You don't even need to be a member of my Patreon to watch the special. You can just purchase it with a couple clicks and watch it as many times as you want for the rest of your life. Thanks for the support. I really appreciate it. Also, there's a few tickets left for my shows in Arizona coming up very soon. And I'm doing a hometown show in Hamilton, Ontario. Tickets are available right now. Links in the description. Thank you so much. Enjoy the video. Folks! It's a new year, and now is the time to start setting some goals and aspirations.
Honestly, it's more gay to not say that Henry Cavill is hot than not. What do you mean?
For yet another trip around the sun. We've been circling that thing for years, man. It's probably super annoying. I feel bad for that.
XQC Looks Maxing?
They call him XQC. His real name, though, Felix Leño. At 27 years old, he has a lot of potential. You might not see it, but I do. Let's see what we're working with.
Why would he not have potential? What the fuck? I mean, what he's already look. I mean, look. Felix is many things, but he's also a good-looking dude. You know what I mean?
He's pretty good looking. Definitely above average when it comes to looks. He has some weak points though he could easily work on, specifically his eye area and his lips, lower third. Let's get on with that. Here are his eyes, and in case you're wondering, he does have a neutral cantilever. Though with this camera angle, I think he might even have a positive one. You're bound to have some eye redness or irritation from sitting in front of the screen for so long, Not so much with this eye, but this eye has some redness right there. Brightening eye drops are available for such a thing, so Felix, go ahead and get yourself some. Another crucial component of the eye area is your eyebrows, and he happens to have them kind of bushy. You can easily clean them up using one of these trimmers. The end result. Wow, just look at that. Brightened, groomed, and ready. Now for the most important part, the jaw. Felix, why haven't you grown a beard yet? Why don't you have a beard? He's got pretty thin lips. For that, we're going to be using Volufiline, which promotes fat growth. Now I'm going to assume XQC can't grow a beard because he doesn't have one. So we're going to use minoxidil, and we're going to use Dermarol, and it's going to promote that growth. Felix, you don't seem to be an outdoor type of person, so we're going to give you beta carotene. You take this every day, and you will develop a kind of orange color that mimics that of a tan. It's a very natural process. Beautiful. Amazing. Not so much that the girls don't like it, and not so little that it looks like a little baby. This could be you, right here, 6'2",
guys,
shredded to the bone.
What is
Early
going
guys,
on?
Here's the before and after.
Guys, I've been viewing it.
That is progress.
The hair sucks though. The hair is like 90% of your looks though.
He just yassifies them. That's his whole shtick. This guy's in Curtis's video. I assume he's like, I've seen his videos on my For You page a while ago. Like I've almost watched his like transition happen into this guy who like fully leaned into the looks maxing shit. Like at first he was just like, I can't tell if he was like memeing or not, but I don't know. Felix actually read about hair. 90% of how good someone looks. Hair is very important. Yes.
And I'm only assuming the son is a boy because it's not called the daughter. Whether you want to read more books this year or work out, a way to never read a book ever again, whatever it is, there are tons of healthy and productive methods to achieve your goals. But obviously, if you've seen my videos before, we're not going to be talking about any of those methods today. I think a common New Year.
The Looks Max guy did you too. This is 100% a poop sock, and I'm gonna click on it and I'm gonna ban the person. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna ban the person before even clicking on it. Any final words?
Year's resolution is to take better care of yourself, and in turn you'll look better and feel better, which is great. But I think in the modern age, with a never-ending onslaught of information from non-reputable sources, paired with the constant impulse to compare yourselves to other
I didn't ban him.
people who are only posting the positive aspects of their life and appearance, it creates this sort of like perfect storm where people try to improve the way they look in the most harmful ways imaginable. Which brings us to today's topic, looks maxing. If you've never heard of it before, the most basic definition of looks maxing is the physical improvement of a person's face and or body. According to an article in the
Ash's stare, you know what I mean? Oops.
From this to that by using 3 simple steps, and you can do that too and gain a more chiseled and well-defined jawline.
And not just the shape, like the way your eyes look, literally change everything about your face with their various methods, products, and exercises. And it's like, why go through all of that when I could just pay 1,000 gold to Galathal at the Ragged Flagon underneath the city of Riften? You know what I mean? Sorry for gamer maxing. I don't know, dude. To me, the concept of looks maxing seems a little absurd, but there's only one way to find out if it actually works. So this week, I'm going to try out the various methods, products, and exercises that the looks maxing community promotes to see if it actually...
It's so funny because like outside of the dumbass like jaw maxing stuff, I feel like most of the things are just self-care. Going to the gym, you know what I mean? Subscribing at the top of the hour for $5 to ensure that you're pay maxing, right? Or some people call it avoid maxing, because at that point you're avoiding the top of the hour ad break. Like, these are all very common things, okay? If you're luck maxing, you might get gifted a sub, okay? That's another thing. People don't know this. People don't want you to know this, but it is how it works, okay? Here's the ad break now.
Actually has an impact on my appearance. And I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking, oh yeah, good luck improving your face, Curtis. You're literally the epitome of male beauty. And I thank you for it. Thank you so much.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was about to say that.
Much for saying that. But believe it or not, there are some parts of my face that I would like to improve a little bit. I think we all have that, right? I could just say we're all beautiful the way we are, which is true, but I don't want to be beautiful. I just wanna... My face could use some improvements, okay? When I look back on videos from like 2019, my jawline went crazy, dude. The hell? Look at that thing. That's why I couldn't grow any facial hair back then. My jaw was like a friggin' razor, dude. Automatically cut any hair that was trying to grow. So I'm genuinely gonna try out these methods this week and see if it actually does anything. But before I do that, we need to learn about a few of these looks maxing techniques. The number one thing that looks maxers promote is a technique called mewing. And no, mewing isn't just repeatedly playing the last level of Pokemon Snap on N64. Sorry for gamer maxing again. So what is mewing? Let's find out. Mewing is a technique developed by Dr. John Mew, where you press the—
Shut the fuck up. That's fake, right? The guy's name is actually John Mew. Oh my god. I'm gamble maxing and debt maxing. Any tips? Yes. Stop. Go to a fucking meeting. Stop gambling, okay? Wait, is real? The guy's name is actually John Mew? Like, that's a joke, right? It's like saying my uncle works at Nintendo. His name is John Nintendo. That's actually wild if this is like a real...
The tongue against the palate to improve facial structure and jawline. How to mew. Close your mouth. Place your bottom front teeth just behind your upper front teeth. Flatten your tongue against the roof of the mouth. Move the tip of the tongue behind your teeth without touching. Hold for as long as you can, or as long as you want to. How mewing elevates...
Wait, what? That's for the tip of your tongue? Wait. Move the tip of your tongue behind your teeth without touching? Wait. Tip of the tongue behind your teeth to where?
Without touching. Hold for as long as you can. Teeth just behind your upper front teeth. Flatten your tongue against the roof of the mouth. Move the tip of the tongue behind your teeth without touching. Hold for as long as you can, or as long as you want to. How mewing elevates your overall look. Better facial appearance. More muscular facial...
I don't understand. I feel like it doesn't change anything. What does it change? Someone said I threw up. Wait, the teeth placement is just how my teeth are placed in general. Like, it says like you put your teeth behind, like the bottom teeth a little bit behind like the top teeth. Is just like, okay, that's just how my that's just how my teeth are. So, but I don't understand the other part. Like, there's just this. Okay, here's when I'm not doing it. Okay, are you ready? And now here's when I am doing it. I feel like nothing changed.
Structure, improved profile.
I don't understand what it does. I saw some insult on TikTok saying that women don't have to deal with all the pressure that they do with looks maxing. That's funny. Proper dental hygiene is the only thing that matters. You need to go to an orthodontist and dentist. Mewing is actually very bad for your jaw. It's fake, dog. I don't really understand what the fuck this jaw maxing part is. I genuinely thought that there was a way to do it, and I don't understand it.
Look, overall appeal, improved photogenic qualities, boosted lower face shape and alignment. And I read a lot about mewing. There's a lot of conflicting opinions about it, but WebMD says that there is no serious research that suggests mewing can change the shape of your jawline or help with other issues. Experts say it's unlikely you'll see any permanent change. But WebMD has also told me some pretty wildly untrue shit about my body over the years, so I don't know if I can trust them. I typed in tummy ache one time on WebMD and I got a phone call that said, "You're gonna die in 7 days." So for the next week, I am gonna be mewing all day long to see if it has any impact on my face.
You're in a constant state of stress on your face that could make your face look less round. I genuinely don't believe it. I don't think this is a real thing. My dental hygienist recommended me to start mewing to help with my sleep apnea. She's super weird though, and not a doctor. Yeah. Brother, you probably need to get a CPAP machine or something.
Facial structure. Funnily enough, the last time I was at my dentist, they actually recommended that I rest my tongue on the top of my mouth because I grind my teeth so much when I'm working. So if my dentist is watching this video, they're probably kicking their feet. Also, now that I think about it, a lot of the looks maxing videos focus a lot on just taking good care of your teeth and making them really white and shiny and clean. So I think dentists are like secret looks maxers. This is a pic of me and my dentist, by the way. Also, dude, the looks maxing world has like so many phrases and terms that they use that I've had to ferociously Google over the past few days. And one of the terms they use is mogging. That word comes up a lot. You'll probably see it in some TikToks and stuff, so I should explain it. Mogging is a verb. It's like when you compare yourself to another man and you see them as uglier or weaker or just inferior in any sort of way. So when you stand next to them, like, you're mogging them. So if a looks maxer thinks he's better than you, he'll be like, get mogged. And that term created a joke like within the looks maxing community where people would say they're going to Mogwarts, like Hogwarts, the school, but it's for everyone is just fucking, they're mewing the whole time, I guess. But the crazy thing is, somebody actually turned the fictional, like, satirical Mogwarts joke into an actual online course?
What the hell is Mogwarts and why is it $40? After you join, you're invited to this private community. If you need any advice, you can post a thread about it or reach out to teachers like Keishami, Aaron, or myself. If you want their advice directly, they'll answer your DMs. You also get access to a library for textbooks on jaw, eye area, hair, and new editions every month. Then there's these regular Google Meets classes where you can actually talk face-to-face with your teachers to ask them personalized advice.
What's going on? What do we do?
What do we do? Did he say how to jelk? Does he have a course on how to jelk? By the way, that's dick maxing. Someone in the chat was saying how to dick max. That's dick maxing, okay? Jelking is dick maxing. This guy is scam maxing, okay? Mogwarts. Oh my God. Yes. Yes, Lord. How the fuck do you know these terms, Lamau? Jelking with topical steroids? Wait, we talked about that on the Fear and episode, right?
Doing. I swear to God, dudes will turn anything into an online course. This is an epidemic, bro. Enough, okay? We're done. How about no more online courses, okay? Guys starting online courses is the new, yo, we should start a podcast. A guy will find like a $20 bill on the ground and the next day he'll be like, yo, just launched my new online course.
What? Why does every term sound like 4chan shit? Because it is. It's all 4chan, PUA forums, and Reddit. That's where literally all of this shit came from.
Course, how to find a $20 bill on the ground. There's only a couple spots left, so click the link, get in. It costs only $20, so at the very best case scenario, you'll break even. Sorry, back to this.
And for people asking like why I know this shit, because I used to go to all the bodybuilding forums and I used to read all this shit, dude. I'm a child of the internet, dog. Why do you think I know so much of the mental illness shit?
Mogwarts thing. It costs $40 a month to learn how to improve your looks. And as much as I can joke about it, like, this is sad. This is really sad, dude. If there are any young boys watching right now, don't fall for this shit, okay? These are people preying on your insecurities, and it's fucking gross. If you're a fucking teenager, you shouldn't even be worrying about this shit at all. Being a teenager is such a short time period of your life, and it does not fucking matter. Trust me. Just enjoy being an ugly teenager, all right? And not to mention, that's nerdy as hell to sign up for an online course. You know what I mean? You already have regular homework. You don't need Mogwarts homework, too. Sorry, let's get back to the methods. I found another TikTok from this video where he put, what was the best looks maxing tip for you? And in brackets, besides jelking. And I've never heard of jelking before, so I Googled it, and I don't want to do that. I don't even want to fully explain it, and I don't even think I could without this video getting demonetized. Without getting too graphic, jelking is like if you went to Subway in order to...
Stop saying enjoy being a nerdy teenager. That's condescending to their reality. It's not fall if it has a 1% chance to success. They're riding. So men are women now. This is such a funny way to cover this, but it's kind of true. No, literally. It's not even wrong. Like this level of like objectification, ironically has been like somewhat self-imposed and not necessarily because it was like a marker for success in any way. It's just, that's why you don't really see it out in the wild for like most people. It's more so just like, it's like self-taught. You have to break your brain into like turning yourself into a woman in that regard. What do I mean by this? Patriarchy creates expectations placed upon women that they have to look a certain way all the time. Men oftentimes don't have those same expectations. Men are judged on different boundaries. Men are judged on different standards, right? And some of which, especially under what? Dude, if you say Hamas started the war, you get automatically banned on most streams. Whose streams are you getting banned on? I mean, it's a false information. Like, Hamas did not exist in 1948. But anyway, I saw him read his name. Deceiver 912. What? He's a deceiver. He's deceiving me. Anyway, men have different standards, but that's a really nuanced take. I used to kind of hate you because I saw my own thinking in you, I think. Man, what? I think it's cool to try to look your best, though. Yeah, no, I am not. Everybody calm down. I am not an advocate for looking like shit. I've never said stink max. I've never said like shit max, okay? Everybody's derail maxing right now. Please stop derailing me. I can't stop reading. I'm chat maxing. You know I can't stop reading the chat, okay? No, I believe in self-improvement as well. I advocate for it all the time. But it's so funny that like the only people that advocate for self-improvement online are seemingly, or on average, they're such charlatans that like when it's a dude like me doing it, people go, oh, you're a pussy, you're soy, you're fake and gay, and also you probably hate when people improve themselves. And it's like, no, I just haven't made like a course out of it. I guess in order for all of these fucking dumbasses to take it seriously when I say the same shit, but in a more healthy way, okay, I have to like sell it to them as a Discord, like as a Discord advice column or something. It's so dumb. No, there is a lot. There's a lot of benefits to self-improvement. Working out, okay? Figuring out like a way to groom yourself to ensure that you have decent facial hair, decent haircut, you know? Figure out what works on the top of your dome. All that stuff is good, okay? People just confusing basic hygiene with excessive beauty standards. Yeah, the problem is when you try to like reorient your jaw, which is not going to happen, you know? That's like a little weird. You can fake it and I guess make it look like you have a better jaw. It's called growing a beard, you know? It's a huge deal. Anyway, I won't listen to advice if they're not hidden behind a course paywall. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like so dumb.
A 6-inch, but then when you got the sandwich, you tried to like stretch it out into a foot long.
Number 12, cock.
That just seems impossible and also inappropriate for YouTube, so I'm not going to do that. Another TikTok I saw featured this guy reviewing some LooksMaxing products. So let's take a look at that. Okay.
What?
10 out of 10. I think I tracked down the exact product that he used. It looks like this Myena Sports Jaw Exerciser for men and women. So I ordered one of those, and I'm gonna try it this week to give my jaw a fucking gnarly workout. And the next object he used is called a gua sha stone.
Okay, bro bought a fucking Pitbull chew toy as a human, okay? That's crazy. That's one way to give yourself like actual jaw damage. How did this happen?
I've never heard of this before, but gua sha is actually a traditional Chinese medicine practice that dates back like thousands of years. And it's said to have many benefits like smoothing wrinkles, getting rid of puffiness, promoting circulation, etc. And since it's been used in China for like thousands of years, it only makes sense for white people to be like, yo, fucking check out this brand new thing I found. And pretty much every LooksMaxer I've seen recommends using one of these, so I got one, yes bitches! Another pivotal
So, I don't know what that shit is.
Aspect of LooksMaxing
that also seems fake.
Thing that is apparently very important is your posture. I have fucking terrible posture because I sit at my computer all day long, editing and writing. Even when I'm like genuinely relaxing, I have the posture of like a deflated balloon animal, dude. It's so sad to look at. I have the posture of a soft penis.
17K posture checking currently.
I literally look like Randall from Recess sometimes. It's rough, dude. So I think this is gonna be tough for me to fix that, but while I was researching ways to improve my posture, I found a device that you can like stick to your back and it like vibrates whenever you slouch. So I ordered that one too to fix my posture. And I'm sure this is gonna work wonders and not be annoying at all. And the final product that LooksMaxers recommend is chewing gum. But not just any chewing gum, hard chewing gum. So I ordered...
Is it Fulham? Because like the OG 4chan dudes actually chew Fulham, which is a Turkish gum. It's like organic. It's real gum.
Some jawliner facial fitness.
What the fuck? Americans have made fitness chewing gum? That's so funny. Yeah, White River, I don't know if you knew this. Turks in the chat. Did you guys know that American incels specifically order Fulham gum? It's fun. It even gives you a what's the English word for fall? Like your future prediction. I'm forgetting the fucking name. God damn it. Fortune. Thank you. Kafayı yemişler. Evet, manyak hepsi Amerikalıların. Yeah, it's it has a fortune in it. It's the worst gum of all time. It's tasteless. No, Turks don't chew it for jaw maxing purposes. They chew it because it's a gum. It's like the oldest gum. It's literally like it's like super old. And ironic because like it's literally flavorless. It's awful. I hate it.
Not make a video about it without addressing them. The craziest one is a method called bone smashing, which is exactly what it sounds like. I don't know how many people are like seriously doing this, but bone smashing is when you take like a hammer or a rock or a similar hard object and literally fucking break the bones in your face in the hope that they will heal in a certain way that will make you look more attractive, which is fucking gnarly. I feel like that's like the human equivalent of when your computer isn't working, so you just start fucking smacking it in the hopes that that will fix something. And obviously don't fucking do that, and I'm not gonna do that in this video, mostly because I don't think I have the balls to fucking break my own bone. If I was gonna do that, I'd have to go to like a construction site and start making fun of the fucking workers so they would come and hit my face for me. Hey, nice pylon, pussies. How about you all pylon these nuts? Here we go. Don't worry, guys, I'm not actually gonna do any bone smashing. That's your mother's job. She's smashing my bone till I gel. And the interesting thing about looks maxing is the people who are into it have a really strange obsession with their faces looking a very specific way. They view the attractiveness of men on a very objective level, and I'll show you what I mean. I found a really weird TikTok account where they give like extremely detailed reviews on how attractive certain men are.
How attractive is Cillian Murphy? Cillian has equal facial thirds, blue eyes with a positive canthal tilt, low set, thick and slightly positively tilted eyebrows. His jawline visibility is excellent and he has a wide lower third. He's got high set cheekbones and a good mid-face ratio. He has full lips, his hair texture is good, and his skin has a great complexion.
Okay, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You sound insane. What are you saying? Also, I'll have you know, at the end of this video, they don't even say no homo, so...
This is gayer than gay sex? Dude, this is beyond gay sex. Fellas, we have moved beyond it. Okay? We need a different word for this, okay?
What the fuck? Like, do people actually judge other people's attractiveness like this? I feel like this is serial killer shit, right? Wow, slightly positively tilted eyebrows, equal facial thirds, positive canthal tilt. Oh my god.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring.
Like, these people are so obsessed with all having the exact same type of face. Is that really the world you want to live in? Where everybody looks the exact fucking same? Every dude is walking around with the same fucking jaw shape, same eyes, same lips, same fucking... That's boring, dude. Wake up, sheeple.
I think there's something really funny about, like, this being this level of deranged. And you got it from, like... You straight up got it from breaking your brain. Like you would break your jaw with bone maxing or whatever it's fucking called. You did forum maxing a little too much, which is now readily available on TikTok, by the way, which is so funny.
We need weird looking fuckers, alright? We need dudes who look like medieval babies. We need fucking freaks, dude. We need straight up oddballs, you know what I mean? Those are the people you remember. But these looks maxers get fucking hyper fixated on the features that they think they need, like hunter eyes, for example. It's tough to lock down a real definition of what hunter eyes are, but I think from what I've read, it's like when you have eyes that point like up, like that way, like this guy.
Yeah, bro, positive cancel tilt. Like, what do you mean? And not a negative one. Typical negative cancel tilt, Andy.
Or this guy, or that guy.
What about mine? Oh, fuck. Do I have a positive cancel tilt, guys? Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's over for me, bros. It's over. It's Jover. It's Jover. What if I do this? Is it positive now? Lemon, no. Homie got a negative cancel tilt. Nice negative cancel tilt, ugly. That's such a weird... That's such a weird way to like bully someone in you do have a partial monolid, which means you are now a POC. What is a partial monolid? Oh, like Asian like the way that Asian people's eyes are? The epicanthal fold or whatever? That's not phrenology, dude. What do you mean? That's normal. And also the reason why I have it, like especially my cousin. My cousin is like straight up. I think he's got like a little bit of tutut in him. But his eyes are like, I was almost about to pull my eyes to show you, and that would have been a clip in perpetuity where everyone would literally fucking make fun of me. But yeah, he's got tutut in him, so he looks like he looks way more Asian than I do. This is so funny. Why do Turks have Asian eyes? In parentheses, same as Chinese. The fuck is this guy? Is the eyelid the smooth Asian eyelid and the Western wrinkled one? It's called a hooded eyelid. I'm gonna lose my mind. We did it. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, do other people don't have hoods on their eyelids? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on.
Up, like that way, like this guy.
Wait a minute. It's called a monolid? Wait, what? Everybody has eyelids. What the fuck? I never even thought about it before. What do you mean? This guy has eyelids. Bro just found out. Do you have detached or attached earlobes? What? I don't know. I think detached. Okay, let's look at this. Eyelids versus double eyelids. Monolids versus double eyelids. Monolid and Asian eyelid variation. Not all Asian people of descent have monolid eyes. Eyelid anatomy varies among different Asian populations. Asian eyes versus Caucasian eyes. Monolid eyes versus hooded eyes. There's excess skin directly under the brow line that folds over the upper eyelid, covering it like a hood. Chat, stop saying phrenology. This is not phrenology. Not everything is phrenology. This is... Chat is so funny. Like, my optometrist is doing phrenology. This is just normal anatomy, okay? Calm down, everybody. That doesn't mean... I don't know what the difference is. Here's a comparison picture. Monolid. Double lid. I think I have double lid eyes, no? Look. Or do I have monolid? Wait, what? Fuck, what do I have? Oh, I have double lid, right? Look, I have a double lid, right? Which is what? What kind of eyes is it? You got a crease, bro? I know. Look, I've never thought about this before. No, you have hooded eyes. Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, hold up. What are double eyelids of a visible crease or fold in the skin where the eye meets the eye socket? This crease, and then hooded eyelids have a fold of skin that's sometimes partially or sometimes fully covers the eyelid. If you have hooded eyelids, you may not be able to see your lid when you look straight into a mirror. Wait, what? You have hooded. What's the difference between double eyelids and hooded? I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand what the difference is between these two. Monolids, aka single eyelids, are an eyelid shape that appears to lack a crease that separates the eyelid into two parts. Hooded eyes are the biggest plastic surgery procedure in Hollywood, but it's super subtle. Wait, people get hooded eyelids? Is that like a cool thing to have? I don't get it. You have double. Chat is gaslighting you. Hooded have an extra fat near the eyelid that covers part of the double eyelid. I think I have a double eyelid and not a hooded one. But I think chat is gaslighting me into saying I have a hooded eyelid. Your eyes are hooded because your eyelid crease is covered by a pouch of excess skin. Oh, see, is that it? Am I showing you my excess skin? Please respond. Look, is that why? Because like when I pull it like this, you can see my eyelid. Oh my God, my eyelid on the left side is like so freckled. What the fuck? Dude, this is freaking me out. I think I'm beginning to understand it. See? I've showed you my eyelids, my double eyelid. Please respond. I didn't. Now it's hooded. It's hidden. You have uncircumcised. Stop. You're getting forehead lines now. Face maxing is hard. The hooded eyelid surgery is a Western beauty standards thing. It's white supremacy. Asian people get it to look more white. Okay, got it. Yeah, that's why I got it. What is this? Turkey's hard white turn. 20th century Turkey modernizes turn to eugenics and claim of an Asian past to argue the Turks were white. What? Murat Erçin. Inan's doctor in sociology, surveyed the physical characteristics. She asked her survey to argue Turkish people are white. Okay, this is too long. We're doing fun incel content right now. But you have bags under your eyes, lol. Yeah, I'm tired. The hood definitely becomes more prominent as you age, as far as I know. No, the Turks are white thing again. Okay, let's get back to this guy. Oh, look at how sexy his predator eyes are.
One thing. The Green Goblin. You know, I'm something of a Muir myself. But thankfully, there is a way to get hunter eyes if you don't have them. Okay. All right.
What is he doing?
Okay.
What's really funny about a lot of this is that, like, they're just young. Like, a lot of these people have supple skin because they're, like, 16. And that's just how it works. Like, most of these people are just young as fuck. So, like, yeah, no shit, dude. I know. Well, moisturizing is good, though. That's good. At least that's, like, good.
All right, so pretty much just finger the hell out of my face. I realize that this guy makes a lot of videos about how to...
I feel like you're accepting the fact that it works now. Wait, what? I'm not. It's so stupid.
Achieve the looks max or look. And in another video, he claims that in order to make your face more symmetrical, you need to stop sleeping on one side and start sleeping on your back. And I'm just gonna say right now, I'm not fucking doing that. I'd rather have the most asymmetrical face in the world than get fucking sleep paralysis. Okay, so sorry, you guys go right ahead and you can tell the Hat Man I say, get a new hat. Put the fedora down, bro. You think the Hat Man in New York has like a fucking Yankees fitted on? Some fucking Timbs. Hey, yo, let me get a sleep paralysis the Aki way. And this other video I found has some jaw exercises we can do. All right.
Why is he sweating?
Okay, these seem pretty doable.
What the fuck's he doing? Why is he like, he's jaw maxing so hard he's sweating? Oh my God. Gua Sha definitely works. Just a lymphatic drainage. It makes your face less puffy, more defined.
You gotta make sure your parents aren't home when you do this, right? And they walk in, you think you're getting fucking possessed. The power of Christ compels you. Also, dude, it's really funny. I looked through this guy's account, and like every video, he's like looking to the side. Every fucking video, dude. It's like, what's the point of improving your looks if you can't even show all of your looks, right? You're just showing the one angle, dude. It's really fun to imagine this guy doing that in real life as well. Congrats on getting your license. I'll just need you to look right at the camera for the picture.
I think one of the funniest parts about like the way people look is that they can also greatly manipulate it through camera angles, especially on TikTok, through filters, through lighting. So like you don't actually get to see what a person truly looks like anyway. So getting advice from them on how to look better, I guess, quote unquote, is even funnier. Because like you don't know what they look like in real life. Have you guys never seen someone that you see on camera and then you meet them in real life and you're like, what the fuck? You look so different.
If that's all right. No, I feel like this is fine. I'm sorry, man. That's the rules. No, not just your eyes. I need, like, all of you. I need you to turn to face me. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't know if I can do that. Look, I'm sorry, man.
Says the guy with a ring light. I don't have a ring light. What do you mean? I have an Elgato light. I'm in a studio, my man. What are you talking about? Like, this is my living room / studio where I make content professionally, okay? Like, what do you want me to do? This is my job, homie. Also, you see me out in the wild. I IRL stream and shit. It's not like, I don't think I look different.
I don't make the rules. Okay, fine. Okay, holy shit. Are you okay? Take the fucking picture! Alright, man. Okay, I think we've covered most of the aspects of looks maxing. I've got a good amount of techniques, methods, and products that I can implement into my daily routine, and I think it's time for me to try these out to see if it makes a difference on my appearance. I took a picture
on camera. Yeah, of course, dude. It's like different filters look different, or different lenses look different too, like make you look different.
What my face looks right now, so we can compare that to the end of the week to see if it actually fucking worked. So from now on, I'm only gonna break my
prove you can manipulate behind a camera. Yeah, no, this is perfect proof. This is actually perfect proof. Yeah, she just mogged all of us.
mewing streak to talk to the camera. Okay, so see you later.
I'm butt mogging Zoomers every day though. Like that's what I was doing. I was butt mogging Extra Emily at the gym when I was gat maxing.
So I decided my first day would be my ultimate mew day. I was gonna keep my tongue pressed to the top of my mouth all day long. Everything I did that day, I kept my mouth shut. I made a delicious looking breakfast sandwich, but I unfortunately...
God damn, that shit looks fire. What the fuck?
Couldn't eat it without disrupting my mewing, so I just gazed upon it instead. It tasted so good, maybe. I watched the movie Saltburn and I mewed the whole time, and it's a good thing because that bathtub scene made me puke, but none of it came out of my mouth. All day my wife was trying to talk to me, but I could not falter. A man's gotta mew what a man's gotta mew. I was walking in my bedroom and I stubbed my toe, and I wanted to scream so bad, but I couldn't mess up my streak. So I marched forward, brushed my teeth the best I could, then went to bed. So since I do a lot of videos that require me to actively engage with different weird communities on TikTok, my For You page is constantly changing into different versions of dog shit. And the more looks maxing content I searched up and engaged with, the more looks maxing content would organically show up on my For You page. And I saw tons of videos. Dude, I even saw a post from a looks maxer.
Dude, the funniest part about the mewing shit is that so many people now say that, like, oh, you're mewing, aren't you? You're mewing. Yeah, man, I'm mewing every day.
They're saying that drinking regular tap water is making us ugly. Now, I don't think that's true at all, but regular tap water can get pretty boring, which is why I love using today's sponsor, Air Up. Folks, Air Up is a completely new and unique hydration experience. Did you know our sense of smell is responsible for 80% of what we taste? Think about it. Remember when you were a kid plugging your nose while eating Brussels sprouts so you didn't have to taste it? Well, Air Up uses that same logic, but the opposite. All I gotta do is choose one of the many different scent pods available. My favorite is peach, personally. Pop that on the top of the bottle, fill it up with tap water, and simply pull up the pod to activate the magic of scent-based taste. because I'm just drinking plain old tap water, but my hydration experience for yourself. Okay, thank you so much to Air Up for sponsoring this video. I seriously cannot recommend them enough. I'm literally slurping on this thing all day like a goddamn guinea pig, okay? I drink it at my podcast studio. I'm drinking it when I'm working. It's all the time, dude. And I seriously love it, and I would recommend it to anybody. So I hope you check them out because it also helps me out when you check out the sponsor. So everybody wins here, dude. Okay, thanks again to Air Up. Back to the video. Another Looks Maxing TikTok video.
We know you're never going to get sponsored by this company. Have you used this form from any of your friends, and how stupid is it? Dude, I have no idea. I'm never going to get sponsored by them, but it just sounds fucking ridiculous.
I was served featured a man telling me
I don't like talking shit about this company because it sponsors all of my friends on YouTube. It's like one of those companies that sponsors literally all of my friends on YouTube. So I feel weird talking shit about it, but it's such a funny product. It's like, yeah, what's up, guys? Today I'm going to tell you about Smell Water. That's right. I love smelly water. Yeah, smell maxing my water.
That the way I walk is making me ugly. That's why the statue of David is so handsome. He doesn't move. He's just fucking standing all the time, right? We don't know if he has an ugly walk.
Most men are walking rushed with their head down to avoid eye contact. Look straight ahead when you walk. To do this, starting with number 1, never hide your thumbs. This makes you seem nervous, almost as if you have something to hide. Number 2, you want to sway your shoulders. Number 3, you should always walk around as if there is this straight line running from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet.
All right, so I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know that there was a correct or incorrect way to walk. Seems pretty stressful to worry about that type of shit, if I'm being honest. But like the idea of looks maxing is to like stand out, right? Be memorable. What if I just fucking crab walk?
I used to watch this guy back in 2016 with Curtis, or the guy who's teaching you how to walk right. Because like, I don't think this guy was popping on TikTok in 2016.
Crab maxing, dude. Sorry, what did he say again? He said, never hide your thumbs.
It's so weird. This guy's like, yeah, what's up, dude? Fix your posture, but like in a not gay style. You know what I mean? Fixing your posture normally for the sake of having good posture, lame, soy shit. Looks maxing, alpha male shit. He's a fashion YouTuber that pivoted to TikTok. Oh no.
Weigh your shoulders and then walk like there's a straight line from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet. Okay, thumbs, shoulders, line. Okay.
And with my new manly hot guy walk mastered, another day of looks maxing was complete. Crab walking, S tier. All day I've been subconsciously keeping my tongue at the top of my mouth all day long, you know, to get that nice jawline, right? I've been mewing all fucking day. It does feel a little weird because I'm just so not used to it. And I've also had like an irrational fear of swallowing.
It's not good posture to stick your ass out. It's actually bad posture. Good posture is supposed to be like tucking your butt in a little bit and then automatically having your front pull, like your front lower abs pull it. As I was explaining to Extra Emily on her stream at the gym, you're not supposed to stick your butt out. You're supposed to activate your core. I feel bad because this is good advice wrapped in the shittiest packaging. Yeah.
My tongue ever since I saw someone do it on TV one time. So that's been sort of tough to overcome. I'm just like subconsciously in my head, I'm just like, you know, always mewing, always got to be, the tongue is always on the top. It'd be cool if I could put like, if I could rub like some, maybe I'll rub like some salami or pepperoni on the top roof of my mouth.
Bro, this was such a long fucking take. How did you read it, Bunny? Say ebooks and respond. This guy got clapped. What? What is this? Yo, I'm sorry to say this, but can you please stop saying Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza? You have to prove intent when citing the Genocide Convention. And to simply use quotes from Israeli officials is not enough to meet the Genocide Convention's definition of genocide. Is Israel being excessive in their use of military force? Sure. They should be more careful with civilian deaths, but you cannot say it's a genocide. It's incorrect to say that. First of all, I don't think you're sorry to say that. Secondly, Israel absolutely is engaging in an act of genocide with genocidal intent. There is a current court case that has straight up enough evidence for the court case to continue that Israel is committing genocide. Okay? The International Court of Justice's court case is going to be, you know, obviously going through a multiple year-long process to say with certainty whether or not Israel is doing a genocide. But there's certainly enough to say. There's certainly enough evidence, at least according to the ICJ, that there is a there there. There's something there for there to be an actual continued court case. Like they didn't cast it aside. Don't you know Zionists are claiming that the ICJ ruled in their favor? Oh, that's so crazy. That's so crazy because Israel was also trying to drop it. Like they were trying to drop the court case in its entirety. That was their goal. And it didn't happen. And it didn't happen because they are doing a genocide. Here's a really cool way to stop doing a genocide. Are you ready? Just stop. Just stop doing it. Having a court case dropped in its first instance is standard legal procedure. Yes, if there was no evidence that Israel actually was conducting a genocide or even had genocidal intent, then it would have been dropped in the International Court of Justice. What the fuck? Israel is genocide maxing. I'm saying a standard that the legal team would try. Well, the ICJ is not actually super standard anyway. They just don't have to. But they also haven't cast aside the fact that Russia might be committing a genocide in Ukraine, but the ICJ hasn't issued a final ruling yet. So to say that simply that they're going forward with the cases and proof of genocide, I'm not saying what Israel is doing is right. I'm saying we need to be careful about talking about the word genocide. Yeah, I am being careful. I personally believe not just like the legal process. Actually, I believe the legal process very little here. I'll be honest with you. I don't really care about the International Court of Justice decision. I do think that they're, not exactly, they're non-binding. They demanded a cessation of hostilities and Russia to stop invading Ukraine, and nothing came of that. So it doesn't really matter what they come up with. I do care personally, I do care about scholars, genocide scholars, Holocaust historians and the like, and their assessment almost always is that Israel is, without a doubt, conducting what could be declared genocide. So this is precisely the reason why I believe I'm going after what like Raz Segal, for example, famous genocide scholar Raz Segal has made as far as his assessment goes. So I don't really care about not calling it what it is because it offends the sensibilities of liberals who are desperately trying to package this in a more meaningful way for themselves so they can like kind of turn the other way and look the other way as it's going on. You know, Israel also is an apartheid state, which is, you know, not great either, beyond the ethnic cleansing that it's currently engaging in Gaza. They also haven't cast aside the fact that Russia might be committing a genocide in Ukraine, but the ICJ hasn't issued a final ruling yet. So to say that, yeah, I'm not going to wait for 2 to 3 years for Israel's genocide to be officially ruled a genocide by the ICJ, only to have zero conclusions from that. So yeah, that's my take. Hopefully you understand. It's horrifyingly immoral. Doesn't really matter. It's the facts of the matter that matter to me, and not the feelings of people who refuse to recognize the facts of the matter. What do you call it? An alleged genocide? No, fuck that. No, it's a genocide, brother. The entire purpose, the entire point of studying genocides and war crimes and the Holocaust and the like is so that we avoid letting other people do it again. I'm not going to wait for like a finite, like a perfect number for the genocide concept to trigger. Also, you don't need a perfect number for something to be declared a genocide, right? You simply need genocidal intent, and that's it. The genocidal intent is absolutely there. According to the International Court of Justice, or at least prosecutors that have gone to the lawyers that have tried in the International Court of Justice, Israel's actions, or the case brought forward by South Africa, is airtight. Pretty much the main argument against using the term genocide right now is that people don't like the way it's defined by UN standards. Like, it's fine if you have a different definition of genocide, but by the international community standards, Israel's definitely doing acts of genocide. Yes, 100%. Forced relocation, the destruction of civil society, discriminately but indiscriminately bombing and targeting areas where civilian populations live, refusing to let in humanitarian aid, shutting off their food, shutting off their water supply, shutting off their electricity. All of these are genocidal acts. The Genocide Convention is by far the most extensive definition of genocide, though. Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're an apologist for genocide, for the record. Like, getting upset at the Genocide Convention's boundaries, the moment that you're making this argument, it's over for you. It's a lost argument. You know, that's it. It's really bad. Really fucked up, in my opinion. I don't know why you're I don't know why this is the battle that you want to fight. Like, coming in here to be like, actually, the definition of genocides is really broad. Oh, okay. Shit, dude. Got it. What is this? Recent leftists ignore them? I don't know if it's a recent leftist. Which was initially written by genocide scholars. I'm not disparaging you or other scholars on this issue. My point is that you need a central framework to work off of. So when we talk about genocide, we should use the Genocide Convention definition of genocide. It's undeniable. Wait, what? The Genocide Convention is by far the most extensive definition for genocide, though. It's undeniable there are acts Israel has committed that fall under genocide, but the intent is what is needed to prove genocide. Okay, I can't tell if you're like, if you think you're making a compelling argument here, because there is genocidal intent. And yes, Israel's actions, as you also personally admitted, is literally, it falls under the Genocide Convention. That's why many legal scholars have openly stated that the South African case launched against Israel for the crime of having genocidal intent and doing genocide in Gaza is a pretty solid case. I agree with them. I don't know why liberals do this thing where it's like, well, I agree with you. Well, I agree with you, but like, it's just like, does it, I guess it does fall under the definition, but also like, does it? Yeah, it does. Debate proving a genocide is fucking insane. Yeah. Yeah. Genocidal acts don't equal genocidal intent. Well, Israel luckily has genocidal acts and genocidal intent. So, yeah. Oh, for the record, exactly. Everyone comparing this case to Ukraine versus Russia, which is state versus state, which Gambia versus Myanmar in this situation was a circumstance where they had literally recognized genocide and had even less. They brought up. Definitely, I'm a pro-Palestine kind of guy. Yeah, I know. I agree. I don't know why the optics case is like that. I don't know why people think this is a good take. I bet this guy I doubt this guy flip-flops the same way with China. Yeah. 15 of the ICJ judges ruled that there's prima facie evidence, which includes intent anyway, so chatter is wrong. Yes. Bro, this guy keeps writing the longest messages and getting clapped by Fossabot automatically. How about instead of reading the fucking... What? The problem with the South African case is that you're taking quotes from psychotic Israeli officials. Yeah, which comprise of the war cabinet, the prime minister, the defense minister, Yoav Gallant. That's insane. You can't just cast that aside by saying psychotic Israeli officials. And then they've not only taken top government officials in the war cabinet, but they've also created a direct line from the president, the prime minister, the defense minister, numerous other officials in the war cabinet, all the way down to the average battalion commander and the soldiers on the ground. So at that point, it's kind of difficult to prove intent in many circumstances. I feel like it's like a difficult, it's relatively difficult to prove intent. In Israel's case, it's not. It's not difficult to prove intent at all. These are not random people. I don't know why you're launching this defense, because it's not even a defense that Israel launched, ironically. You know why? Israel literally went up there and their defense comprised of, well, we had heated moments. We had passionate moments. And that's why some of our officials said these things, which they certainly did. But also, you know, we kind of have the right to do these things. We kind of have a right to say these things and do these things because October 7 happened. And they repeated it over and over and over again, which is, you know, your argument that you're trying to make is not even one that the Israeli government made for itself in its own defense. So don't know why you're like desperately clinging on the straws here and trying to launch a better case for Israel that Israel itself didn't even fucking make. So the notion that like we should just like ignore the statements of the war cabinet is ridiculous. I do think that this guy is like, I think you might have read like a PDF or something where someone gave you like all the Hasbara talking points and you're just like spitting them in here. I mean, I'll have fun with it, but you got to write it shorter. Anyway, but you need to be able to connect the dots to Israel's actions. Hear me out. It's exactly the thing conservatives do when it comes to an issue. Well, I have quotes of Democrats saying we need to open border and great replacement is true. It's not. You need to actually prove that and connect the dots. Same thing with the genocide point. Wait, what? And now you're trying to make a woke, progressive, liberal counter argument against what Israel's doing? Hey, the difference is the great replacement isn't happening. Okay? Like a white guy wanting to fuck a Latina is not genocide. Like a white guy having consensual sex with a Latina, not genocide. Okay? dropping multiple nukes worth of munitions on a captive civilian population that you have pushed into an open air prison, genocidal intent, with accompanied with the genocidal intent that you very openly cast on television, genocide. You know what I mean? Hope this helps you understand the situation a little bit better. Started with acts do not equal intent to intent does not equal acts. Yeah. I mean, if you're trying to debate this point, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if you're like coming at this with like talking points from a group of friends or something that's like feeding you information. You're doing a really bad job. I'm gonna be honest. It's so weird. It's like trying to defend the notion that Israel is not like it's trying to claim that Israel is not an apartheid state. You know what I mean? Like, it makes no sense. It has all of the markings of an apartheid regime. You know? Just like Israel's actions in Gaza have all of the makings of a genocidal act. Can they catch a band now? No. Let's get back to Look Smack. Happy birthday, son. There you go, Daniel Strada Music. I give to you the top of the hour ad break, which you are not going to see because you're subscribed already, but others will see it because they are not subscribed. Okay? Yeah, intent is notoriously hard to prove in genocide cases, but it's really funny that in Israel's case, there is no... it's not that hard. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I could argue for days, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I got work tomorrow. I'm Greek, brother. Our brothers. What? I mean, you can argue for days, but you're not doing a good you're not launching a good defense, is my point. I hope you do understand that you're wrong here and change your ways. Very odd. Here's the 3-minute right now. All right, let's
Put
continue.
my tongue up there, have a little salty snack. Just spitballing here for looks maxing products that you can make in the future. Speaking of looks maxing products, let's try one of those out. All right, so I got this gum. It's called Facial Fitness Chewing Gum, mint, vegan, ultra tough, train your jaw and facial features. And the statue of David here. I didn't know David was fucking mewing, dude. Me chewing the gum for no longer than 10-15 minutes every other day. Why? What's gonna happen if I do it every day? Can have a laxative effect if consumed in excess. All right, so I guess we'll just crack into this. See how it goes. God, holy shit. Fucking big ass piece of gum, bro. Look at this fucking thing, dude. I could put that on my bed, use it as a pillow, dude. Look how big this thing is, dude. Looking ass gum. Down the hatch, I guess.
What?
Okay, so there was a big sort of snap at the first bite as I broke it in half. Ah, fuck this. This sucks. And here's the thing. How long have I been chewing this? 10 seconds? Taste is already gone. I'm gonna start tasting blood, I think. Because of how much I've chipped my fucking teeth. What the fuck is in these? Can have a laxative effect if consumed in excess. Haha, good. What did I just put into my mouth? Laxative is diarrhea, right?
Yeah, good look maxing requires you to chew a rock that makes you piss out of your asshole.
Right? Good. Ugh. It was making me sick. Okay.
No, it's not the Turkish gum. Fulham doesn't break like
I'm gonna
that.
chew this for 10 minutes, but I will say this. I feel like looks maxers, they put a lot of emphasis on having like clean teeth, right? But I don't think it matters how fucking clean your teeth are if they're all chipped from chewing fucking gum this hard, dude. I think it's easy to take care of your teeth if you only have fucking one of them, dude. That's a lot easier. Also, dude, if I asked for a piece of gum for one of my friends and they handed me one of these, I'm fucking them up. I'm taking a hammer to their face, and not in the good kind. The packaging recommended chewing the gum for 10 minutes, so that's what I did. And let me tell you, this was one of the most unenjoyable things I have ever done in my entire life. Felt like I was chewing on like a really tough piece of meat, and I hated every second of it. Even Kiwi hated it, and I don't blame him. I'm getting mugged. I'm getting mugged by you, Kiwi. That moment when you get mugged by your dog. And after 10 minutes that felt like 10 hours, I spat that piece of garbage in the fucking garbage. Okay. 0 out of 10. This shit fucking sucks, dude. Also, I figured I would start ranking these methods and techniques in a tier list as we go on. It might help to visually illustrate how these different methods hold up. So the jawliner gum, that's gonna go D tier. This shit fucking sucks, man. It loses its flavor in 2 seconds. Feels like you're chewing on a sock. It just sucks. And it makes you want to puke, okay? Bad gum. And also mewing, I think I'm gonna put A, because it's easy and I don't know, it's kind of funny. Later that day, I decided to try out the Hunter Eyes exercise because I want my eyes to look just like Hunter Biden's. So cute. The blinking exercise felt weird as hell. I fucking really hated that one because my eyes were making little slimy clicking noises whenever I blinked, and it really freaked me out. And the whole time I was doing this, I just kept thinking, like, is this really how malleable our faces are? You just move around and your face stays like that, dude. Like we're fucking Play-Doh, but that Play-Doh. Okay. I followed all the exercises from that TikTok, but after a while, I started to get pretty bored, so I started messing around in the mirror and remembered this thing I used to do a lot when I was a kid where I grabbed my lips and stuck my tongue out because I thought it made me look like a goat. And yeah, sorry, it's still hilarious. I guess I am the goat. So I think I'm gonna put the hunter eyes exercises in the C tier because some of them felt kind of nice, but most of them made my eyes feel weird and itchy. But I will be putting my goat impression in the S tier because that was hilarious. The next day, I decided to try out the little posture fixing vibrator I bought. So let's see how that went.
Okay, morning guys. It is 10:30. Today I'm gonna try out this this posture thing. Because even in this fucking video right now, I'm slouching like fucking crazy, which is really annoying. I'm gonna try out this Upright Go S. I could have sworn they made a product that like zapped you every time you slouched, and I was trying to find that, but I feel like that might have been a dream. But this is kind of what it like. It's kind of the same thing. This is sort of like a dog collar, but for people with bad posture. I don't think dog collars are for dog posture. Sorry, this is a clip from like 5 minutes in the future from then. Posture. That's the joke I should have made. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at this packaging here. Take control of your posture. Real-time posture feedback. Use daily goals that are personalized and based on your performance to improve your posture. See your daily posture stats and keep track of your progress over time. Tiny device, huge impact. I know a little something about that. Backed by science. We apply biofeedback science to create cognitive awareness that empowers behavior change. Multiple studies conclude that using upright devices results in positive health outcomes. Designed to fit every back. Yeah, I'd hope so. Is this it here? Oh, it's pretty small. I know a little something about that. Okay, I just realized I forgot that I have to charge it. So I'm gonna charge this and then we'll get back to it. But I feel like I just bought a little vibrator. So that's pretty fun.
A few hours later.
Okay, so it's been about an hour and a half. My vibrator is fully charged. I gotta download an app. Yes! Because fucking everything has a fucking app these days, man. What the hell are we doing, guys? Everything you buy, it's gotta come with an app. You gotta download an app.
Yeah, she's still on
I bought a
drugs. She's
fucking
like getting
bushel of
better though.
bananas the other day, and it was like, download the banana app to track your.
When she was originally, she was so zooted that like her tail was down. Like it normally curls up always, but she couldn't even carry her tail upwards.
Your banana intake. Corporate bigwigs, man. Okay, welcome to Upright.
Hi.
Find out when you're slouching with a gentle buzz. Get a nice buzz going.
I'm a male. I'm a
How many
man.
hours a day do you spend sitting? Oh my gosh. Let's do 7 to 10. What's the main reason for ordering this product? Look better. Nice. Okay. Relax, it's not that big of a deal. Place your Go on your upper back vertically. Put it anywhere that's easy to reach. Okay. Okay, so it's all set. Okay, so that's green. And then if I slouch.
That's actually not bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, wow. Okay, so it works. I can definitely see how that could be annoying. What's like the threshold? If I'm like there. Dude, even a little bit. Okay, well.
What are you looking at? Hi. Place.
Fuck, I just did it again. Okay, I guess I'm gonna wear this like all day and see how it goes. I gotta do some work also, some writing. So this will be
This actually is not bad. I feel like this is definitely good.
an interesting day to see how it goes. If I'm okay, yep, it went again. I'm probably gonna get super annoyed with this because I'm already annoyed. But so far, it's working pretty well. And I like this little guy. He kind of does what I do. All right, cool. Posture is gonna be goated by the end of this. Back to mewing. Sorry. Fucking vibrated again. Jesus. Okay. Later that night, I had to memorize some lines for an audition, and I figured that would be the perfect time to test out the posture
Look at his
vibrator.
posture.
And right off the bat, I was slouching like fucking crazy, and it's probably because I've been slouching for the past 29 years. But even with the constant vibrating on my back, it was incredibly difficult to stop just going back to the default fucking gamer posture. But I will say the vibrator did exactly what it claimed to do. And it was really annoying if I'm being honest. Every time it vibrated, in my head I had this like,
Bro, you're fucking up. You need the desk max. It's so obvious. He needs to raise his monitor more. That's it. So you naturally like it's not like weird. It's not it's organic.
battle, this debate, right? I was like, what's more annoying? This occasional vibrating right now, or the years of discomfort I will inevitably experience if I don't fix my current posture? And I think the obvious answer to that question is the vibrating right now, because the vibrating is right now. The years of discomfort
What the fuck? When's that? When is that? Years? It's in the future? What even is that? The future doesn't exist, okay? There's only right now. But anyways, I figured I would put the posture vibrator in the A tier. It is super annoying, but like it really works. Like every time it vibrates, it's annoying as hell. So you're like, okay, I don't want that to happen again. I'm gonna straighten up. Okay, initial thoughts. I've been wearing it for about a half hour. This is only really beneficial if you're just fucking sitting at a desk, because if you try to do anything else while you're wearing this vibrating thing, it will vibrate whenever you bend down at all. So I just started like tidying up my office a little bit, and every time I bend down, it started vibrating. So that's a little annoying. I don't think I'll be able to wear it all day, or maybe not. Maybe I'll just learn to adapt the rest of my life completely upright. And the next day, I decided to try out some of those jaw exercises from the Sideways Man, and these were hilarious because this is looks maxing, right? You're supposed to like, it's supposed to make you feel good about yourself. I've never felt uglier in my whole life while doing these exercises. This one especially, dude, I look like a fish that washed up on a beach. And if I'm being honest, none of these exercises felt like I was like actually doing anything. It didn't feel like I was getting like a good jaw workout. It kind of just felt like I was straining my jaw over and over again. Like, who am I, your mom? Jaw exercises, C tier, because I never want to see myself doing those ever again. At this point in my looks maxing journey, I couldn't tell if any progress was actually being made. Sometimes it seemed like it was even getting worse. But later that night, I decided to try out the other product I purchased, the Gua Sha Stone. I looked up a video from someone who actually knew what they were doing, because I don't trust a British looks maxing child on TikTok to tell me what to.
Damn, bro, come on, that's racist. He was like, I found an Asian woman, you know, one of them Asian rocks
to do with it. I don't have any proof that that guy's British, but sometimes you can just tell, you know? So I followed along with this instructional video from Tina Enjo, and this was such a nice change of pace from the other products and methods. The music was calming, the Gua Sha Stone felt really nice on my skin, and it actually felt really relaxing. Okay, so I just did my first Gua Sha. Wish I had somewhere to clip this microphone. Ow, why'd I even try that? Yeah, first impressions felt fucking awesome, man. It felt really relaxing. I mean, it makes sense as people have been doing it for fucking thousands of years, so obviously there's some benefits to it. And watching this video compared to the TikTok that I found out about it in, it's just crazy to see both ends of the self-care spectrum. On one side you have like calming videos like this, and on the other side of the spectrum is like, get yourself.
Is lymphatic drainage real, or is that also? I feel like it's something that chiropractors tell you about, but maybe it's real. I don't know. It sounds, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? Like, it sounds like some shit that your chiropractor would tell you, and you're like, okay, oh my God, look, oh fuck, she woke up. She was literally this. She was nodding. She's drug maxing. They put her on drugs because she had to get an X-ray to see if she was actually pregnant or not.
Open the hammer, break your fucking jaw. It's just really interesting. So the Gua Sha Stone, that's S tier. Loved it, no notes.
Time for gum.
Goofy piece of gum. Hell is this bullshit? And the taste is already gone. I don't know what it is about this gum. Whenever I chew it, I go up. Is that normal? I then decided to try playing some video games while wearing my posture corrector. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think being an epic gamer could get any lamer. But playing video games with perfect posture has gotta be the dorkiest thing I've ever done in my life. I want to steal my own lunch money and give myself a swirly just watching this video.
What, you're gonna be a grandpa? No, man. No, she's not actually pregnant. Her body thinks she is, though, so it's producing pregnancy hormones.
Video back, dude. It just sucks how well that posture vibrator works, you know? It sucks. Fucking hate this little thing, man. I hate it. I should just friggin' shove it. I should shove it up my butt or something. What? Yeah, that'll show it. It would suck for me, right? That'll teach it a lesson, right? And the next day, I had one final looks maxing product to test out. It's a new day, new fucking product to try. I'm gonna do the jaw exerciser. Suck. I'm curious to see the details of this because it looks just like you gotta chew on something from the video, right? You just gotta.
This is a Kong toy.
That's the tutorial. It's a video of a guy going like.
This is a Kong toy. This is a Kong chew toy that you normally get for your dog. It's like a pit bull toy.
Whoa. Yo. Okay, never mind. I think after this, I'm gonna have to try intelligence maxing. I'm gonna take a video of this so you know what I'm talking about, but this little thing, it says 30 pounds, 40 pounds, and 50 pounds. So that means pressure, like 30 pounds of pressure it takes to squeeze it. But in my head, I was like, that's how much they weigh. Genuinely in my head, I was like, how do these weigh a collective
13 minus 50.
120 pounds, and I'm just carrying it all willy-nilly in my hand. Jesus Christ, I'm a fucking idiot. Place both exercisers between the molar teeth. Position the units where it feels comfortable. Hollow surfaces should be facing up and down, and the Mayena logos facing sideways. Squeeze and release the units using your molar teeth. Chewing motion should be a straight up and down and not a circular motion. Make sure to apply repetitive squeezing exercises with a light force and not bite too hard on the silicone units, okay? Repeat the exercise until you feel your jaws tired. We suggest doing a 20-30 repetitions at a time and a few sets per day? Yo! Running out of storage on my phone. Perfect. 500 gigabytes? Not enough still? Perfect. So yeah, these definitely look like they're easy to choke on, you know? It feels like an eraser. And I've chewed on my fair share of erasers growing up, so I think this will be just like that. If I was a baby, this would be the cause of my death. I can say that confidently. All right, here we go. Come on, molar. I started my jaw exercise and it seemed to be going fine. You know, I was munching on those things and I could feel my jaw getting a nice workout. But then all of a sudden I got like super nauseous out of nowhere.
Oh, dude.
Okay, great.
I feel that.
I love these. Sorry, I didn't mean to gag like that.
Dude, this is like, I feel like this would happen to me too. Like, if I was like chewing on something like that, that's like hard to chew. Honest to God, I feel like I would also feel like I want to throw up.
I think I just have a really bad gag reflex, but yeah, those make me want to throw up. And my jaw feels tired. So that I guess it works. I also, when I was chewing those, I had like a split second. I was like, imagine choking on these and dying. And that's how I go. The embarrassment I would feel would be worse than dying, I think. I guess it said to do a couple sets a day, so I'll do another one later just to see how it goes. Maybe I won't puke that time, but mewing's a lot easier. So I'm gonna put those little jaw exercisers in the C tier. I would put them in the D tier, but I did feel my jaw muscles getting a good exercise, and also I didn't choke and die on them. If I would have died though, these would be in the D tier. D stands for dead. Also, I've been thinking that, like, the more I mew, because I've been doing it like all day, every day for the past like week almost. The more I do it, the more I'm seeing the benefits. Not just for like the jaw, that I haven't really seen too much of that yet, but like I just think life would be easier for guys in general if we all just mewed all the time. Because if you're mewing, you're not talking. And if you're not talking, you're not gonna say any dumb shit. So ladies, if you want to get your boyfriend to stop saying dumb shit all the time, make him start mewing, dude. It's well, actually, what am I saying? Like any.
He's literally describing what you do to a dog to get the dog's like energy and excitement out. This is so funny that men have decided to purchase chew toys for themselves.
Straight women are watching my videos. Ladies, if you want to get your girlfriend to stop saying a bunch of dumb shit, get him on the mew train, all right?
It's also weird because like, it's weird because like, isn't this exactly the type of thing that is not good for you? Like the whole principle behind, clenching your jaw, like that's a bad thing.
All right, it was my final day of looks maxing. I've done every exercise, I've tried every product, I've walked every walk. So I figured the final day would be the perfect day to
just go to the gym and figure out facial hair. What kind of facial hair works for your face and what kind of hairstyle works for the top of your dome.
I think the strangest part of this week was just like staring at myself for long periods of time, combing through every detail, looking for improvements, searching for a sign of a sharper jawline, and not being able to see any. All I saw was just me. I looked at myself in the mirror, and the face that looks back at me today is not the same face I saw when I looked in the mirror 20, 10, 5, or even 1 year ago. I've never had a say in how my face was going to change.
Okay, but he's downplaying the benefits of gelking. Yeah, don't do that. I'm pretty sure that'll break your dick.
Over the years, and I love that. We should all love that. And if I'm being honest, the more I did these exercise and methods this week, the more I thought to myself, God, I hope this doesn't actually change my face. Because then my face wouldn't be mine, right? It wouldn't be my fucking face. I think the overall message I'm trying to convey, which is very base level, but I know it's hard, but I think you should at least try to love the things that make you unique. You got a big nose, that's badass. You can smell more stuff. You know, if you've got orange hair, then that's fine. If you have an outie belly button that you hate or something, then that's actually fair. I agree with that. Outie belly buttons are weird as fuck. And also,
true, dude. What the fuck? True.
The other lesson is don't hit yourself with a hammer and start crab walking. I can't be the only guy doing it, okay? I need all claws on deck. Okay, thank you so much for watching my video. If you haven't subscribed already, what the hell are you doing? Press the button, okay? As soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world. And I'm the mayor of Kurtistown, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law, okay? So come along, come live here. We're steadily approaching 5 million, okay? So get in now. All right, you know what else to do. Like the video, leave a comment if you want. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Check my description for all the other stuff I'm doing. Check out my special.
The more important lesson here is that women will smell the insecurity if a guy says mogging or job maxing long before she'll go to the second non-coke bathroom of the after party. Yeah, Kurdistan. All right, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. Short day, only 8 hours and 30 minutes. I mean, what am I doing? Might as well quit while I'm ahead. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. It's crazy. We'll do the I'm adopting this cow video tomorrow. Okay. We'll be YouTube maxing, but you should go watch it anyway if you want. It's on the second channel. New video alert. Second channel, new video alert. All right. I'm going to go tub max. Uh-oh, somebody woke up. Somebody woke up real quick. What's that about? What's that about, chat? You see this? A little baby woke up. What's that about? Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow after I tub max. Hopefully my body pain will go away a little bit. Hopefully it subsides. Because right now, oh my lord, my legs are still in pain. Hey, get out. You get out. Okay. Come. Girl. Good girlie. She's a little baby girl. She's a little baby girl. Don't forget leg day. My legs, I did do leg day. I was leg maxing. Anyway, love you guys. Another banger stream. Holy moly, we're back. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breath. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming.